Get up on your feet, this is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like a takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes.
Let's talk about you, the roofing professional. Whether you run a single crew or your footprint covers the whole region, you're always trying to find the right tools to go from good to great and scale your business so that you run it and not the other way around. And let's be honest, times have changed. The days of showing up at a home with a clipboard and your reputation to sell profitable roofing jobs, those days are gone. People expect to be able to shop for everything online, including a new roof, and they start their buying decision there. If you aren't showing up where customers are browsing, and if you don't have the technology to communicate on the platforms they're using, and if you can't efficiently get real-time data to your whole team, and if you can't move projects along at the speed that your competitors are moving, well then you could get passed by. This way of interacting with homeowners is the new normal, and your customers' expectations should be driving your decisions about how to grow. At Owens Corning, we want to help our roofing contractor network members set the pace and win. And we believe that the right partners can make a material difference between a roofing company that's profitable and growing and one that's just struggling to keep up. This toolbox of digital tools, your tech stack, can be tailored to help your business take the next step to improve where improvement is needed most. And that might be different for every roofer. Maybe you need to get started with your core, with some accounting software. Save time with a customer relationship management platform, or CRM, and implement a way to automate roofing measurements. Beginning with these 3 things could be a game changer for your business. But let's say you already have these tools in your tech stack, and it's time to take your operation to the next level. The right lead generation services could help you get your name out there with prospective customers. Since a lot of people read online reviews, an app that helps you manage customer feedback could go a long way to bump your search engine listing. And wouldn't it be great to have a turnkey solution for your customers' financing needs, so that having the money to pay isn't an issue for them or you? And now that things are starting to fire on all cylinders, it's time to optimize. Save an hour every day with a tool that organizes the photos you take during an inspection and leverage them in multiple ways for the homeowner and your crew. Plus, it's time to think about how you communicate with customers. A lot of consumers prefer texting. Integrate a platform that allows a chat to move seamlessly from the web to text to phone without missing a beat. And when you have the chance to share your company's story with an interested homeowner, you want to tell it in a way that will set you apart and position you as the expert in the field. With sophisticated yet easy-to-use presentation decks that show homeowners exactly the kind of work you do and to help sell them on the value of the total protection roofing system. Then when you're ready to close the deal, your estimates, proposals, and contracts can all be organized in one place, setting you up with tools to help get a signature on a digital dotted line. Maybe this sounds like a lot, but in this presentation, we'd like to break things down and explain how the right tech stack can streamline your sales cycle from lead generation through a successful install and ultimately to a positive review from a happy homeowner, which might lead to the next lead. Let's take a closer look at what you want to add to your tech stack.
Bring the band in. Woo. Well, all right. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They want to keep it.
As a roofer, I got a million things to do.
And that's a million things that need to be done right.
What I do.
What I do.
What I do.
What they do is critical.
I keep homeowners protected.
Their family's protected.
Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon.
Like me, Beacon is always building.
Building something special, a unique network of branches.
Built to get me exactly what I need.
When I need it.
Every branch working together. I don't think anyone else is doing that. With Beacon, I know my supplies will be delivered on time and complete.
And with the new Beacon Pro Plus app, I have the brands that I can depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips, everywhere I go.
Searching, ordering, tracking.
It's like having my Beacon rep in my pocket 24/7.
I've got a million things to do.
And that's a million things that need to be done right.
I rely on Beacon.
Because I never stop building. And neither do they.
Beacon. Always building.
Boxes, I cannot fit in the boxes. Stop it, quitting was never an option. Exhausted, this passion is never exhausted. And you cannot stop it.
Introducing Moment Financing. Financing that's simple and works for everyone. Moment changed the game by making lending easy for business owners, selling easy for sales teams, and financing easy for homeowners. Now you can offer simple and affordable financing, all through our award-winning technology. Our mission is to help you win more sales, land bigger projects, and grow your business effortlessly. Say goodbye to project delays, stipulations, and waiting for your funds to arrive. Cash flow is king. That's why we have flexible staged funding and same-day and next-day ACH payments. When you partner with Moment, you convert more prospects into customers with instant loan options. You attract more customers with customized loan products that fit their budget. You increase your average deal size and generate more revenue with attractive terms and offers. The bottom line is, you increase your bottom line. Moment makes closing deals easier than ever. Our advanced platform simplifies the selling process from start to finish. With the single press of a button, sales teams can present attractive loan offers and make deals happen on the spot. Our loans are closed loop, so approved funds can only be spent with you. Homeowners demand flexible payment options, and Moment's revolutionary multi-offer process delivers. All from the privacy of their own device and with just a soft credit pull, customers can view pre-qualified offers. Convenient choices make saying yes a no-brainer. Together, we give homeowners the buying power they need to make their vision a reality. Gain a competitive advantage and take your business to the next level with Moment. Visit Moment.com to get your free personalized demo and see how Moment Contractor financing can transform your business.
Are you ready? Are you ready for the comeback? Yeah. Are you ready for the comeback? You know we the ones that ready for whatever. We gon' have to show them something, man. Let me see them hands up all the way front back. You don't understand that I'm doing what you can with no cap. This is the return of the one. You ain't see him coming, you just heard drums. They've been ready for the battle. Any person that comes got the weight of the world on them. Yeah, they're too strong. I might have been down, not out. It's on sight, you gon' figure that out. And I might have been down, not out. Only one thing I gotta know now. So are you ready for the comeback? Yeah. Are you ready for the? Are you ready for the comeback? You know we the ones that. Let me see them hands up all the way front back. Yeah, it's the comeback. Are you ready for the comeback? Now I see you with your bad self. If you're into taking L's, then I can't help. I'll be the self-made champ, look at my belt. I built this all from the ground up, it's all by myself, y'all know. This is the return of the one. You ain't see him coming, you just heard drums.
Was John Dye. He is the host, and I am the co-host, Leanne Koppel. We are so excited to bring some phenomenal speakers today that are going to be teaching so much value and tools for you guys to implement in your businesses today.
Yeah, so this is really cool, and thank you, JobNimbus, for allowing us to hang out at your facility and let us totally take, we took siege of their facility here. Is that a good term? I don't know, but it sounds right. But this is pretty awesome. They've got this cool facility, and like I said, we'll try to pan over and let you guys see these mountains here in a little bit. And there's so many tech companies out here. I didn't realize that Salt Lake was like this tech Silicon Valley out here in the mountains. So it's so cool that you guys get to have all that information. So today we're going to go over a lot of stuff. You're going to get to meet some of the best industry minds that are going to share with you the best practices and some of the coolest things that you can do to make your business better. And those of you guys that are watching this and are here today, you're going to hear from people like Reggie Brock here in a minute, who's going to teach you all about culture and how to make your business better. You're going to have Mike Goldenstein, who is really, honestly, probably one of the most well-versed people in our industry, especially when it comes to tech, when it comes to understanding the future of the industry and what's going to happen.
And Photoshop.
And Photoshop, of course, yes. He's very good at photoshopping people's faces in weird places. That's a good term. You should use that. And so he's going to share all kinds of great stuff today and help you get prepared for what's coming, because we all know that this industry is going through a lot of change right now. And change is good, and it provides opportunity, but it also provides a lot of anxiety for people. And so I don't want to provide you with anxiety, but I do want you to see it as the changes that are coming equate to opportunity. And opportunity is really, really the key here, is understanding that when there's a change, you can pivot your business, and those that pivot the quickest usually get the best rewards when it comes to change. And so you're going to get exposed to a lot of that stuff today. We have Jeff Boabs here from Rhino, and you guys are really, really going to get to hear from Jeff and understand how to really work your marketing. He's going to, his presentations so far have been so interactive and just a lot of useful information to make your marketing really work for you. It's not like a slideshow presentation, but it's really like a conversation about how you can become better at marketing. Leanne's going to present some things about social media and how her business that they just sold, congratulations.
Thank you.
In Texas really exploded and blew up and became one of East Texas's most, and by the way, Texas is a whole different market.
It is. They're savage.
They grew their business really off of social media and the practices that she used to really grow that business that she's going to share today. And then you guys get to hear from John Cenac.
Yes.
The man himself. He has got some of the best knowledge that I have ever ran into in this industry. He's like the industry prodigy when it comes to shingles and material and understanding how to leverage that material and that information to get things approved, but not just that, but to better serve your customers, because material is evolving constantly. And so a lot of things that may have been built 5, 10, 15 years ago just don't work that way anymore. And so he's going to share the best practices and how to leverage that information to your best ability so that you can pretty much, understand the industry and become the expert in your field. So I'm really excited about that. And we're going to have some great speakers, starting with someone here really quickly here. And right before we get Reggie up here on the stage, I want to also mention that you're going to get to hear from some great products and services that are going to essentially give you the skills that you need to become the best that you can be. And you're going to hear from people like EagleView and their awesome drone, which I'll come up and share some of that with them, because I want you guys to really understand how cool this product is. It's because it's not what you think it is. It's not just a drone to take photos. And you're going to hear from some other speakers like Owens, who has been really awesome to put this event together for us and really push it out into the industry, and a great partner to have. And you'll also hear from Inc., who's another great partner as well. As if you guys like to get money quickly, I'm sure everyone here likes to get to their money as fast as possible. Inc. can help you with that. And then there's some other products as well that we'll get to share. Beacon as well. They're going to share how their distribution channels can help your business grow. And I also want to introduce you guys to Connect Team real quick before Reggie comes up on the stage. And Connect Team is this awesome app. And if you guys are trying to manage employees, which I have learned over the last year and a half of running a roofing company, that sometimes employees are tough to manage, Connect Team has a great solution for you, and I encourage you guys to go check them out. I'll probably drop a link in the comments here in a minute, but Connect Team is essentially an app that allows you to get people to clock in and clock out and do all the things that they have to do, and it pretty much manages all that remotely for you, as well as geotagging, geofencing, making sure that people are where they're supposed to be. And the best part of it all, though, and there's forms that go back and forth, a lot of HR things that you can communicate, photos, different stuff like that. But the best part is, if you have less than 10 employees, the cost to have Connect Team is literally nothing. It's a no-brainer. It's one of the coolest apps that I ever had. If you guys get a chance today, scan that that QR code, and you guys can download it for free on your phone. Get signed up, try it out. I encourage everyone to do it. It's by far, and I don't endorse products that I don't typically use. This is a product that I use religiously at ACS, at Modern Roof. We use Connect Team to manage our employees, to manage our teams, and to make sure everything's going well, especially if you have a repair team or people that are working remotely. Connect Team can do all that, and the best part is it does it for free if you have less than 10 employees, which is great for most of the businesses in this room, like mine, that have few employees. So I love it. I want to introduce that to you guys as well and make that a point to make sure that you get in touch with Connect Team. So, but without further ado, I'm really excited to introduce one of my best friends in the industry and someone that I've grown to really love over the last few years. And he has come to my office several times, helped me in times of need. And I'm really excited to introduce him to this group because I think you guys are going to really resonate and connect with this guy in a whole new way. And it's the one and only Reggie Brock. So thank you, Reggie, for being here today.
Thank you. Okay. So, got off the plane. Mike calls me and goes like, hey, John's wanting to eat at Mexican food. And I'm like, oh, I just ate Mexican food days ago. But a good Texan will eat Mexican food like every day if it's the right kind of Mexican food. So I agreed to it, and I went over there, and I'm like, dude, we're in Utah. This is not a place to find good Mexican food. I'm going to tell you what, I was dead wrong. I ate some of the best Mexican food I've ever had in my life last night. So thank you very much, Utah, for making me feel at home by providing great Mexican food. This morning I look around, saw Austin, good to see you, pal. Mike's here from Beacon, good to see you. I feel at home to a certain degree because my wife and I spent months up here before skiing up north, and so coming in, it felt good for me just to be back to Utah, even though I can't breathe. It's hard for me to breathe up here. But anyway, at 4 o'clock in the morning last night, my eyes popped open. And I had just come out of a literal nightmare of a dream. Now, I'm well over 30, and I very rarely dream. And so it shocked me that I'd even had one. And so what woke me up was the nature of the dream. John Scenic must know I'm going to talk about him. That's why he left the room. But John Scenic and Mike Goldenstein over here were in my dream. And in my dream, I was standing like in a place like I'm up here, and I started sharing with them, like they were back in the corner where OC guys are. And I was starting to share with them what I was going to share with you this morning. And I was confident in what I was going to say. And then I looked back, and in my dream, here's what I saw. And I'm not a lip reader. I wear Coke bottle glasses, so it's really hard for me to see up close anyway. But in my dream, I saw John look over at Mike and go like this: nobody cares. I'm like, man, did he just say that? And I thought to myself, nobody cares. I wake up out of the dream thinking nobody cares with what you're about to say or will say in the future. And let me tell you something, it was not a dream. Because a lot of the times, the things I talk about, seemingly nobody cares about. Listen, yet. I read something recently that said this: it's the young men who have visions, and it's old men who dream dreams. And sometimes, I don't know if you felt like this, but I've had a vision or a dream about something, I've been excited about it, and then I went up to somebody to tell them, and they said to me, nobody cares. They may not have said that direct to my face, but that was the implication of their response to what was in my heart. Has any of y'all ever had something in your heart or your thoughts or your desires you felt like was a purpose for you? You started sharing it out of excitement and somebody's like, nobody cares. Well, here's what I'm here to tell you today. I don't care if they don't care. What I'm telling you is the visions and the purposes and the dreams of your life still must be lived out regardless of the audience that accepts what you have to say or not. One of the things that bothers me most about the society we're in to a large degree are the dream killers that we walk around with every day. So what do? We shut down, we shut off. We don't want anybody to hear what we're having to say because we feel like if we fail, we're going to be embarrassed. And I've told you before so many times, I'm sick and tired of it. But here's what I'm telling you today. I am asking you to have enough courage to stand up regardless about what anybody's saying to you or the criticisms that they have about the failures you've had in the past, and stand up and start declaring what's in your heart and start living it out. Because that's the only true impact you're ever going to have. Not something that's repackaged and repurposed that you've heard from somebody else, but the trueness of your heart and the desires that you have and the purpose you're called to live in. Yeah. So John Scenic, in my dream, I don't care what you say. There is something in me that reverberates at such a high level. I can't contain it anymore. And that's what you're going to hear this morning. I want to share with you today ways that you can allow confidence to be restored to some of your hearts and minds today that you've lost because of the roar of people around you. I've just said, dude, that's way too big of a dream. Are you crazy? And so all of a sudden, we start what? Believing them. Or we at least get hesitant and go like, yeah, they may be right. And if you're like me, you've had failures in the past that you don't want people to bring up again, never, ever identify with you in the past. And sometimes the best way to do that is what? Stay in your comfort zone and never try again. You know what? You're only hurting yourself. And my hope for you today is that you will leave this place with a new, restored sense of confidence and drive and purpose, and shut off the noise of the naysayers and start living your dadgum life. Dang. Now that's shout-worthy. Y'all know what that means. Like, I'm raised by a Pentecostal preacher, so that's where you're getting some of this right now. Just warning you. Especially you front row seaters, you might get spit on a little bit. But here's what I will tell you. If you don't get with me, I'm going to take an offering before this thing's over, and that's going to hurt you a whole lot worse than just saying to me, agreeing with me every once in a while. So pick your poison one way or the other. I'm going to win. So I've entitled this today, 4 questions to shape a more significant you. Not long, or actually quite a while ago, I read a book by Robert McGee called In Search of Significance. Now, to understand the nature of the book, you have to understand what that word means. The word significant means being important or meaningful. Something matters in your life that affects other people. That's what significant means. So in his book, Robert McGee says this: humanity is on a dead hard chase for being significant at all costs. And I'm here to tell you today, I read that book 20 years ago, and it's still true today. I look around and I see people that are just dying to be important to somebody else. We're so worried about what people think and want more for us than we want ourselves. We'll do anything they ask to satisfy the cry in their heart about us. We're chasing the approval of people, and we've overlooked the call in our own life because it doesn't fit what they think about us. Are you hearing me? We have become so beat down by the opinion of others and this tribal culture that we live in, that we want to be accepted by, that we've just burned our dreams and our visions at the stake and just hope for the best in our life. And you know what we really hope for is we'll be accepted by the community and the tribe that we're a part of. I'm telling you, it's a mistake. Do I want to be a part of community? I want to be liked. I want to be approved. Yeah. But you know who I'm not gonna sacrifice for that? Me and my dreams and my vision and my purpose by my intentional design started from the beginning. So today, if you still lack that feeling of significance, I'm going to ask you to turn your eyes this morning and start looking inward as opposed to outward. And I want you to find and be refueled again by the things that drive you and create purpose in your life and satisfaction and fulfillment. That when you lay your big fat head down on the pillow at night, you feel like, well done. Even though you have people in your life going like, what? You're going to what? Start King Roofing? What, are you kidding me? How many other roofing companies are there around here? This is not a storm market. How are you going to do roofs? All of a sudden, how are you going to open up a place in Montana? That don't make sense. You live in Utah. So all of a sudden, we get reserved. We get paralyzed. Some do. But then there are other people like Austin and King Roofing. These guys going like, I don't care what people say. We got a plan. We got a purpose. We got an intent in life. And we going to chase it till we bring it to the ground. Those are the people who inspire me. Aristotle, and I know country boy from Georgia saying even that word probably freaks some of y'all out like, what? How would you know about Aristotle? Well, even though I'm from Georgia, I can read. One of the great quotes of all time to me that inspired me. He said this, there are 2 days in your life that are the greatest above all. 2 days. He said the first day is the day you're born. Without that, nothing else matters, right? But he said the second greatest day of your life is when you find out why. You know why? Why it's so important? Because it's your why that's going to cause you to keep moving when you don't feel like it. You see, most of us figure our life's capabilities based upon our willpower. Now listen to me. This is interesting. I have always felt like I had enough juice to overcome anything to find the success I needed to be happy. And then there reached a point where I was vexed with temptation and trial and testing. And guess what happened to my willpower? It faltered and it failed. And it wasn't because I didn't have any. It's just I didn't have enough that it took to get me past whatever I was facing. Sound familiar? And all of a sudden you find yourself laying on the couch somewhere going like, geez, I don't have the juice to make this happen anymore. That's the way why power works. Why power goes like this. I am built for a certain time and purpose. I'm designed to do things, and my why is going to motivate me to move past where my willpower has stopped. So today, I want you to start really thinking about day number 2 that Aristotle talked about, and that's your why. What are you doing in reference to your why that's making any incremental difference to significant, not in just your life, but the life of others? You know what my mantra is really for living right now? At the time of my life that I am, did I mention I'm a little bit over 30? I have decided that my life is no longer mine. I've been built for a time such as this to serve others. And one of the areas of service that I'm required and really feel necessary to dispense to people like you and you who are not here with us today is this. There is a why and there is a purpose and there is an intention to your life. You weren't just born to exist and float around and be blown by the winds of life. You are here for a purpose, and a why is your driver that's going to cause you to find exactly the success you're looking for in your life. Don't depend on your willpower. Trust your why power. Let me tell you what why looks like to me. It's the reason I get up every day and do what I do. A lot of people talk about corporate core values. I get it. I was talking to Mike this morning about roofles. Very inspiring. But what I didn't have time to say, because he wouldn't just stop talking to me, was Mike, talk to me about your personal core values. And what's that matter, Reggie? Company's got it. Well, number one, are you aligned your personal values with the values of the company that you're working for? A lot of the failures we find in the workplace are because of misalignment of core values. People just don't see the same. They don't believe the same. They don't feel, they don't act the same. They don't respond the same. They're not accountable enough to each other. And so they just fall apart. The other thing is, how in the world can you make good decisions based upon choices you're facing if there's not a filtering system in you that drives away the bad and keeps the good? If you don't know what you believe and how to behave, anything will be all right. And what I'm convinced in my life of is you, if you have come into this building today and there's no filtering system with you about how to make choices, right, and how to make the best decisions, you'll just make any decisions and then just try to figure it out as you go. Bad strategy. And some of you go like, yeah, it's bad strategy, all right. I've been living like that for X amount of years. Leave here with a sense of renewed core values that drive the behavior and filter out those things that don't belong in your dadgum life. You know, it's so easy for me to say no. Why? Because I feel like if it doesn't align with my core values, bye-bye, I can get no time for it. So one of the things that I found out is my ability to say no has straightened the path for me in life. I say no more than I say yes. And the reason is because most of what's handed to me, even as great opportunity, just doesn't fit. Reggie, you're missing great opportunities. No, I'm not. They're great opportunities, but they're probably for somebody else. So get yourself some personal core values that can help filter the decision making in your life. So today, I'm going to share with you 4 questions that I think are going to help you shape a more significant picture of yourself. You know what? I'm not asking you to build up whatever's left unsettled in your life for the purpose of everybody else's approval. I'm asking you to build on the things that matter to you, for you, and what's important to you, and live the life you were designed to live. So let me give you these 4 questions. Question number 1 is, what fresh version of yourself is taking shape? What do you mean fresh version, Reggie? I'm the same. One of the things I pride myself in is my consistency. Here's what we fail to remember. Life, as we're a part of, changes all of the time. I used to be thin. I know it's hard to believe. But over time, it's changed, and now you get what you get. And as bad as I think, I'm about the same as I was back when I was in college, I'm only deceiving myself because change is inevitable, constant. Listen, scientists tell us this. We make an average of about 35,000 decisions a day. What? Now, about half of them are done at a subconscious level. You don't even know they're happening, like eyes blinking, your heart beating, kind of helpful. Being able to breathe is just kind of natural, right? But there's about 17,000 decisions that you make a day that you own and are required to face and to determine direction you go. Now think about that, 35,000. That means that there's 1,400 decisions you make an hour. Every 2 seconds you're making a decision. So, Reggie, why is that important? Let me tell you why it's important. Because every decision you make is leaving an explanation to the world about who you really are. You're changing and evolving every 2 seconds because there's a new decision that has to be made. And your decisions are what prompt explanation to the world about who you are. It doesn't matter what you say. It matters what they see. Back to my whole idea of core values. You may be speaking something out of your mouth about what you think you want people to hear, but if the way you behave doesn't match it up, ain't nobody believes you. See, so even as I begin talking, some of you have already made changes that has created a freshness about yourself. Because you're faced with choices, and depending on what decisions follow, determines the new you. So what I'm asking you to get from this slide is real simple. What is your process regarding choices you face and how you process continuously the decisions that follow? Because that's what defines you. My God, stop believing you can have more volume and change the way people think about you. That's the thing that annoys me about social media right now. Some of us believe that our content is more believable the louder we become. Let me tell you something. If your content's horrible, getting loud doesn't help. Right, Austin? I want the content of my life to be the lead story about what people see in me, right? And then my voice becomes just a backup of what they've already seen. Let me tell you how that works for me. I am a guy who 13 years ago was the most untrustworthy person you've ever met in your life. You could not trust me. Couldn't. I got a bunch of reasons why, but all of them stink, so I'm not even going to tell you what they were. I mean, I got some pains and some anguish and some backstory that I think really affected kind of my life growing up. But you know what? Eventually, I had to just decide I wasn't a victim anymore, and I had to own my own life and live it. So that might be a good word for some of you today. Your victim card has expired. Get on with it. So I started noticing if I want people to trust me who are important to me and people even who aren't important to me at the time, I had to check myself and make for sure what you saw me doing up here, you saw me doing out there, and there was no confusion. Right? For example, I go to conferences. And some of these conferences you go to, it kind of get crazy at night. Any of y'all been to any roofing events? Yeah, it can get crazy quick. And some part of me goes like, yeah. I mean, this is fun. This is kind of crazy. Drink a little and go to bed. And whatever happens after that just happens after that. And then I started realizing people were seeing me up here doing what I'm doing and talking about core values and the importance of being authentic to whatnot I just believe, but the life you saw me live. And then I had to decide, nope, can't do that anymore because I want to be trustworthy. I've spent 13 hard years intentional to make for sure that none of you, including all you vendors sit back there, you could never see me in a place that disrupted what you heard from my mouth. No. What level of intensity do you carry about your own self that makes you align in behavior with the beliefs you prophesy out of your mouth? So what most of us do is we're too casual about it. People understand. That's the problem they do. But that's why you stay in the state of confusion and chaos you live in, because you're double-minded and you're unstable in most of your decision making, and then all of a sudden you look around people and they're not following you. You go like, what the heck? I'm your boss, you follow me. No, that's not the way this works anymore. You want influence as a leader. You want to be significant, important to other people, that make sure that what you believe, you live, and watch what happens. They'll follow you off a cliff. Alignment of beliefs and behavior. So you're taking new shape. My second question is are you content with your evolving identity? So maybe you're convinced now that change is inevitable. It's happening to all of us on a regular basis. My question is, are you happy with what people are seeing? So what we have the great opportunity to do today is to reinterpret our lives to this new opportunity of understanding about facing choices and making the right decisions that follow. The only way you're going to change who your identity is to start facing challenges and making decisions differently. Is that hard to understand? Well, then let me ask you this. Why is it so difficult to do? You know why? Because people are too
casual about the work required for change needed to impact people to greater level. They just think they can wake up with it and they're cute or they're smart or they're more intelligent or whatever the case may be. And they think their personality can win people over, and all of a sudden you find yourself in a ditch somewhere and ain't nobody willing to get you out. So you want to shake up your identity and you're not comfortable with it? I wasn't. I mean, and at times still I'm not. There are things still that I do that I go like, oh, golly. But what it always does is it makes me revert back to knowing I've got another choice that's going to be similar to that one that I just messed up in coming around the corner the next time I ain't blowing it. I tell people this all the time. It's not failing once that matters, it's just doing it regularly. Because if you're doing it regularly, you don't give a crap. Now, again, there's some chemical issues. I know there's some other things that do matter and do affect people, and I'm not downplaying that, but I'm telling you this, you own you. And if you want different outcome and people to follow you off a cliff, you better start aligning what's important truly to your life and live it for people to see it. Where the heck am I, Reggie? I thought I was coming to a roofing event. Well, you are. But I'm trying to make you better at what you're doing because it's going to impact every level of your life. Here's what I know. There's a symbiotic relationship between who you are personally and who you are professionally. I get calls regularly, people going like, I've hit a glass ceiling. I can't grow. I say, you know why? Because you're the same person today. In a lot of ways, your behaviors and that you were 5 years ago. And so why would you think you'd get a different result? You want something different, do something different. To get where you're wanting to go, some of you, not some of you, all of you are going to have to do things you've never done to get where you want to go. That makes sense, right? If I've not been up that mountain right there, I got to find a way to get up there because I've never been up there before. And so if there are goals and aspirations that you have, that you've never been able to attain, figure it out, understanding it's going to take new paths, new opportunities, new choices, and new decisions to get there. Can I get a witness? Thanks. That's all it took. I'm happy right now. Question number 3. If you could modify one aspect of your life to enhance its significance, what would it be? Here's the problem. Which one? I'll put a water bottle down here somewhere. Oh, thank you. Here's the problem. Many of us, including myself, have a complexity of challenges that we face every day. And so what we tend to do is rather than deal with them, we go like this. See no evil, do no evil. We have this Pandora box full of our own personal challenges. And we go like, eeny, meeny, miny, mo, which one really needs to go? I just made that up. That wasn't bad. Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, which one really needs to go? That's good. And I look at myself and I go like, dear, there's just so much pollution in my life and weaknesses in my life. I don't know where to start. So what I had to figure out was which one thing could I concentrate on? I could throw my energy at. I could stay committed and dedicated to for more than 30 seconds and just lean into that. There's some science to this. And there's science that says this: habits formed have a tendency to pull other good habits that are formed have a tendency, without you having to do a lot, to pull these other bad habits you have along for the ride. But you got to start somewhere. So if you could leave this building today, which is one thing, just one thing, I want you to take a pen and a paper or computer or phone or whatever, and I want you to take a minute and just think about what is that one thing? What is it? I know what mine was. I wasn't trustworthy. So you know what I did? I did everything that I told you earlier to make sure if nothing else was said about me, you could say, that boy's trustworthy. What's your one thing? Because you trying to scatter shoot this thing ain't going to work. Trying to fix everything all at once, you've experienced that frustration. Just one thing. So the way I ask you to define that is if you could change or modify one thing in your life that creates this huge enhancement and significance, not just to you, but to other people, what would it be? What would it be? Just one. Because there is your starter. There is where true significance, meaning, and importance to other people will be birthed out of your life. One significant change. I would love for some of you to share with me today, casually. I'm not going to hold a mic in front of your hand and say, what's your one thing? Yeah, what's your one thing? I'm not going to do that. But I would love for you to come up to me afterwards and tell me what that one thing is for you. Because in the way I can, I want to walk with you through that. I want to journey with you. I want to support you in the way I possibly can. Because this is the thing that game changes not only your life, but people that are important to you, that you're in their life. One thing. Last thing is this. If you can find that one thing, do you have a structured approach in your mind to bring about the desired modification? What does that mean? Well, what that means is you got a plan. Because what will end up happening is you're going to have to try new routines. You got to do other things that you haven't been doing. You're going to have to start building new habits and replacing this old habit you're trying to get. When I believe this, to win, you have to find something to get rid of and simultaneously replacing with something that creates value to you and those around you. And sometimes you're going to hate this, but this one thing change that you need is going to require you to add some and subtract others from your life. That's a hard one. I mean, there's some people who just refuse to walk with me to get rid of things they and I both knew needed to go. Because it was a bond for us. I'm not a smoker, never been a smoker, but what I realized is if I were, I can't be around people who smoke. I'd want to pick one up. So I had to cut some people, not smokers, but other people like that that supported that kind of notion of life I was living, and I had to get rid of them. At the same time, what I did is I added people who would stand alongside of me, be accountable with me, and help me in my journey. Dude, have you not realized yet you living on an island by yourself is not really helpful for you? Because you ain't going to tell you what to do right most of the time. I got people in my life right now who will snap my neck because I've given them the authority to do that. Like, you see this? Nope. You don't wait. You don't hesitate. You don't worry about how I feel. You jump in. You know why? Because I've got a bunch to lose behind that decision that if you don't help me stop doing it, I'm going to lose more than what I'm willing to give. That makes sense? So what's your plan? So you don't just need to find one thing. God, you need to find a plan. So I'll leave you with this. Our search for significance does not have to be running around the mountain for 40 years. Our search for significance starts with our willingness to start exploring our why. Why are we here? And what can we do to enhance our lives and create enough value in us that it impacts those around us that matters? And the last thing I'm going to tell you is this. Most of the people you think you're important to, you're not. It's because you want to be important to them, and they may placate you, and they may give you these attaboys sometime and go like, man, great job. But in the back of their mind, their win only is in their gains. Can I say that again? The wins that they're after, that you may be a part of, is for their gain and nobody else's. You better watch yourself, and you better find a way to live your life in such a way that you can feel truly that the substance and the meaning behind everything you do matters to other people. I thank you for your time, and I hope this has helped. Have a great day.
Reggie Brock that just shared some cool nuggets with us. And I always love it when Reggie opens the event up. Leanne, can we have that one too? I always love when Reggie opens this event up because it always kind of lays the foundation for the rest of the day. Now, we're going to talk about some practical stuff here that's going to potentially, we're going to go over some things, obviously, that are going to help your business out on a very practical level. But I always believe that the foundation is important, especially if you're trying to grow your business and attract new people. And you got to invest in your people. And the only way to invest in them is to understand that people are humans that have needs that are beyond just physical and, everything else. So I always love when Reggie starts with some emotional stuff that's going to help us become better at managing businesses and managing people. So, but without further ado, I want to invite Eagleview up, and I'm excited to have them here with us today. And I wanted to come up and share the stage with them a little bit, if that's all right.
Oh, love it. Thanks for having me on, man. Really appreciate it. My name's Tim Cassette. I'm the regional sales manager for the West for Eagleview. Appreciate you having me on and talking about our new program. It's called Assess. Basically, what is Eagleview? That's an important piece first, right? Where did we start? What do we do? People think, aerial measurements, and there's a big misnomer with Eagleview. They think that we're using satellites. Wrong. What we do is we own 130 planes. We make a camera system that goes underneath those planes. We're flying the United States and Canada on a grid. From that, we're taking tons and tons of photos. Top-down view, 45-degree oblique imagery, which allows us to pitch roofs and deduce measurements for roofs, siding, and we have a solar design tool. Lots of different facets to Eagleview. I'm not going to drone on about that. No, very funny pun.
That was a good pun. I like that one. Yeah, drone on.
Brought me up here, right?
Yeah, it's...
So, newest thing, Assess. What is it? Really, it's a platform. And what we do with it is it's a way of gathering an abundance of photographic evidence and documenting what is up on a roof without actually having to hop up there, take photos, do more damage to the roof. From there, it neatly organizes everything, right? So what's important about it is the drone here, right? This is our medium. This is what we're going to capture all these photos with. It's an autonomous drone, which I was in Boise a couple weeks ago, and I'm talking about this autonomous drone, which I thought everybody knew what autonomous meant. Wrong. So I'm talking to this contractor. So you guys know autonomous means it flies itself, right? So talking to this contractor, and I said, it's an autonomous drone, takes all these photos. This guy looks at me just serious as can be, and he says, you told me this thing goes underwater. No, what? How is that helpful to a roofer? It's not. You're thinking maybe aquatic, amphibious, so autonomous drone,
right? Good aquatic drone now, every now and again.
Maybe
you never
that's
know,
next
right?
For us, right? You never know.
Do the submarines, right?
Maybe. So
autonomous submarine.
What this guy does, right? So we give you the whole package. This Pelican-looking case. You get an iPad, 4 batteries, you get a controller, and the drone itself. On the iPad, what you're going to do before you go out on site, you plug in an address. You hit, I'm on my way on this iPad, right? Go out on site, place that drone on that case, and hit go. At that point, it pops up 6 feet in the air. It does a 360 and gets its bearings, right? What's different about this drone as well, doesn't solely rely on GPS. It's got 12 cameras and sensors on it, so even if you're out in the middle of nowhere, the thing knows where it is, and it's gonna be able to avoid obstacles at the same time. So, pops up 6 feet in the air, gets its bearings. That point, shoots up over the roof, camera aims itself down. On the iPad, you can see what's going on. You're gonna draw a rough box around that roof. That point, you hit go, it starts zipping around, figuring out the optimal path that it needs to fly so it can take photos of every square inch of this roof. We're talking 8 to 10 photos for every square of the roof, right? So just an abundance of photos. At this point, it charts out its path, it goes back up, and all you have to do is hit one button. It drops down to 4 feet above the roof, goes a lawnmower style pattern, and takes photos of every piece of that roof. Comes back to its case when it's done. Average flight time is about 13 minutes. Lands itself back on that case, and at that point, there's a soft import. It sends all of the photos over to the iPad so you can see everything that's just happened on that roof, all the stuff that's up there, right? When you get back to your office, if you have a MiFi device with strong internet connection, all of those photos get sucked up into the Eagleview cloud. We use machine learning, AI, and a combination of technicians to stitch all that stuff together. You can look in the Eagleview drone portal and you have a top-down view of the roof. You can click into each facet. You can see all the raw pictures that we have there. But more importantly, what it does is it finds any anomaly on that roof. An anomaly could be a hail strike. It could be a lifted shingle, a creased shingle, bird shit. Whatever is not supposed to be on there, it's going to identify, and it's going to drop little yellow circles all along. What do you got, my man? No, that'd be nice. No X-ray technician or no X-ray technology yet, but
it's
things
coming.
are evolving, right?
It's evolving. That's a good term.
Oh, question was, can it tell layers of shingles? How many layers of shingles? Answer is no. We can't do that. I'm gonna be totally transparent. Maybe in the future, right, as technology evolves. But, so with that, little yellow circles all along that roof, we've identified these anomalies, right? You click into it, you set eyes on it and zoom in, and you can say, yeah, that's a hail strike, or no, that's nothing, it's moss, it's a stain, whatever it may be. Anything you say yes to, then automatically gets compiled into like a third party, like almost a damage assessment. I can't say damage because that's a legal term, but it's basically a secondary report. It's going to identify and help you along in the claims process, right? So hundreds of photos, everything that you say, yes, this is damage to, compiles into this report. Other thing that we can do with it is if you're in a really rural area, Eagle View covers 96% of the populated US, but there are areas that we just can't fly our planes. Montana, Idaho, or it doesn't make sense for us to fly a plane. There's not enough population density. We can also take this, it only takes 8 to 12 photos, and we can still deduce some measurement from it. So that's kind of the Eagle View program, the Assess program in a nutshell. Can also be used for marketing, fully autonomous when you're using it in an Eagle View drone app. You can also kick it into Skydio app. Skydio makes this drone. US drone manufacturer, not made in China. Very important, right? We've teamed up with Skydio. You can use it for marketing aspects, flybys of the roof. You can target the center point of a roof, tell it how many miles per hour you want it to basically hover around it. Great for before, during, after videos. That's what our drone does, you know, in a nutshell.
And I just want to share a little bit. So I got my drone in Indy, and before we got it, I know Alan came out and he flew it on my house personally, and we shot a video for it. It's on the American Contractor show now. I think it went up last week. But this drone flew my entire roof in about 25 minutes, took about close to 360 photos of my roof, and compiled an entire report. I will say, like, from a contractor's perspective, okay, just speaking as a contractor, first off, my partners have been begging to get their hands on our drone that's sitting in the studio, and I won't let them touch it yet. But my business partners at Modern Roof want this bad because they want to go fly it in a bunch of houses and play with it. But on the flip side of that, I will say, like, what this is capable of doing would take my people a really long time to do. And not only that, but how many people actually can inspect every inch of a roof?
Oh, you can. You get fatigued.
There's just no way. This does it in 20 minutes. And so I was so blown away with what this drone is capable of. And then there's another flip side of this too. There's other companies that offer a supposed similar product, but they end up using a drone like you take your own drone and use their software with it. And people are like, well, why is that different than this? That's a question I've gotten asked a lot recently. And then I've talked to other people about it. And I've said, well, the biggest difference between this, and this is, I know Paul's here, he's a videographer, and I got a team of videographers back home that do stuff. And I learned this recently, though, and this comes back to understanding color sciences and camera sciences. But these cameras are all very different. Okay, if I take this camera versus any other drone camera, they're all going to have different color sciences applied to them, which means that the type of photo that you get is going to look like if you have unmatched cameras, they're going to look different, okay? You can take the exact same photo in the same place with the same settings, and you're going to have a different outcome, okay? Same thing is true with these drones. What Eagle View's really done is they've standardized the process, and by using this exact drone, because you have to lease this drone from Eagle View, the reason why that's really important is because the information that's being sent back is the same no matter who sent the information. The same drone, the same camera technology, the same exact products, hardware, is creating that information, which gives you the most accurate data, which is why third parties that you're working with that need that data, whether it be a real estate agent, a homeowner, an insurance company, whoever, are going to put a lot more weight on this information rather than any other type of information that you can give them. This is standardized. Okay, this makes a big difference when it comes to it. I mean, I've been doing supplementing for 10 years and working with insurance companies. And as a former adjuster, I can tell you the weight that comes behind this is so different than anybody else that's out there, because it's Eagle View. Everybody works with Eagle View. Insurance companies work with Eagle View. You know, everybody handles Eagle View. It's a very large corporation that is very well trusted in the industry. So I wanted to take a minute and give you guys that information too, because I know that's always kind of a question that comes up. So
yes, that you do. Part 107 license.
Which is not hard to get.
Not hard to get.
Have one.
You know, my dummy sales guys at Eagle View, hour and 10-minute YouTube video. I watched it.
Lying.
I watched it a week before I took the test. I watched it the morning I took the test. I passed with an 86. Yeah. So you do have to have it.
It's mostly airspace is what they're looking at.
Exactly. So. I'll give you one story. So I got a contractor out of Portland. They're actually a big stormer. They've split off of Aspen, but they got about 14 locations, right? And when the drone came out, I get a call from their CEO. He says, hey, man, will you come down and just demo this drone for me? I'm going to bring in all my GMs, all my top sales guys, right? I said, yeah, sure, why not? So I live in Seattle or north of Seattle, make the drive down to Portland. I get to their office in downtown Portland, and it's hairy, man. Like power lines on two sides of the building, tree coverage. Like, man, I would never fly a regular drone here. And I'll give you a little backstory. I've had other drones before this, right?
Crash them?
I did crash them. You think that you're really good at flying a drone until you're trying to follow yourself around like on Puget Sound fishing and you dump one in the ocean, right? Then you're like, oh shoot, well that's not that cool. So I get down to Portland, I get into the like the parking area, and there's like 50 people. I'm like, oh my God, what'd I sign up for here, right? It's like, whatever. I've seen this thing fly. I feel confident in its ability and what it can do, right? So I set it up. All these guys are watching. Put the drone up in the air, it does its thing, gets its bearings, it shoots up over the roof. What I'm not thinking about, there's 30 pigeons sitting up on the power lines, and these things start like flapping wings. I'm like, oh my God, birds hate drones. This is terrible, this is gonna be a disaster. So these birds start dive bombing this drone. And I'm not gonna say that it's gonna always avoid a bird, right? In this scenario, these birds are dive bombing this drone, and it like ducks, dodges, and weaves, gets pushed into the power lines, threads the needle on the power lines, and comes out the other side and does exactly what it was supposed to do. I would never be able to fly a drone like that, but the software on it can, right? So it went from like, I was so nervous I'm gonna pee my pants, to all of a sudden this thing does its thing, lands itself, and the contractor basically just comes up to me and said, shut up, just take my money, man.
Well, the other thing that's cool too is if you had crashed it, what would have happened?
Replace it. So with
they own the drone, not you.
With that drone, if you fly it in the Eagle View drone app, where it's fully autonomous, we're liable for all of it. If it crashes, we'll get you a new drone in 48 hours. If you're flying it like in the Skydio app and you're trying to follow yourself on the mountain snowboarding, then there's some liability to you, right? We were not going to cover that if you're being negligent with it. But as long as it's in the Eagle View drone app, we own that.
Yeah, so it's pretty awesome.
Today. We'll get you going.
No, for real, spend some time, check this thing out. It's pretty awesome. And if you're watching this and you want one, I always tell people try it. I mean, I know you guys have reps all over the country, so scan the QR code at the bottom of the screen or click on the link, ask him a question, and then he'll be able to connect you with the local rep that can come out and give you a demo in person. I mean, that's what I've been telling guys all day long. Hey, get with the rep, and then, bug Tom, bug one of these guys, these high ups over there. And I've been giving out their personal cell phone numbers. It's worked out really well. They love me. But contractors have been getting free demos, and pick a house that maybe you got a denial on because of not enough damage or something, and have them fly the drone and see what happens.
Let us test this thing. That's what
they'll give you
meant to do. We want to come out here and prove that this thing works to you. So if you're in the West, you can call me direct. If you're in other parts, I'll connect you to your rep. What do you got? Say it again.
A demo trial?
No.
But they'll do one for you for free, though.
I'll come and fly one for free with you, and then when you get the drone, I can come out and train you on it. I mean, there's not a lot of training for a drone that flies itself, but we'll show you what's up.
It goes up, it does its thing. It's by far the easiest thing I've ever seen. So I've been blown away with the technology. You guys have done a great job, and so I've been really big about pushing this out to our customers. If you want to watch, we have a full video on the American Contractor Show right now. It just came out last week, and it's the entire thing of how we flew this drone at my house and the results and what it looked like and what the reports look like. It's incredible. We have yet to see something like this that's truly this at this magnitude in our industry. So thank you so much for being out here. So.
Really appreciate it. And then
bring the band in. Woo! You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With a rest, let's go. We won't fit in a box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit.
Hey guys, meet Connect Team, my favorite all-in-one app that takes your business to the next level. Connect with your team like never before with seamless communication, track hours with ease, assign tasks on the go, and even provide on-the-spot training. You can schedule shifts effortlessly and ensure safety compliance with a tap. Simplify your business operations today. Try Connect Team and discover a world of efficiency. Visit the link in the show description for a special discount.
Are you ready? Are you ready for the comeback? Yeah. Are you ready for the comeback? You know we the ones that ready for whatever. We gon' have to show them something, man. Let me see them hands up all the way front back. You don't understand that I'm doing what you can't with no cap. This is the return of the one. You ain't see him coming, you just heard drums. They've been ready for the battle. Any person that comes got the weight of the world on them. Yeah, they're too strong. I might have been down, not out. It's on sight, you gon' figure that out. And I might have been down.
Boring sales presentations often force your audience to zone out and make it harder for your sales reps to close deals. You need a presentation software that exceeds your customers' expectations and makes it easier for you to create, share, and measure each presentation that your team delivers. With dynamic editing tools and a marketplace filled with pre-built presentations designed by experts to help you sell, creating a powerful sales pitch is now easier than ever. Take your polished presentation and quickly share it on iPad or send it directly to clients on the web. Then use Engage's built-in rich analytics to track how well your pitch performs. Exceed expectations with Engage. Sign up for a demo today.
This is a shakedown. Order up that beat just like a takeout. Show me you got soul inside those new shoes. And you can rock and roll with an attitude. So good, so fresh, just the way you like it. Just the way you like it.
Accessing your insurance proceeds after a property claim is approved should be fast and easy. Who has time to run around for check endorsements, fill out confusing paperwork, or stay in regular contact with the mortgage company to ensure timely disbursements? That's why there's Ink Payments. Ink Payments allows you to digitally endorse multi-party checks and direct funds to restoration professionals in seconds. Just snap a picture of the check, upload it to Ink, provide a few details, and we'll take care of the rest. Ink.
One shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah, I was building on a lecture. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true stock trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The priest cut threes up, straight dropping the chills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares. The bomb race sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! It's one art, one shot. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars on the brakes. I'm talking one chance at best, yes. Painting pictures for the cause, you keep the brushes fresh. Flip the color, work the drummer, passion never rests. Freedom is a teacher under pressure, now we blessed. See, I was so go for the go. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
It helps to have the mic actually on. I have been in the industry over 30 years. Some people can probably know me as an influencer, so I do love social media. I use it a little bit different than some people because I actually just really enjoy it. So I create content that I think is funny or engaging, or I do basically everything kind of what I think. So part of the influencer too is that most of you, I pretty much assume, don't know me, and those that do know me don't care. So I'm cool with that because that's just kind of the state of the industry. So I did start over 31 years ago, starting as an installer. I installed and I had my own company for 18 years, joined manufacturing for 13 years. I've been with Roofle for another 1 year. So if you see me on social media, typically it's in the group. There's a couple of groups that I'm actually active in, the Name That Shingle, the NTS group. I also have my own group called What's That Roofing Code? I understand that roofing codes are very, very important to the lifeblood of a company. And so we answer a lot of questions based on code, and could be insurance work, could be retail, doesn't really matter. Code doesn't care. Code is code. So I have a lot of background in that. What you may not know is that when I went to college, I was actually a computer science major for 2.5 years before I finally switched and ended graduating with a different one. But I have been a nerd of technology for as long as I've been a roofer. And so part of my joy in joining the Roofle team has been to have these things to just combine and crash together, and has become a great move for me, and have enjoyed it immensely. So that's a little bit of background in my life. So I've been with Roofle for a year, and so one of the things that you know that you've probably have not, this is probably not new to you, but if it is, hopefully it's a little bit jarring to you to know that companies are 70% of roofing companies are out of business in 3 years. Over 90% of companies are out of business in 7 years. This is 2023. We're talking about technology today, and I'm telling you now that you are going to see companies that are going out of business, because today technology isn't just the thing that helps your company thrive. It's actually probably something today that's going to help your company survive. It's a little bit different than it has been in the past. See, I graduated high school in 1992. I left high school, went immediately on the road, and I was nailing 3-tab shingles to salt domes around the country, living out of a suitcase. So I started really from the beginning of this industry in about as bare bones as it comes. There wasn't a whole lot of technology that we were using. The reason I tell you that, though, is after the 4 years, I worked my way through college doing that, and before getting married and moving on to my next phase of life, I gave a gift to my boss. It was a pneumatic nail gun, because we'd been hand nailing 3 tabs for the whole career, right? And so one of the things is like, hey, this is new, this is kind of cool. I gave him a pneumatic nail gun. So keep in mind, this is 1996 now. So when did he actually use it? Anybody want to guess? It wasn't quite 2010, but it was after 2000. Think about that. It took him 4 years to actually start utilizing something that we probably take for granted. How many people even have a hammer anymore, right? The reason I tell you that story is because a couple of different things I want you to know about it. It's not because he was dumb. It wasn't because he was hard-headed. Every excuse that he gave that he could not implement that technology into his company made sense. Because we were working on salt domes. They were almost straight up and down. They were 2112 at the base, and at the very top, as you got to the top, it might be 812. So if you're dragging a gun, you had no place to put it. You're dragging these hoses, which is crazy heavy as you're getting 80, 90, 120 feet up into the air. We're working on tow boards. We're tripping over harnesses if we were wearing them. This is really old school, right? You also needed a compressor. We had no power. Most of these were new construction. He had excuse after excuse after excuse of why this technology was not for him. Now, 5 years later, he was using them every day. The reason I tell you that story, too, is that there were a couple of things that he had the benefit of that we don't anymore.
and that was time. If you are going to wait 5 years to start implementing technology today, it's probably too late. That's why I say, in this day and age, if you not only need technology to thrive, which you absolutely, you look around the room, some of the vendors that are here, there's fantastic technology that is at your fingertips, and they are going to help you build your business, grow your business, and thrive, but we're getting to the point where you're probably going to need to look at some of these technologies in order to survive. We're going to take a look at a few. I'm not a vacationer either. And so a couple weekends ago, my daughter was looking at some grad schools out in the West Coast, so we ended up in Los Angeles, ended up on Huntington Beach. Does anybody, do you guys get out to West Coast? You go Huntington? I grew up in Iowa. Like, I don't know the world very much. And I don't do well on vacation. I certainly don't do well sitting on a beach watching the sun go down on a glassy sea. That is just not my idea of fun. That bored me to death, pull my fingernails out. I mean, that is God telling you that there's a place called hell. However, Huntington Beach is a little bit different because they do have some pretty significant waves that come in. And I'm like anybody else. I'm a people watcher. And if you have a couple of people that have their backs to the wave and not really paying attention at all, and you got one of those great big waves that are getting bigger and bigger, and they just smoke them, that's my idea of a good time. I will watch that all day long. And I'm not even indiscriminate about my desire on this. I don't care if it's a little kid or a big fat guy in a Speedo. If they're going to get schmucked by a wave, I want to watch it and hopefully catch it on camera. But think about this though, because this is kind of what the picture of what I'm trying to cast to you as to this coming in of this bigger waves, and they're coming in faster and faster. You've got this roofing industry that is, you guys have been identified by private equity, this mature money that we see coming in. They see the margins, they see the opportunity, they see the growth in this industry, and that compared to and paired with some of the technology companies that are emerging, some of the amazing tech that's being developed, and now these waves are coming in, and if you're not paying attention, guess what's going to happen? You're going to get blown in the back, spun around in a circle, slammed against the rocks, probably scraped against some coral and stung by jellyfish. It happens, right? If you're not paying attention, you're not looking for it. But if you're specifically in Huntington Beach again, guess what? It was also the U.S. Open of surfing. I didn't even know they had such a thing. And funny thing, they had booths of different places where you could actually be vendors, and I called my boss right away. I said, we need to be a vendor at the surfing championships, and I'll work it. And my daughter says, well, it's open too. I mean, you could probably compete. I'm like, I'm in. I've never been on a surfboard in my life. But that's what's cool about it, is because some people are getting hit and schmucked and beat up by these waves, while other people are waiting for the waves to come in. They're jumping up on a surfboard and they're surfing it in. That's what I want to talk about today. Be aware of what's coming, because it's coming, and it's coming fast. Be nimble enough to adjust to it, to see it coming, to adjust, jump on your surfboard and ride it in. Don't be the one that's going to get hit and beat up by it. Is that a threat? Well, it doesn't have to be. All right. I'm going to show you, we're going to go through a few of these different things, but in your mind, again, what I'm trying to do, it's a great thinker once said, talent is the ability to hit targets that no one else can hit, but genius is the ability to hit targets that no one else can see. And there's a third column up here that you can't see. And that's the tech that hasn't been developed yet. We have an old way, we have a new way, but we have this one that's not even up here that's called the future way. And I want you to think about it in these terms, because what is the thing that propels technology? I call it three things. Something that's more effective, more efficient, and releases or causes less tension. So as you look through this list, as good as some of these new ways are, some of them are still going to be more effective, more efficient, and cause less tension. And you're going to see even evolutions beyond these. So as we all started, hand nailing 3 tabs. Everything's on paper. Now we have CRMs. You have hand measurements. Now we have aerial measurements. But I'm telling you,
We just saw a great presentation of drones by EagleView. Guess what? They still have R&D. Do you think they're stopped at where their technology is? Nope, they got more coming. Calculate estimates manually. Now we got advanced quoting tools. We've got iPads and presentation software, 3D home visualizers. Material ordering platforms, are you kidding me? I mean, things have evolved significantly in how you order materials, but guess what? There's a lot more coming. It's gonna get easier. It's gonna get better. It's gonna have less friction. It's gonna be more accurate. SEM, SEO, social, digital agencies. Again, being from Iowa, I talk about this all the time. How many people have just this really fancy website? It's like a great big billboard, and it's in the middle of a farm field in Iowa, and nobody can see it. It's important to be able to understand where the technology is and how to harness it for your gain. Because the person that's got, I don't care how beautiful your website is, if nobody can find it, it doesn't not just help your company not thrive. You need that stuff to work in order for you to survive. Physical inspections have been replaced by drones. We just saw a drone here. Virtual meetings and e-commerce. Obviously my specialty right now is e-commerce, and I want to talk about it because it's coming faster than what you think. There's a lot of people working on it. Coming back from where I was when I started my company in the late 90s, and I knew that all I had to do was brush my tooth in the morning. I had already separated myself from a majority of my competition. It's not like that anymore. You guys have to have nice trucks. You have to have a website. You have to have processes in place. You have to be larger sales teams. You have to have a lot of things that I didn't need many years ago. We have a lot of other technologies that are coming as well. Think about where shingle identification has come and where damage detection has come and the role that artificial intelligence is suddenly having on all of these different aspects of our industry. It's coming fast. But let's get into e-commerce a little bit. Blockbuster and Netflix. We hear this actually brought up quite a bit. And I have a little bit of different spin on it. I am fascinated by all of this stuff, but one of the things that, again, going back to my story of giving the pneumatic gun to my boss, I know that as Blockbuster was dealing with this, and we're talking about disruption here, right? And we know that disruption generally comes from outside of the industry. It's not from the person who's already established. It comes from outside. So Netflix came from outside of the industry, and they attacked one of the hardest parts to attack for Blockbuster. And what was that? 70% of Blockbuster's income was coming from late fees. And that was one of the first things that came out with Netflix was no late fees. So if you are established and you have a company, you have a disruptor that enters your space, think about it right now. If you're in this, can you think of something that brings in 70% of your income? And all of a sudden, the disruptor comes in and takes that away. You're going to have to think about how to adapt or die, right? Or hopefully wait them out. And that's what Blockbuster was at. So I don't really blame them for being stupid or hard-headed or I mean, that's not, these guys, that wasn't really the full story. There was a couple of things that I think they did could have been better. We all get this excited thing. Well, they could have bought Netflix for $50 million and they passed. Well, how stupid are they? Well, think about this though. They actually started adopting, they were already thinking past Netflix. They were already thinking the streaming. They were already working on it. The problem is they made a bad deal with Enron. We kind of know where that went. But the other thing that they did, they had a hard time removing themselves from their 70%. They were slow to adapt. And even when they started adapting more to the Netflix style, it was probably too late. The other thing, they had a hard time putting themselves in the shoes of their consumer. They didn't realize how much their consumer really hated their way of business. Because to them, it was successful. 70% of their income, and they were very, very successful. They couldn't really tell how much their consumer hated the way that they did business. So I want you to think about that a little bit. So, Let's talk about e-commerce. If you ever get into Marcus Sheridan books, he talks about this a lot with transparency. So if you are, as the industry, and it's happened in every single industry, it's kind of a late coming to the roofing industry, but these are the questions you're going to have to ask. And Marcus Sheridan says there's 3 questions that any industry, any company ever, as soon as they start putting their prices online, they have 3 questions that they have to answer. Number 1, my competitor now knows my price. How are you going to deal with that question? Number 2, my product or service is complex. How can I put a value online for a product or service that's complex? And number 3, what if my consumer is scared off by what they see? As roofers in this space or in this room, you're probably asking, yeah, those are probably the reasons why I would never put my price online. But you're not alone. Every single industry has already gone through this evolution. We're just here at now. And it's coming fast and continue to come. But look at the customer experience. Each customer now, you've got these products. They're complex. They've got different hard drives. They have different sizes, shapes, speeds. They've got different LCD screens. You've got a lot of different things, but these particular 2 are exactly the same. They're on 2 separate websites. Now, how does a consumer choose? We've got a lot of different things. I mean, this is where you guys are already spending a lot of time and money building your brand, building your value propositions. You're creating that environment from which consumers are going to choose you over a customer, all things otherwise being equal. So what do you like about Amazon? What do you like about Best Buy? Best Buy, you could probably go to the store, you can find it online, do your shopping, figure out what you want, then go to the store and pick it up. You can't do that at Amazon. Amazon doesn't have any stores. You'll probably have to wait a couple of days. So there's different strategies, different ways to take an online strategy, put it on your website, and continue to meet the needs and the demands of your consumer. That's the whole point. Here's what we're all kind of nervous about, scared about, however you want to say it. One of the things that I never ever hear is anybody saying that they hate Amazon because of all of the stuff that they have and the ability to go online, shop for just about anything and compare everything from products, quality, reviews, everything, figure out what they want and have it in a couple of days. Amazon is spectacular at that. What do people hate Amazon for? You're never going to compete against them. Who's going to compete against Amazon? Who's going to create a marketplace now to go up against Amazon? This is why I want you to think about what's going on, because right now we don't have an Amazon in the roofing space. And I'm one, my opinion is I don't want one. I want that. I want everybody in this room and everybody in the audience watching this today to have the ability to own your virtual space before it's taken from you. And that's what we're seeing, some of these technologies evolving to be able to allow you to do that, but you have to be watching for the waves before the waves crash on you. One of the things about transparency that you're also going to see that you're going to, I think, be surprised about is how much transparency and trust go hand in hand. You see this from everybody that's writing about this and showing how this works in every industry that's already gone this way. Trust is tied to transparency. And the more transparent you can be with your customer, the more trust is going to be built with them. What is your brand's unique value? You're bringing yourself. You're not just every other Tom, Dick, and Harry. You have to chuck in the truck, whatever cliche you want to throw out there. You are spending a lot of time and effort and money to build a brand, build recognition, build your processes, build your quality so that it's very apparent to anybody who's searching for you to be able to find you and to be able to do business for you and to be able to do that with no friction. Effective, efficient, and no friction. That's the online consumer experience that we're looking for. Here's one of my most important slides. It's going to help you with all the different technologies that are data detection to CRMs to all of these things that you're trying to implement and do all at the same time. If you continue to focus on these 4 things, you're going to be fine. Know your numbers. Know where your profit is. At what point do you know that that's a job? What is a job costing? What are the variables that it takes to bump those numbers one way or another? Know your numbers. Secondly, have the ability to put yourself into the shoes of your consumer. The number of contractors that I have listened to over the primarily last year, but I've been hearing it for a decade, we don't do business that way. We would never do that. We don't do business that way. And as much as I respect that, it's the wrong thing to say, because how do your consumers buy? What are your consumers looking for? How are you tailoring your business to meet the demands of the consumer? Stop saying that's not how we do business. Say that's how we meet the needs of my customer. It's a very different way to start looking at how you do business and why. A lot of that has to do with your unique brand. In my mind, because I come from sales background and I love sales. And so it's always fun to see the tension that starts coming between sales and marketing, because marketing can make a whole lot of people aware of something all at once. This great big, hey, splash it either on social media, Google. There's a lot of different ways to get a lot of people to know right away of this. The problem is it's hard to get close rate from marketing. So you've got salespeople who say, I'll just pick up the phone, I'll call them, I'll tell them what the event is, where it is, what it is, how much it costs, whatever. I'm going to sell it, sell it, sell it. And yet brand, I think, is stuck right in the middle. It's kind of that piece that's right in between sales and marketing. Your brand is going to help your marketing succeed, and it's going to help your salespeople reach people that they would never be able to picking up the phone a million times. You couldn't make a million phone calls fast enough, right? So your unique brand, how you do business, is going to continue to be more and more and more important in the digital age, and as it's coming, and it's coming very quickly. Finally, processes. Listen, processes have changed significantly over the past few years, but you have seen nothing yet. As you have your online consumers start demanding instant gratification, guess what else they want? Instant results. Do you think that's going to affect your processes? I heard one guy say, I want 6 hours from the time that my homeowner comes on my website until a signed contract. 6 hours, are you kidding me? You think there's a lot of process that's going to go in that? There's going to be a lot of process to go to 24 hours. The future's coming, it's coming fast. Don't get hit by the waves in the back because you're not looking for it. Be set up to be able to jump up on a surfboard and ride it in. As you digitize, this is the stuff that makes your company thrive. I say technology will absolutely help your company thrive. It's probably going to help you survive, but at least we know it's going to help you thrive. It's going to help you expand your service area. If you're not putting somebody in a truck to drive 3 hours just to give an estimate, drive 3 hours back, hoping that they get a sale, now that all is done instantaneously, you think you can expand your area? Probably. Because now you're sending crews out to do the job, not salespeople to sell the job. Simplifies the sales process. One of our core values at Roofle is profoundly simple. You can have all the user experience that you want. If it's not simple, and I'm saying simple for contractors and for your homeowners, if it's not simple, they won't do it. Everything needs to be simplified and transparent. Save you time and money. Time is the one you can never get back. You can't make up new. As much as you pray, you're never going to get more than 24 hours in a day. Actually, you might. God's outside of time, but that's a theological discussion we can have. The first person that prays and gets more than 24 hours in a day, let me know. I'd love to hear about it. It's going to be great. 24 hours sales potential, guess what? As soon as you start doing this digital outbreak on your website, guess where a majority of your traffic's going to come? 9 p.m. and midnight. Do you guys have anybody working right now between 9 p.m. and midnight? You've got a whole new sales team that's developing out of this. Keep relevant amongst the giants. And I'm going to take that a step further. I passionately believe that it's not just keeping relative against the giants, and you're going to be holding the giants off. If you own your local space, it's going to be so hard for a company, a giant, to come in and take that from you. My favorite part too, the first companies to adopt the disruptive tech have the best chance to gain the market share. That's what I've been saying. Gain it, know it, understand it, watch it coming in, be prepared for it. Don't be scared of it. But the early adopters are going to have the ability to be more successful. And let me say, it's one of the other things that we haven't even talked about, because we're talking about all these technologies that are coming and the ability to do it. But think about the data that is being brought to the space as well. All of this data, he who has the most data always wins, right? So as you start early adopting these things, you start learning what the processes you need, what needs to be said, what doesn't need to be said, how you streamline it, how you make it easy, how you make it the user experience to where it's effective. You have the data, you are going to be more successful than anybody else. So as we're looking at Roofle, this QR code will allow you to use it. So our technology is very simple. We have the size of every structure in America, up to 10 structures per property. If we have that data available to you in the time that a page reloads, just in a few seconds, what can you do with it? That's what's been most fun about me being in Roofle right now, is because we're watching the creativity of contractors saying, you know what, if I had the ability to do that, I could do this. And they're coming up with these amazing ways to reach their customers in new and really inventive ways. So what RoofQuote Pro does is we take that square footage of that building and we allow you to put whatever products and pricing, your colors, your scheme, however you want to build it out, to actually start giving estimates to your customers instantly. And it's giving a reason for customers to then give you their information. So it becomes a crazy lead generation service for you to get those leads, but then follow them up to final proposal as well. So again, who would have thought 5 years ago that we would have the ability to get the size of a building and multiple buildings in a second? Well, now that we have it, what are we going to do with it? Take advantage of it. Keep watching the waves. There are more coming. You've got private equity, you've got lots of money, you've got lots of technology, you've got lots of disruption that's coming to the industry. Continue to network with the people here who are in this room. Owens Corning, you've got Inc., you've got Eagle View, you've got all these people that know and can see these waves coming in. They'll help you. And I really appreciate the chance to speak and talk with you guys today.
All right. Morning, everybody. My name is Ryan Holliday. I am the co-founder and chief revenue officer for Inc. We are a digital payments platform, a financial platform, if you will, for restoration professionals. And I'm very excited to be here in Salt Lake and be on this tour because it's heavily tech focused. if you haven't noticed already. How many people in this room, and this is going to be fun, with a show of hands, how many people in this room believe that this industry will be more than 90% digitized in the next 5 to 10 years? Raise your hand. So it's about half the room. You know what's interesting, during Mike's conversation when he was talking about the wave of technology coming through, I glanced through the room and saw more than half the room, almost 22 people, had looked at their phone at least once in the span of 2 minutes while Mike was talking about how technology is taking over an industry. And so whether you believe it or not, it's going to happen. When I got started in the industry, it was back in 2016, and I'm going to fly through my presentation today because I don't have too much time, but I'll share a quick story. When I got into the industry, we didn't have any of these tools. We didn't have ink, we didn't have Roofle, we didn't have the drone technologies that we have today. And so fast forward 7 years now, and many things are becoming automated. What I realized back then was I needed to save as much of my time as I possibly could if I was going to be effective, if I was going to go out and start scaling up my efforts. You can only cap out so high as a salesperson in this industry if you're still running around town and doing all this manual work for money. That's what I was doing. I was chasing checks. So I got sick of it. My business partner, Ken, got sick of it. He was a public adjuster. We were sick of chasing the money. So we decided one day, let's come up with a better way to do that. And in that lesson of building a company and starting Inc. from the ground up, it's all about how much time do I have in a day and where can I apply that time. Whoa. There we go. So Benjamin Franklin wisely said, time is money. It's probably the reason he's on the $100 bill, right? So how do I calculate my value? So how do you calculate the value of your time? And it's pretty simple. You want to take 40 hours a week, 52 weeks in a year. It's 2,080. So 2,080 total hours in a year. So let me give you an example here. Rick's Roofing completed just about 1 million in roof jobs and had a yearly net earnings of 172,000 after all business expenses, payroll, taxes, and insurance were paid. Because if you do $1 million in business as a roofer, right, you're not really making $1 million. You're doing $1 million in revenue, but you got a lot of expenses. You got to pay your labor. You got to pay your materials. You got to pay for all your administration, right? So what's left after that? It's your net revenue. And if you take that and divide it by 2080, that's what your dollar per hour is. Right? So figure out what your dollar per hour is, and you're going to start to realize, well, should I be spending my time on this or that? Right? That's when you begin to scale up in your mind your business by scaling up your capabilities through time. So understand that time spent equals cost, not time added equals more money. So if everyone has the same 24 hours in a day, then why do some succeed and most fail? And the number one reason, you heard it earlier, number one reason that contractors go out of business is cash flow. And it's because the majority spend their time doing things of less value than the ones who succeed. Just because you can do it doesn't mean you should. I hear it all the time. You know, the reason I talk about the value of your time so much is because our biggest competition at Inc. is the status quo. You know how much I hear Contractor tell me all day, I could do that same thing. I get that check back in 2 weeks from the mortgage company. Okay, well, if you want to call the mortgage company and pay for the label and fill out all the paperwork and send it off and do all that stuff, fine. But wouldn't you rather be building roofs or selling roofs? Wouldn't you rather be making more money? So the moral of the story is, just because you can do it doesn't mean you should. Most successful business owners, depending on what state you, maybe not California. I heard it's very, very different in California, but they're not the ones up on the roof. They're not the ones nailing. They're the ones running the business. You can't have multiple locations if you're that guy or that girl, right? So what can I do to improve the way my business operates? Well, number one, calculate your time and your team's time. You know, just because you have somebody in the office that is taking care of a task or something that needs to be done for your company doesn't mean they should be doing it. They could be more effective doing something else, bringing more value to your business, right? Do you want them sitting on hold with Bank of America for an hour to find out where your depreciation check is? Or do you want them following up with your customers and getting referrals or soliciting reviews? Plan to scale or plan to fail. And if your business can't run without you, then you don't have a business, you have a glorified job. Everyone should spend time adding value to the business, seeking referrals, getting reviews, tracking and analyzing data, understanding what's working, what's not working, so you can do more of what works. And not just the busy work, like I was saying before. If you're the owner of the business and, you know, you're doing 5 roofs a week and you're telling me I'm crushing it, but I take care of all my accounts receivable, I fill out all that paperwork, I do all that stuff and make sure all the checks come in into the office. Well, you're really not growing your business as good as you could be. You could be doing 10 roofs a week, 15 roofs a week. But you can't scale up until you understand the value of your time, what it's worth, and where you should apply it. Strive to be 1% better every day, and after a year, you'll have improved 3,740%. It's compounding. Just 1% a day. Imagine what that would have meant for Rick's Roofing in that example earlier. If he was doing $1 million a year and he improved 1% every day, theoretically. So, and for those of you that want to start to save time while you get paid, come see us over at the Ink booth. We have some of the best hats in the industry. If we're not good at payments, we're at least good at swag. But yeah, see, Reggie's even preaching about it. But I do want to thank the American Contractor Show for having us out, having Roofle out, and NTS, Owens Corning, Eagle View, just a great lineup of sponsors, speakers. Let's not forget Rhino and Jeff. But before we jump to a break, I'm going to open up for any questions about any of the technology that anybody's heard here this morning on payment automation or drone automation, estimating. Good? All right. Well, thank you so much, everybody. We're going to turn it back over to Leanne and the team here. Have a great day.
Thank you. Awesome. We are going to have a 5-minute break and then we'll continue out our afternoon. Okay. All right. Yeah. 5-minute break right now and then we will continue.
Bring the band in. Woo! Well, all right. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted. I don't need to try speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in a box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your box.
Roof Quote Pro. Roof Quote Pro.
The Roof Quote Pro.
Roof Quote Pro. I can't think of a better technology for you to pick up to grow your sales in 2023.
You know, I have talked to some of the contractors who have been using it, and it's just game changing.
It is something that businesses are going to need to incorporate in order to stay relevant.
Something else, I entered the address of another job site I'm about to start. The address isn't found on RoofScope, Eagle View, or any other aerial measurement site, but this one seems to find it. That's pretty awesome.
Are you ready? Are you ready for the comeback? Yeah. Are you ready for the comeback? You know we the ones that ready for whatever. We gon' have to show them something, man. Let me see them hands up all the way front back. You don't understand that I'm doing what you can't with no cap. This is the return of the one. You ain't see him coming, you just heard drums. They've been ready for the battle. Any person that comes got the weight of the world on them. Yeah, they too strong. I might have been down, not out. It's on sight, you gon' figure that out. And I might have been down, not out. Only one thing I gotta know now is, are you ready for the comeback? Yeah. Are you ready for the... Are you ready for the comeback? You know we the ones that. Let me see them hands up all the way front back. Yeah, it's the comeback. Are you ready for the comeback?
As a roofer, I got a million things to do.
And that's a million things that need to be done right.
What I do.
What I do.
What I do.
What they do is critical.
I keep homeowners protected.
Their families protected.
Homeowners rely on me, so I rely on Beacon.
Like me, Beacon is always building.
Building something special, a unique network of branches.
Built to get me exactly what I need.
When I need it.
Every branch working together. I don't think anyone else is doing that. With Beacon, I know my supplies will be delivered on time and complete.
And with the new Beacon Pro Plus app, I have the brands that I can depend on, like GAF, right at my fingertips, everywhere I go.
Searching, ordering, tracking.
It's like having my Beacon rep in my pocket 24/7.
I've got a million things to do.
And that's a million things that need to be done right.
I rely on Beacon.
Because I never stop building. And neither do they.
Beacon. Always building.
One heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah, I was building on a lecture. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true stock trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The breeze cut threes up, straight dropping the chills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares. A bomb race sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! It's one art, one shot. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one chance at best, yes. Painting pictures for the culture, keep the brushes fresh. Flip the color, work the drummer, passion never rests. Freedom is a teacher under pressure, now we blessed. See, I was so go for the go. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Done. I need the clicker. Welcome back from break. We are so excited. We've had a great morning so far, and we're excited to continue the day. And I'm next, Leanne Koppel. That's me. Yes, I'm super, super excited to talk about marketing and branding yourself within the industry, or just branding yourself alone, because who knows where you may end up someday. So, perfect. Lovely. I got the clicker now.
All right, we are going to get started. So this is Social Media 101. You may know some of these things that I'm sharing and you may not. This is just a great tips and tools and knowledge to get you going or to continue your journey within marketing. All right. Just kidding. All right. So we're going to get started. That is me up on that screen. I am Leanne Koppel. I have been in the roofing industry about 10, 11 years now. I actually came from the beauty industry. I was a hairdresser, and I started a roofing company with my husband and brother. I wanted to help out in any way that I could, and social media was one of the ways that I dived in. It worked very, very well for us. We moved from California to Texas, and in Texas, when you're a Californian, they're not very welcoming all the time. They would prefer to buy from a fellow Texan, so it was a little difficult at first. But then once I started actually branding us on social media, it opened up many, many doors, and we took our company from 0 to 20 million within 4 years. We are 8 years in. I actually just sold that company to my brother, my husband and I. He has full control of it now, and it is still growing and going as it was in the beginning. The branding seriously helps. So I'm just going to show you a lot of the things that I have utilized over the years, what I have learned, and things that I wish I knew when I was first getting started. So, who is your target market? That is important to know when you're trying to brand yourself, whether it's within your own company or if you're just a sales rep and you're trying to brand what you do and who you are. So, who is your target market? You got to figure out, who are you trying to reach? Are you trying to reach homeowners? Are you trying to reach people that more so own commercial buildings, men, women, younger, older? You need to get detailed so you know what type of content that you want to put out for those people. So next, you got to figure out, what platform are they on? Now we have so many social media platforms. We have YouTube, Facebook, Instagram, Snapchat, TikTok, X now. There's so many. You need to figure out, where is your audience, because they're not all going to be on the same platform. LinkedIn is a great one for roofing and contractors. Facebook is a great one for building relationships and Facebook groups. Figure out what platform they're on so that you could be on that same one. Next is, how do they like their content? Do they like it in a short form video like the TikTok videos or the Reels? Do they like a long written educational post like you would on LinkedIn? What do they like to receive so that you know what you can give to them? Next is all the right tools to get you started. These are tools that I utilize personally. I tell my clients to implement so that they look like professionals right away. There we go. All right, so first, Canva. Who uses Canva? Anyone know about Canva? I love Canva. Canva is amazing, not just for social media. It's amazing for your business, for you as a professional. You're able to make logos, business cards, graphics, flyers, whatever you need. There are templates. It was a 28-year-old Australian woman who created Canva, actually. She was a graphic designer. She wanted to help teachers, because teachers always need to create so much for their students, that she wanted to make it easier for them so that they don't have to take out of their budget to be able to spend for a graphic designer. Well, it ended up blowing up. She's like a billionaire. No, she's not a billionaire. I think millionaire now. But she did such a great job that now we all get to utilize these templates and be expert graphic designers without all the hard work. The next is Video Leap. I love Video Leap. So, most people like Reels now. TikTok changed that game of short form content. So maybe you're not an editor, and that's okay. There are a lot of apps, not just Video Leap, that have templates where you can plug in your pictures or your videos into trending audio and transitions and short form videos. And it's done right in about 30 seconds. So you can plug in before and after videos, and you look like a pro posting these reels and short form videos, and it turns out amazing, and it's free. So that's great as well. And once you up your skills as well, you can do the full editing app and kind of change it up the way that you'd like to do it. Next is ChatGPT. There are so many AI apps, platforms to use. Starting out, ChatGPT is easy and it's great. Anyone know about ChatGPT? Yay! Because it's so amazing. You could use it for social media posts. You could use it to write a letter, an email. I mean, there's so many opportunities within it, and as you learn how to use it, the better it gets. So ChatGPT is amazing. Next is, these are just some 5 rules to content creating. So that is the actual content that you're putting out. And the first one is authority. You want to create content to show your knowledge. So you want to build your authority, because when you build your authority, then your audience and your following trust you. You want to show them that you know what you're talking about, that you know what you're selling. You have to show them your knowledge, because then they trust you and they want to buy from you. Next is relatability. You want to create content that shows your humanity. You want to show that you're a human as well. You are relatable. You have hobbies that they may like. You have products that they may need, and you got to show them who that person is behind that. It isn't about just buying from a business anymore. It's about buying from people. Social media marketing has changed that. So it's important to make sure that you are relating to your audience. Next is relevance. Create content appropriate for your brand. So it would be kind of silly if I still posted like hair pictures or beauty stuff, and now that I'm in the contracting industry, it wouldn't really match up. It wouldn't match up with my brand. So it's important to continue along my own brand journey and what I'm doing, because then they know what they're looking for and you're able to be in your niche. Next is savability. You want to create content your follower will want to save, especially when it comes to short form videos or TikToks, and if it's educational at all. They will save your content to share with their fellow friends, homeowners, something that they can learn from you. And when they share that, it goes into your database of your algorithm and it sticks with you. So you want to create stuff that you can save. Shareability. You want to create content your follower will want to share. Why? Because then that goes outside of your audience. That goes outside of your friends list. That is how you can organically reach outside of who you already know. So you can reach the people that you don't know. When they share, it helps you a ton. The next, effective tips to get your audience growing now. So these are just some tips that I have learned over these past 8-9 years that I've been doing this that have worked really well for me and the clients that I've worked with. So the first tip is prepare yourself for the haters. Okay, we all know there are crazy haters on the internet. These keyboard warriors put stuff out there and it is insane what they say about you. Oops, didn't mean to do that. And a majority of the time, these haters are family and friends. I know when I first started gaining success, I would post my trips or I'd post things that I was doing, and I had a family friend come to me and say, I can't believe you're doing that. Why are you bragging? Why are you showing off? And that affected me. He was a hater, and I was like, oh my gosh, I can't do that. Like, I don't want them to feel bad. So I stopped for a while. That was so dumb of me, because there's people that are following me that are inspired by my journey, because I didn't come from success. I came from poverty. And if I can show them that I'm able to do it, then that's an inspiration and a motivation. You don't want to let others stop you from doing what you're supposed to be doing and growing your brand. And F the haters. I didn't say the bad word. We're live. I know. Expand your mindset with the right following. It is so important to narrow down your friends list. Narrow down who you are following. The reason why is because who scrolls every day? Are you scrolling on social media every single day? What information are you putting into your brain? Is it positive? Is it negative? Is it fearful? What are you watching? We are in a time where you can mute people. If you don't want to unfriend them and hurt their feelings, mute them. You can have a favorites list where you can have all of your mentors on there, or people you look up to, and then you're being fed with that every single day. You want to make sure you are feeding yourself with positivity and growth. So make sure that following is correct. Speak directly to your person and not the entire audience. So we know that there are millions and billions of people all over social media that are watching. We get that. We know there's a ton of people watching right now. But in the end, there's only one person behind that phone. One person behind that desktop. There's one person that I'm talking to right now. You have to remember to talk to that person. If you're on a live video, you want to say, hey, I know you're here. Thank you for being here. Thank you for watching. You want to talk to them directly because then they personally feel you. They feel what you're saying. They feel special because they feel like you're only talking to them and no one else. Engagement is as important as creating content. When you engage with others' post, or you engage with people that are engaging on your post, it increases your algorithm. It helps push out your content organically to help you get to people that don't already know you. That's how videos go viral. That's how posts go viral. It's by sharing, liking, commenting, saving. You want to make sure that you are also engaging with your following and not just posting and doing videos. And you don't have to just engage with the ones that are on your profile. Build relationships on Facebook. Build relationships with people in this industry. Go comment on theirs, because the more that you're on theirs, the more that you're visible to others as well. Consistency is everything. I know every successful person out there says it, but it's true. When you are consistent, they love you. And I'm not just talking about consistency where you have to post every single day. Find your own consistency. If you're just now starting out and you're not really on social media already, just make a goal of posting once a week or twice a week. You have to find your own consistency. And it's not just when you're posting. You want to be consistent with how the look of your brand is. So use the same type of fonts. Use the same brand colors. Use the same type of templates that you would for other posts. When you stay consistent with that, that's building the trust with your following, and then they know what they need to look forward to with you. Next is, every platform loves constant interaction. So the more that you are on a platform, the more they like you and they push your algorithm. So if you spend a majority of your time on Facebook, Facebook's going to show your content more. If you spend a majority of your time on TikTok, your algorithm's going to be great on TikTok. Why? Because you're using their services, so of course they're going to push you out there. Platforms love when you have that constant interaction. You want to use 5 to 8 hashtags that connect to your target audience or is trending. So this can differ. It changes. We all know social media is ever evolving. Before it was like 10 to 15. Right now the sweet spot is 5 to 8. That might change in the future. You can always Google it. Google will tell you. But when you use 5 to 8 hashtags, that also helps you to organically reach outside of your own following. Why? Because now there is the ability to follow hashtags and not follow people or platform or pages. So there's a lot of people that follow the hashtag roofing. There's a lot of people that follow the hashtag Salt Lake Roofing. You can also Google what is the top hashtag today, because hashtags do change every day. You can involve that trending hashtag into your post. This is so important. If you want to get out without spending a dime in ads and campaigns, you want to organically reach others that aren't already your friend or on your list, hashtags. I promise you, it helps so much. The next, always check in to improve Google rankings. So Google likes it when you're mentioned on other platforms, and when you're mentioned on other platforms, you organically get to go up on the list. So when you are checking into your locations, that's verifying to Google, hey, that business is real. That business is happening. So you want to make sure that whenever you post, you can check in to your business, your roofing company. What I also like to do when I originally moved to Texas from California, because I wasn't local, what I would do is I'd go and find out, okay, what's the Where do people like to eat here? Where do they like to shop? Where do they like to go? So I would go to those most popular places, take pictures, post them to our business page, and I would check into those popular places. And then half the time, they would share that post, so now those locals are seeing my content, or the people that go to look at their most famous barbecue spot or whatever, they would also see my content as well. It's another way to organically get out there without having to spend more money in ads and campaigns. Decide what emotion you want your audience to feel. So the biggest thing is we all know that the news likes to feed on fear and devastation and sadness, and it creates an emotion, so it makes them memorable. What do you want them to feel? For me personally, I like people to feel good when they come across my page. I like funny stuff. I like inspirational stuff. I've had quite a few videos go viral because I live on a farm, and we call it the Koppel Farm. And there is one video that has really gone viral, and it is, we bought a calf, a little baby cow, and when we did that, I told my husband, I was like, okay, we got to do this. I know you might not like this, but we're doing this. Let's put the baby calf in the bed with you, and I'm going to get a video. And so I got the video, and on the comment section, I put, I found my husband in bed with a heifer. Let me tell you, people like that. It was funny, it's a little crazy, I know, but that's the emotion I like to put out there. If you go to my page right now, it is all funny, inspirational. I want you to feel good when you come across my page. I don't want you leaving my page and being like, oh, I hate this. There's another crazy person out there. Because there are people. So what kind of emotion do you want to play? So, because the best marketing doesn't feel like marketing. I am Leanne Koppel on all platforms, but I am really, really excited to be here today. And is there any questions? I can take one question before we move on to the next. Any questions? No? All right. Awesome. Okay, we have the next. All right. Woo! I know, go ahead. Do you have a clicker or do you have a?
Yeah.
Okay, perfect.
Is this on? All right. I'm Mike Baker. I'm with Beacon Building Products. I've been with Beacon. This is an interesting story. I started out at Interstate Roofing Supply in '92, so I'm over 30. Interstate was actually owned by my father, and we were acquired by Allied in 2007, and then acquired it by Beacon in 2018. And so I have worked for one company, but really 3 companies. And so I have seen a fair amount of change, I guess, in the industry, in the roofing industry, and even in distribution. So at Beacon, I just want to talk about just a couple things that I have a passion for at Beacon. One of them is our core values. Now, where this came about was as Beacon had gone along and had started up other branches, had lots of acquisitions, you can imagine you end up with a wide variety of people, all coming from a little bit different background. Maybe even had a different focus. And so at Beacon, they went through and they asked people, what is important to you? What is it that you feel that you have a passion for that should drive what we do? And as they collected all these different ideas and feelings and passions, they found that there was a lot of consistencies. So those consistencies became what we call our core values. Put people first, make every day safer, do the right thing, own your day, and never stop building. Now, as these came out, my first thought was, well, great, another corporate thing. And I think that can be the case. I actually had a real passion for do the right thing because in our own family business, our motto was the name you can trust. And so that meant a lot to me. And as we went along, what I found was Beacon didn't just have these core values that just sit there, they act on them. and they are real. And I think what that does is it helps our people have a passion, and it helps us remember and understand, like when we talk about putting people first, that the customer is even why we're here. The customer is who we put first. And anything we can do to help our customer, really it helps us, but the success that comes from that is what drives us. I was talking to our sales guy, and he said, hey, did you know Beacon is actually sending me a safety kit that I can just put in my car? He's like, every time I see things like this, it lets me know that this isn't just some slogan that's here and is leaving, but that there is really a passion and action behind it. I wanted to put up the safety one because I've kind of developed a passion around safety. 93% of homeowners want to use a contractor who operates safely. And so for us, for me personally, I don't want anyone to get hurt that works for us. I think for me, that is the hardest thing. I would rather do bad in sales. I'd rather have a truck breakdown. I'd rather have anything else happen than somebody who works with us get hurt or killed. And so that becomes very important. I also recognize that that relationship that the contractors have with their builder or that they have with the homeowner is very important. And I don't want our company or our people to act in a way that detracts from your relationships. We are involved in a lot in the community, all kinds of different organizations here in Utah, the URCA, Habitat for Humanity. We're involved in Female Roofing Professional of the Year, Beacon of Hope, providing roofs for veterans. We're involved in a lot of different things in the community, and I think that that is good and important. It's not just, it helps us to stay grounded. It helps us recognize what's most important. I talked a little bit about the history, but Beacon was first started in 1928, and through various acquisitions and growth, here we are today. We have over 500 locations around the United States and 50 different states to kind of help service the roofing community. I like this quote. This is a quote we hear quite often in our company, and this quote is by Chuck Noll, who knows who he is? Steelers, the number one NFL team in the world. Can you believe how lucky is that? The number one NFL team. I have their quote right here. And he says, champions are champions not because they do anything extraordinary, but because they do the ordinary things better than anyone else. I installed shingles for a long time. I understand how to create a book pattern. I understand how to do steps. I understand how to do that. And if somebody applies themselves, they can learn that. And it's not, it's a skill that can be learned. But the guys who learn to do it just a little bit better than everyone else are usually the guys you want to hire, right? And so we have that motto of just trying to do everything just a little bit better. Of course, this is just a footprint pattern of where we have a lot of our locations. Some of the things that we try to do to make business easier for the contractors, we regularly do an optimization in our warehouses. And what that means is we evaluate the products we sell, how often we sell them, and then we look at where we have them. Things change. It might be that a regular static 550 vent is super popular, and then 5 years later you never sell it, and it's still at the front of your warehouse out of habit. And so we evaluate that to streamline and speed up the will call process and our loading processes. We have what we call OTC, which means on time and complete. All right. We have, in markets where we have more than one branch, what we have done is we've structured those branches so that they work together. Our branches, for instance, in Utah, we have 4. Our branches actually don't compete with each other. they all work together. In fact, we have a centralized dispatch where somebody kind of oversees the trucks, and if it is easier and better for the contractor for a branch in Ogden to deliver the job in Ogden, we do that. We route it to wherever is going to be better for the contractor. We don't care which branch it comes out of. And we share material. All of our branches work together in order to try to facilitate the business of the contractor. Are we perfect? No. We're not perfect. We're striving to be better every day, and we measure that, and I'll show you a little bit how we do that. These are some of the things that go along with our on time and complete. We are focused on being better each day. We have what we have called our customer experience. We love our acronyms, and so we call it CX. But our customer experience dovetails right into this on time and complete theory, okay? Our customer experience is that we are trying to provide the best experience for the customer from the time they order to when they finish the project. And that job being able to arrive on time is a big part of that. We have, during this customer experience, we're focused on getting it right the first time, and we're not perfect. So when we make the mistakes, then our focus is let's just fix it. If we have a job where we get a call and says there's not ridge on this roof, in that moment, we don't really care if you ordered it, if we forgot to deliver it, if it's up there and we don't see it. Our focus is get ridge to the job. This is a partnership. We'll figure out what happened after. We do not want to hold you up. We are not going to wait and try to determine what. We're just going to get the job fixed so that you can get on and get it finished. We know time is money. I mentioned that with this customer experience, we have metrics and we look at it every day and every week. And we keep track of where we make our mistakes. We evaluate why and then try to correct those. We take pictures on all of our job sites, and when you're signed up on our app, you can actually be able to get pictures from your job sites as they're complete. You can see when they're delivered. You can track them. Our focus is to try to get better each day. We have meetings with everyone from driver, loader, to warehouse, to inside, to evaluate and look at every mistake we made. Are there consistencies? And I'll give you one example. We had a market that we kept delivering pipe flashings incorrectly. And the answer wasn't just deliver it correctly. One of the drivers said, you know what, I notice on the paperwork how it prints out, the way the description is, it's tough to recognize what it really is. And we looked at it and went, you know what? He's right. So we took what that driver said and we changed our whole computer system around that with those products. And of course, we saw those mistakes go down. So everyone plays a part in trying to make the business better so that we don't cause problems for the contractor. We do have an app, a lot of people do. Our app is structured. I won't go into all the details, we don't have time for that. I have a lot of slides I could show you, but in essence with our app you can order online. You can view your invoices online, you can pay online. Ordering online, we actually have people that will make templates, and so if you have a certain product and a very common material list, we can create a template to where you're just changing color and quantities and put the address in, and when you want it delivered, you can have as many templates as you want in there. You can name them, and you don't even have to do all that yourself. You're welcome to. We have a tech rep. We have people that can. You could actually send an order over and say, hey, I want a template that has this product on it. and we can create that for you so that it just makes it that much easier when you go to order your products. You can track promos on our app, whether that's our promo or a promo from a manufacturer. It can track that for you. For instance, if we have Owens Corning here, if Owens Corning has a promo on their ice and water shield, you can track your purchase of ice and water shield in there and be able to track that promo. So there's a lot of different tools. Storm Watch. If you are in the insurance business or that's important to you to know where there's hailstorms, you can track that on our app, and it'll actually give you maps of where you can go to see what was affected, how big the hail was, and what kind of pattern it hit and how many houses. So there's just a lot of tools that you could use. So our app is made, it's created to save you time, to try to get a one place where you can go to then operate your business. You can actually get, we heard from Eagleview, you can get to Eagleview from our app. You can pay your bill. There's just so many things that you can do. One that the guys have really liked lately is being able to get a text notification or email notification when their job is complete and be able to see the pictures. I'm going to, in the interest of time, I wanted to hit here, our app is directly integrated with AccuLinks, JobNimbus, and SumoQuote. So if you use any of those, you can actually have orders with a click of a button go from there straight into our Beacon app, which as it goes, the app goes into our operating system. It sends an email notification. Our sales guy brings it up. He looks through and just makes sure it looks right in case maybe there was a mistake. If he notices something, they contact you just to make sure it's accurate. We actually, in order to kind of help with that initial jump-off point of ordering online, if you use JobNimbus and you have not ordered through us previously, you can actually earn a $1,000 Visa gift card by placing 5 orders that total $5,000 or more between July 24th and September 30th. So if you haven't used it, this is a great way to test it out, to try it out, and see how you like it. I'm going to go through these. We do have a private label Tri-Built, and what we've done is our focus there is to take some of the best products out in the market. They are private labeled for us, and you can typically save a little bit of money by going through the Tri-Built label. We try to get the very best products for that. I've worked at Beacon now since 2018, since we were acquired, and I have really, really liked the company. When we were first acquired, I wondered how things would go, but I have been very happy with it. And I feel like we have one of the best companies. One of the reasons we created our customer experience program is because when we did surveys, 70% of the contractors said, you're not any different than anyone else. And that was a reality. And that hurt. Imagine if your spouse or significant other said, you're not any different than 70% of the people I dated. That would kind of hurt. And so our focus is to change that, to try to be somebody that the contractors think, I want to do business with them because they care and I can trust them. And so thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Mind if I put this right in front of you for a second? Thank you. No worries. Okay. Hello. Is this on? Can you hear me? Yes. Hi, my name is Robert Hill. I am the Owens Corning rep. Now you can't. Now?
No, you're going to hit a different one.
Okay. All right. Hello? Much better, much better. All right, well, my name is Robert Hill. I'm the local Owens Corning roofing rep. I've been with Owens Corning for going on 18 years. So it's fun to learn all this new technology stuff because it's all, it's all coming to fruition right now. I want to, first of all, thank Leanne and John for having Owens Corning here. I've learned a lot already this morning, so I'm excited to hear more this afternoon. I want to talk to you about Owens Corning's tech stack, and that's the companies we partner with to create a customer experience that is simple, easy, and convenient for contractors to use. And I want to start off with some statistics, right? And it has to do with what we're calling speed to lead. How fast do you get to a homeowner's lead and process it, right? And statistically, if you contact a homeowner in less than 5 minutes, or takes you more than 5 minutes, excuse me, right? Your ability to qualify and connect with that lead goes down by 80%. It's pretty significant. But if you can connect with that lead within 5 minutes, your ability to convert that lead goes up 391%. It's pretty significant. So using the technology that's available to us, we have the ability through our Owens Corning's personal tech stack to get to that lead quickly in a format that they would like to receive and easily communicate with. This is an example of a roofing company in Florida. It's one of our platinum preferred contractors, quality discount roofing and construction. This has been what their experience has been with using some of our tech stack and partnering with those companies. And they've been able to increase sales by 40% and decrease costs by 15%. Their ultimate goal is to create an amazing experience for homeowners and set them up to keep the promise to scale with little friction. The CRM, all the notes, documents, pictures, all in one place. Everyone's connected in a sequence via the workflow. Lead to demo, to install, to payment, reviews are easily managed. Leads are brought in from the website and placed directly into the CRM or into Podium, saved in 15 hours per week. So there's a lot of savings with these technologies that they're using. The Podium helped them create an automation, so text messages went out via Podium to lock in appointments as well as reminders. Communication is easy and in the perfect format. And again, it saved them 13 hours per week. Hubbard gave them the ability to leverage technology to inspire customers while seamlessly measuring the order. It also gives them the ability to take a picture of the roof, picture of the side of the roof, so they have the ability to upsell with windows, siding. 35% of their jobs included an upsell. Automated text messaging, ask for a review. Over a 6-year span, they had a 2.3 customer rating with less than 20 reviews. Today, they have 239 reviews with a 4.4 rating. So using this technology and using Owens Corning's tech stack, they've had the ability to increase that dramatically. This really is our tech stack. It's designed to work seamlessly back and forth so that your speed to lead and your ability to communicate with your customers is easy and simple. I would encourage you to take this a QR code, take a snap of it. It'll go through the entire tech stack process with Owens Corning. And then really what I wanted to do was just kind of tell you some things to consider, right, when working with some of these other software companies, some things to look out for. And that is, what pain points does the problem solve? Does the solution integrate with tools I'm currently using? Will the data flow seamlessly? Does the solution consolidate, replace tools that I'm currently using? What is the overall cost of the solution? Is it per user? Are there setup, onboarding, or support fees? What does customer support look like? Do I have resources and bandwidth to implement it at this time? How long has the company been around? Are there contractors that I know using this solution? Because they can always give you really good feedback. Does the solution help streamline or automate the current business process? And is the solution easy to use? Will the solution make my life easier? And how will I be able to measure the success in the future? And that's basically our tech stack. There is a commercial being run during this process that you'll see more and more information about it. But if you have questions or want to talk about any of this stuff, I'm in the booth here in the corner. And thank you for having me.
Bring the band in. Woo! Well, all right. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted up. I don't need to try to speak for the rest.
Introducing Moment Financing. Financing that's simple and works for everyone. Moment changed the game by making lending easy for business owners, selling easy for sales teams, and financing easy for homeowners. Now you can offer simple and affordable financing all through our award-winning technology. Our mission is to help you win more sales, land bigger projects, and grow your business effortlessly. Say goodbye to project delays, stipulations, and waiting for your funds to arrive. Cash flow is king. That's why we have flexible staged funding and same-day and next-day ACH payments. When you partner with Moment, you convert more prospects into customers with instant loan options. You attract more customers with customized loan products that fit their budget. You increase your average deal size and generate more revenue with attractive terms and offers. The bottom line is, you increase your bottom line. Moment makes closing deals easier than ever. Our advanced platform simplifies the selling process from start to finish. With the single press of a button, sales teams can present attractive loan offers and make deals happen on the spot. Our loans are closed loop, so approved funds can only be spent with you. Homeowners demand flexible payment options, and Moment's revolutionary multi-offer process delivers. All from the privacy of their own device, and with just a soft credit pull, customers can view pre-qualified offers. Convenient choices make saying yes a no-brainer. Together, we give homeowners the buying power they need to make their vision a reality. Gain a competitive advantage and take your business to the next level with Moment. Visit Moment.com to get your free personalized demo and see how Moment Contractor Financing can transform your business.
Are you ready? Are you ready for the comeback? Yeah. Are you ready for the comeback? You know we the ones that ready for whatever. We gon' have to show them something, man. Let me see them hands up all the way front back. You don't understand that I'm doing what you
I'm John Cenac, president and co-founder of NTS, and I want to share a little bit about what we do. NTS provides analysis and objective reporting for surfacing materials on homes, dwellings, and structures. Our predominant focus right now is asphalt composition shingles. While we continue to build out other programs for different surfaces and how we will analyze and report those, our focus still remains on roofing shingles. If you're curious what's on your home, you can send a sample into NTS and we will provide an analysis of that product to figure out what that product is. So much is centered around a positive identification of that product, because after we obtain a positive identification, we can provide an objective report back to the building owner as to what that product is and start highlighting availability concerns. Is it still made, and are there compatible repair products available on the market? This will help a building owner further analyze decisions between repair versus replacement. So whether you're new to NTS or you're already part of our subscription model, the process is simple. To order a report, just follow the steps on our website. For more information about the services we offer and the different surfaces that we analyze, be sure to like, subscribe, and follow.
One heart, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah, I was building on a lecture. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true stock trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The freeze cut, freeze up, straight drop in the chills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares. The bomb race sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one up, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah. It's one up, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! It's one up, one shot. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one chance at best, yes. Painting pictures for the culture, keep the brushes fresh. Flip the color, work the drummer, passion never rests. Freedom is our teacher, under pressure, now we blessed. See, I was so go for the go. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Hey, good afternoon, everybody. So everybody's grabbing a couple sandwiches. When everybody comes back, a couple of you guys. So we're going to do the afternoon a little bit different. You guys have sat through PowerPoint after PowerPoint. Thank you for that. I know as adults it's very hard to sit still and watch that. So I want to be a little bit more interactive. This will be where I'm asking you guys some questions. You guys are giving me some answers because now you're eating too and you're going to start getting tired. All right. So how many of you guys are from this local Salt Lake area? So mostly everybody, right? Is there anyone not from the local Salt Lake area? Where are you from? Okay. How far is that, just geographically? Okay. So close enough, right? Do you guys roof in Salt Lake?
Well, yeah, our main headquarters is just up the street, but we've got another office.
Okay. So everybody roofs in this general market, right? How many of you guys do retail roofing? Okay, so everybody. Repairs. Mostly everybody, right? What if I could talk to you about a way, how many of you guys are generally taking advantage of your website and digital marketing, like big time? Nobody. So I looked up like 3 companies that were here today. One, I couldn't find their website. One company, I couldn't find their website. One had very little information on it. And the third one just was essentially like one page. Do you guys know in the Salt Lake area how many people generally are searching every single month organically for roofing contractors that don't have somebody in mind specifically? If you had to guess, every single month on average into Google. 15,000. 7,000? 70 people?
70,000.
70,000, okay. 150,000. 2,000, 3,000. Is that one number or is that 2 guesses, John?
I'll say 7,000.
7,000. So closest, you said 15,700. It's about 5,000 on average. A little more than 5,000. The highs are a little bit more, lows. So 60,000 people annually are going into Google, typing in some type of roofing related keyword that they're not specifically looking for a business. So anyone interested in adding on like $2.5 to $4 million into their business and not having to do a whole lot different for it? Let me tell you how. No one raised their hand for that.
No, I'm ready.
These 2 guys did. You're like, I'm ready, right? So think about this for a second. How many of you are not taking advantage of Google? I'm assuming everybody, because no one said they're marketing well, right? All right, this is where you guys do raise your hands. Not taking advantage of Google well, right? So think about this. There's 60,000 people annually. I already did the math, so you don't have to think about this. But at 0.3% penetration into that 60,000. So let me say that one more time. 0.3%. So you could affect that 60,000, get in front of them. Average roof, could we agree on $15,000? I know some are more, some are less on the retail side. Probably a little more nowadays, so good, math will be even better, right? 0.3%, if you could affect and get in front of those people that are looking and do replacements for $2.7 million in revenue. Now think about that for a second. Who could use $2.7 million in revenue? Just him. Oh, now all of you guys, right? More. Now, if it was 0.5%, the number jumps to $4.7 million. Now think about that for a second. That is less than 1% of people that are already looking. Know that they're looking. Google is telling us they're looking. Now, the good news is that has nothing to do with paid advertising. That is only organic searching, right? So if you guys need something in general, where do you go usually?
My wife.
Your wife, and she goes to she goes to Amazon, right? So Google, I've seen everyone's been on their phones. I mean, I really think our phones, we're addicted to our phones. I mean, how many people can stay off their phone for like an hour? Nobody in this room. I've seen everybody for the most part, right? Me included. So I want to talk to you a little bit about how people are using Google. So really right now, and Mike talked a little bit about this, the game has changed. Rhino, we've been around for 15 years. We've got a digital marketing company, about 150 people. So we're fairly large, or we're a small family-owned company. I can't figure out. So we're a large, small company, or we're a small, big company, but we're somewhere there. We do digital marketing for the trades. We've been doing it for 15 years. The reason that we got into the roofing space about 3 or 4 years ago was we went to IRE. Anyone been to IRE? Only the vendors? You guys haven't been to the International Roofing Expo? It's kind of like the Baseball Hall of Fame for roofing. No? All right. I mean, how many people were there last year? I mean, there was over 30,000 people or something like that. You guys need to go. So if you're trying, all right. So we sat in on some marketing presentations for marketing companies talking to roofing companies. And we realized roofing companies are so far behind, right? Typically, roofing companies look at digital marketing. 1, they've maybe had a bad experience. 2, they think it's too expensive, or they're doing other things like storm-related work, right? Insurance-related. Now, from what my understanding is here, there's not a ton of storms. Correct? Not correct? You shook your head, kinda.
There's plenty.
But not enough to grow and scale you all the time, right? You know, you can get fat and happy off of a storm, but that's not a business plan, right? So you got to have other things. So as we talk about marketing today, I really want you to consider that it's a and thing, not an or thing, right? It doesn't have to be storms or this. It doesn't have to be, how many of you guys do door knocking? So mostly everybody in the room. How many of you guys are owners or managers in the company you work for? Great, so most of you guys. So when your employees get good at door knocking, one of 2 things happens. What's the worst thing that happens? Yes? Another company buys them out. Not what I was thinking. They start their own company, right? So that's become a challenge. And really, other than a few people that are psychotic, who likes door knocking? Like really loves it.
I love it.
Well, because you're psychotic, I can tell already. Just kidding. But people in general don't like it. Homeowners don't like it. Now, but I want you to consider, let's say everyone's good at it, right? And we like it. If you can't convert a homeowner at the door, right? So I've knocked the door, had a pretty decent conversation. They're still a little trepid and they're like, let me think about this. What generally might they do when you leave? Research you. Everything is leading back to Google, just so you guys know, right? They might Google you, right? It's normal. So we've had a good conversation at the door. You've knocked that door, and I'm just like, maybe my spouse wasn't home. Maybe I couldn't make a decision. Maybe something came up, right? They're probably going to Google you. So a lot of folks will feel like, I don't need a website. Like all my business comes from storms or insurance or relationships with property managers, whatever the case may be, right? My reps do a good job. I've been around, yard signs, referrals, all of those things. However, what is the cost of business by not having an amazing website? Because wouldn't you guys go Google somebody if you're like, hey man, this guy was at my door, he was talking a really good game, and then if your website doesn't match up your good game, how much revenue are you missing? Maybe lots, right? I would say the answer is probably yes. I mean, people nowadays consume content. Leanne talked about content earlier. People want content, and it's so viable right now. Why would you do business with a company that you didn't know about? Right? How many of you guys have what you would consider bad websites? It's okay. Just raise your hand. Thank you for. No website? I looked for you guys, and I was like, I must be insane. How could a company in 2023 not have a website? Tell me why.
I'll talk to you afterwards.
All right. You guys were one of the ones that I said earlier, I couldn't find your website. And I looked 3 different ways, and I'm like, maybe I just don't know the geography. I changed the name, everything, and you guys weren't there.
5 states, we don't have a website.
5 states, but don't have a website. Wow. So you guys must be doing well, but imagine how you could be doing with a website, right? Again, everyone's got a website for different reasons, right? But wow, when I didn't find you guys, I'm like, imagine someone told me about you, or I saw your truck, or and I went to go find you, you just lost my $15,000. How many times do you think that happens on a daily basis since you guys are in 5 states? I would argue it's in the millions of dollars a year that you guys are losing. Right? Yeah. Even small companies, right? We've just talked about earlier, in this area, 5,000 people organically are going into Google with no business in mind, right? Needing a roof. 3%, 0.3% is how much can we add on to the bottom line? 2.7. How much is 0.5%? 4.7. I mean, think about that for a second. They are there, right? So a couple of things. Question, why don't you guys do marketing? And this is where we're just throwing it out there. And we'll hear some of the reasons why. Why don't you guys do marketing?
We're drowning with face-to-face leads.
So you guys have too many just to get to. Good problem. Most people don't have that. How about the rest of you guys?
I think there's a lot of it for a lot of us right now, but then also when I've started doing leads, a lot of the phone calls we get are small repairs this, small repairs that, and they're not high quality leads. I used Home Advisor for a little bit. And
lead aggregator.
Yeah.
Right? The worst for roofing contractors and trades. Remember, when you design a website, when you set up an ad that's targeted, you're not going to get those type of people, right? Because if you're looking for, you said the average roof has gone up, right? Let's say that you want a $30,000 roof for a more affluent, house up in the hills, right? That's how you design the ads, right? So a lot of people will do content and they're like, oh, it doesn't work. Well, your content is not speaking. Like I looked at y'all's website, I would be challenged if I lived in a $1 million plus home to choose you guys. Now, if someone told me about you guys, a referral or a warm lead or something like that, it would be a little bit different. I still would go to your website, but your website doesn't tell me that you want those affluent homes. It just tells me that you're a roofer. Right. Make sense? Yep. It also doesn't even tell me where you guys work, generally. Just some little feedback. I'm pretty sure it was y'all's when I looked earlier. So there's opportunity there, right? So what are some other reasons? Be interested. You said yours. Why don't you guys do marketing? You're just drowning in leads. Good problem to have, right? Are you trying to scale? Not yet. Okay. How about you raise your hand? Small company. Is most of the reason small company? Would it be small company too? You market a lot. So you guys are doing marketing, door knocking, the whole 9 yards. So you guys are big. No? I would say that's generally big in the roofing space, right? I would say most people outside of maybe you two guys, who is multi-location, meaning more than just one location? So I would say that you two guys are probably the only public adjuster. Okay, Rook.
Yeah, public adjusting.
Oh, they're public. Oh, they're not even roofers. Never mind. So you guys aren't even roofers. No wonder I couldn't find you. I was looking for roofers. I couldn't even read your shirt. That's why, because I have old eyes, so my apologies. I do like your logo, though. That's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. All right, so outside of you, you're the anomaly kind of in the group from a size perspective, right? One location? Public adjuster. One location? Who's a public adjuster? Raise your hand. All right, so just you guys. The two guys that got up, thank you. Now at least I can. So most of you guys need this, right? So why don't you guys do more marketing than you do, just generally? Curious.
I'm talking to them about it. We've been really busy, but we're breaking into it right now. So.
Busy from like storms?
From referrals. And I got 20 referrals in the last 2 weeks.
That's a good problem to have, right? Yeah. So what happens if you didn't have 20 referrals? What would you be doing?
Knocking doors.
Knocking doors?
Once I'm in a hood, I'm going to get 10, 15 in one hood.
Are you guys doing the door knocking yourselves?
I do it.
Do you really? Do you like it? Oh, you said you do like it.
I do. Once I'm in a hood, I get 2 or 3 rolling. Everybody else comes to the job site while we're installing. And
Yeah.
I'm just working off referrals.
I live in Virginia Beach, Virginia, so it's very close to Norfolk, Virginia. Anyone been in the Navy?
I was
Stationed in Norfolk?
I was in Owens.
Okay. So I love door knockers that come to my door. Man, I just got orders. I'm transferring out in 2 weeks. Sorry. And they're like, okay. I just closed the door.
Oh, yeah.
So, but here that probably wouldn't work, right?
I mean, I've done door-to-door sales on and off for 20 years. So I used to do alarms. I've done solar. I've done other things.
Got it.
So
you've done it all.
I've done it all, and I love roofing. Like, to me, it's the easiest sell.
Yeah.
And then because I do solar on the side as well. So like, it's changed my life. Like, I've made more money than I ever have in my life.
That's awesome. I like y'all's logo too. Pretty cool. All right. Couple of things that people are looking for. You mentioned LSA. So who is not Google guaranteed of all the smaller roofers in here right now? Who is not? Let me ask a different question. Who doesn't know what Google guaranteed is? All right, so all of you guys, right? Google guaranteed, yep. So write this down, Google guaranteed, LSA, local service ads. Your one takeaway, you guys should walk away and get Google guaranteed. It's a very economical way to get leads in the roofing space. It's very easy. It's a couple-week process to get verified through Google. You got to go through background checks. That's the one downfall if you have folks that have records. But Google guaranteed, that should be your one takeaway. It is very easy to do it. So again, who's not verified? Mostly all of you guys, right? No. Okay. So are you guys writing that down in the back? Are you same company in the back? All right, cool. Why don't you have the logo on? I'll tell you a funny story why I don't have my logos on today. So this is the 5th city that we've done in a couple of weeks, right? So the first week we go to New Jersey and Boston. So New Jersey, one night about 1 o'clock in the morning, my smoke detector in the hotel starts going off, and it's loud. It's literally right above my bed. So if anyone's ever traveled, it's kind of like your home smoke detector. Most likely there's not what going on? A fire. So I just lay in bed for like 15 minutes. It's still going off 15 minutes later, and it is very, very loud. It's a commercial one. So all of a sudden I hear my door gets knocked in, and I was like, holy crap. So I get up, look around the door, it's the police. They're like, you need to get some pants on and get out of here right now. I was like, okay, cool. What? Well, I mean, I don't sleep in my pants. Like, I just have my drawers on. So I throw some stuff on, don't throw any shoes on. I get outside, and there's like 200 people outside. I'm like, holy crap. So I have to show you the pictures on break, but there's like, I don't know, 25 fire trucks and probably 100 fire personnel. The roof is on fire. So it's about 1 o'clock in the morning. About 2 o'clock, I'm outside. I'm like getting annoyed. 3 o'clock, I'm super annoyed. 4 o'clock in the morning, I'm like, ooh, John Cenac, who's going to speak next, is going to be picking me up like in an hour and 15 minutes. And my bag is where? In the room. So about 5 o'clock in the morning, I text him. I'm like, I'm not going to make it. I'm going to have to figure something out. We're still outside 4 hours later because the roof is on fire. So I tell the building owner, he's shown up, the property manager, right? And I'm like, dude, I have got to get in this room. You don't understand. I have to go to another city, catch a flight. I've got to leave in like 20 minutes. He's like, you can't. I'm like, no, I am. You just need to tell me how I'm going to do it. So after arguing for about 5 minutes, he gives me a key and he's like, here, go up this back door, and I got my stuff. So that was the first city we were in, hotel on fire. And then we go to Boston, and we're trying to get out of Boston. Flight gets canceled, right? Then we're going to Pittsburgh. I totally missed Pittsburgh. Flight canceled, all this stuff. Pittsburgh was a no-go. I did make it to Orlando, no problem. I made it here, no problem, except what didn't make it with me? My bag with all of my Rhino clothes in it. So I'm have on what I traveled in. Hopefully my bag is at the hotel at this point. So it's been a very fun tour, to say the least. And I'm the only one that's had these problems, I think, right? Thanks, Reggie. Just me. And Mike makes a bunch of posts about them, so thank you. All right, so a couple of things that people want now. Mike mentioned one of them, and I'll talk about price here in a second. But where the market is going in roofing and everywhere else is less touch points. They don't want to talk to people, they just want the information. So the door knocking is going to be a dinosaur here in 5 years. Like, that is, to me, it's so antiquated that in 2023, and I know people are killing it door knocking, right? But there's such an easier way to do it digitally, right? So what people want is less touch points. How do they want that? How many of you guys have scheduling options where I can schedule an appointment with you on your website? Figured you would, right? Who else? Who else doesn't? So some of you have it, and then some of you don't have it, but then there was some other people. There was only 2 options. You could either have it or don't have it. How many of you don't have it? Well, you're a public adjuster. All right, there you go. You're the best participator in the class, just so you know. All right, so most people during the day, not entrepreneurs and not people that work in the trades, are doing what? During the day, most people. Working, right? Generally, what can't they do back and forth all the time? Take calls, right? And sometimes it's tough to connect to, especially the smaller roofing companies, right? We're knocking doors, we're doing payroll, we're doing everything, right, when you're smaller. So it's hard for the person to connect. But what if you had if I've just got a question, a roof leak, I need a repair, and I need to come out. Now, some of you guys are already thinking about why it won't work. Like, they're going to be unqualified, it's going to be garbage. All right, so that's great. Blockbuster thought the same thing about Netflix. The cab companies thought the same thing about Uber and Lyft, right? And now Uber Eats and all those things. So while people are thinking about all the reasons why things won't work, other people are making them work. And I'm telling you that it's coming in the roofing space. It's already there in HVAC, right? HVAC, you don't even really need someone to come out to your house anymore. I know that sounds crazy, right? But, so how many of you don't have the chat function? One more time. I don't. Or scheduling option, right? Chat and scheduling, right? Because what if you just have a simple question? What people don't like to do is make phone calls, and they don't have time to make phone calls. So all of the people that are affluent, dual income, very, very busy, and that don't want to talk to you on the phone, we're missing those people, right? I would never call somebody ever in my life. When I bought my last car, my last HVAC, and my last roof, I never talked to anybody on the phone, ever. I mean, think about that for a second. That is where we're getting to, right? So if you've got to have, that's another takeaway, you've got to have some way that someone can communicate with you quickly. And if you need something, Podium's great. Anyone heard of Podium? So Podium, is Podium up there? Oh, is Podium literally right there? I need to stop in. Okay, did not know that. So Podium's amazing, and it can roll right to your cell phone. You can have your CSR could answer it, and you'll own the data as well. The other one would be you need a scheduling option on your site, right? Especially for roof repairs. Think about how crazy this is. So I've got a little minor leak, right? And I call you up and I'm like, hey, I've got a little minor leak, and the next question is what that you guys would probably ask? Would you like us to stop by? No shit. I've got a leak. I want you to.
So I asked what time is the best for me to come out and inspect.
I know you do your clothes, right?
Oh, bro, every time.
You do your clothes. Alternative choice, would Thursday afternoon or Friday morning work better? I love it. So We don't need that. I mean, think about that for a second. If I've got a leak, why do I need to talk to you and tell you that? I just need you to come out. Now, you're probably thinking some of these are going to be bad leads, but what about the ones that aren't? I would much rather have the chance to disqualify a bad lead than miss a potential good lead, right? So there are some pros and cons, yes.
And then you get those neighbors every time. You got neighbors.
So you cloverleaf, right?
Exactly. I get 3 or 4 even if I don't close the lead that I got.
Who knows what cloverleafing is? I hope all of you guys do. Okay, 3 of you. All right. Some of you guys are just scared to raise your hands because you think I'm going to call on you, right? Kind of 3 to the left, 3 to the right, and then some of you guys are looking down at your phones. Are you taking notes or are you like recording me? All right, good. You know, it's funny because I work with a bunch of young kids and they don't take notes like the way that we used to take notes on paper. They do it on phones. So I remember a couple of times I'm like, what are you doing? Like, we're taking notes, and they would show me, I'd feel bad because I was getting ready to yell at them. All right, so you've got to have a scheduling option. I don't care how big or small you are, right? Because we're not talking about the things that could be bad. We're talking about the things that we're missing. And we've got 60,000 people. Think about that for a second. 60,000 people here in Salt Lake. That has nothing to do with paid ads, right? How many of you run paid ads? You said you do. You guys do. Generally, what type of ads do you run? Okay. So on Google, like pay-per-click ads, are they effective? Not as effective as you like. Okay. How many other people run pay-per-click ads? Only one? How are you guys generally getting leads? Here's where I'm going to ask a little bit because I'm curious. How are you guys generally getting leads? Word of mouth. Or knocking doors. So when you guys sit down and plan out your business and to grow, how do you quantify word of mouth and knocking doors? Tough to write a business plan around that, right?
Basically, like he was saying, once you're the neighbor, basically you'll generate while you're there.
He's only one person. He can only touch so many people.
Well, while we're putting the work, we come out and it's like, hey, if there's like any debris that the wind will blow out, here's our business card. We are like working in the area, and later on we get.
So you just gave me your business card. Hey, we're in the area, we're in the neighborhood, and you go on to do your work, right? What do you think they're going to do with your business card?
Well, basically like the garbage can.
No. Let's say that they don't. Let's say that they're like, oh, these guys were super nice.
Well, we're working right now like on Google verification on the website. We're just like putting every like
perfect
piece of rocks right now. So
perfect. Because
we are all on that.
as good and as crazy as you are about knocking doors, you're only one guy, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you probably crush it, I would guess, because you've knocked a lot of different industries. But I'm telling you, there's 60,000 people. There's more, right? This is just organic that you want to open your eyes to. I mean, it is staggering. When I looked up Utah, and then some of the big people that I saw, Gurr Brothers. Heard of Gurr Brothers? Gurr. Did I pronounce that right?
They're out of Arizona, but they just opened here.
But they're here, and they're already crushing it organically. So they were the one. Utah Roofing, is that a big one? So it looked like they were big. They've been around forever, right? And again, they're showing up. Do you know who is not showing up on Google? Who? Anyone in this room? Nobody in this room was showing up organically on Google. So I want you guys to consider, right, when you think about marketing, and this is really not a sales pitch for us, but just in general, it's not a we do one thing, we shouldn't do this thing. It's a and thing. You should have referrals. You should have word of mouth. You should have truck wraps. You should have logos and branding. But you also should be doing Google, right? Because think about it for a second. Average roof, we're going to call it 20. Out of 20, how much are you going to make? Everyone knows. Come on, just say it out loud. If you've done it correctly, what should your profit margin be? 40%. Can we call it 30? Yeah. If we're not good, right, let's just call it 30. So we're going to make between 6 and 8 on that roof, right? So imagine if you just put that in the marketing and you could start to get 2 or 3 or 4 roofs every single month and then just invest that. Is the market there? We know it's there. 60,000 people in this area. I can tell you what cities that they're looking in, what keywords that they're typing in. Are they using a desktop, mobile, or a tablet? All of those things, right? I mean, it is so easy. So why do you think the roofing space isn't taking advantage of Google? This is a question for you guys.
I honestly think it's because we're not scaling up as much as we could be. Like,
correct.
Like most of us are drowning in work, but we have to scale to handle it and utilize that.
Because most of the small roofing companies are doing the work instead of making the work, right? Meaning it's hard to be in your business every day and build your business, right? And it's like, how do you get out of that, right? So, you know, eventually you're going to have to hire good people, train them. You know, you're going to have to find somebody to run the company so you can build the company, right? And predictive leads are a good way to start. Yes. Huh? In 10 seconds? Come on. Questions so far on marketing? Yes.
What does Rhino normally run for an average business?
It depends. So we're different than most people. Like, we'd have to sit down and talk to you a couple times, find out what you're trying to do, where you're at, what your capabilities were, and then we could give you some pricing. It's all custom.
The reason I ask, my average roof last year was $35,000 a roof. If I can teach people to be more effective knocking doors, because this is a great area. You have huge houses.
Amazing area.
Highland, Alpine, Bromo, everything. It makes more sense to me to train 10 or 12 guys who go out and do door knocking the way I do it than to invest, you know, $6,000 to $10,000 on a gamble. That's personal. But most of the time, marketing is a gamble. And I'm sure you have numbers that can back everything you're saying up.
Yeah.
But it's the weight and balance of it to have somebody that can stay at my company for years, potentially.
I would say that you're looking at it from an or perspective, right? It has to be this or this. The stock market's no different, right? So I have a pretty diversified portfolio. They all can't be the best returning, right? There's going to be a worst, there's going to be a best, but I wouldn't just say, hey, you know, stockbroker, only buy this one, right? Also, when they talk about door knocking, right, and they talk about longevity, I will say as a whole, it does not exist in the roofing industry.
Oh, no, you might get 2 years out of somebody that's good.
Marketing will live forever, right? That employee will not live forever. So I would just say, look at it differently, right? One, Google's not a gamble. We can show you what people are looking for. 9 times out of 10, it's a conversion issue, right? People don't answer the phone. They're transferring to different people. The person answering doesn't have the answer and they got to get it. And then they'll go, oh, marketing doesn't work. And I would say, no, your delivery system doesn't work. So marketing done correctly in roofing is no different than really anywhere else. It will work. It is proven. But you're right. Nothing is guaranteed with Google, right? But we know the searches are there. We know the demand is there. We know that people are consuming that information. So we do know that, right? And I would say if it was 2,000 people a month, but there's 60,000 people a year. And again, that's just organic, has nothing to do with paid. So there's a lot of business in this area. I was actually surprised. There's more searches in Salt Lake than there is in Virginia Beach, and we're a bigger city than you guys are. So kind of interesting. Yes, somebody?
No, I was just going to say, no matter what, if you're going to train those guys, you're going to still have to have someone go to each house to close them.
Yeah.
So it doesn't matter if it's generating from door knocking or Angie's or Gettable or whatever.
The drone goes to the house.
Yeah, I think it's quicker to say, okay.
Absolutely.
I don't want to work with this guy.
Yeah.
And I'm not trying to be a jerk about it, but if I show up looking for one thing and it's not what I'm looking for, then it's quicker, easier for my guy to move on. You know
Yes.
the first 2 minutes whether you're going to get a sale or not. I think.
Door knocking is very easy, right? It's you train somebody, there's not a whole lot of financial investment, and they can just go deliver really, really quickly. Again, utilize both. It's the and versus the or. And I would again say door knocking is hard to plan a business around, right? Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's not. You got 10 people, maybe 2 of them are going to be really, really good. The other 8 are going to flame out eventually. If you're paying a draw, when draw's over, they're going to be over pretty much. People just, other than this guy, hate door knocking. And I'm going to tell you, like, homeowners hate it. Like, and they're still, he's like, no, they don't. My homeowners
No,
love
I've
me.
been told so many times, I hate door-to-door salesmen, but for some reason I listen to you. I get told that all the time.
So you're probably in that 1% where you're really good at what you do and it's entertaining. Like I've gotten a couple door knockers in solar, right? I'm like, man, these guys got it. Like they're really, really good, but I still go, no thanks. It's a no for me, dog, right?
I'm not knocking your door unless you have damage or your shingles didn't.
You might clover leaf though, right? We actually had somebody door knock us when I needed a roof and I just was not interested. I did take his card and I Googled him and his website was trash. So he could have been the best ever. And I did find out later he was a $9 million company. Wow. I would have, because I'm curious, right? Yeah. Is what I'm talking about correct? And I'm like, I called him up and I said, hey man, just so you know, I'm in marketing and I wanted to talk to you about why I didn't choose you. And he's like, we door knock and do other stuff. I'm like, all right, cool. I'm just telling you that you lost out on my $30,000 roof because your website was garbage. And I'm betting how many people in my neighborhood that you door knocked that you also lost out on. Hard to quantify that number, but I told him, I said, same thing for you guys. I bet it's in the millions.
And you can scale advertisements.
And you can scale advertisements, right?
Like if you're super good at door knocking, how do you make more of you?
The other challenge, to be honest, is roofers are very impatient. Door knocking is very quick. Like train a guy, I go out with them, I drop them off, and I can get some leads like today. Long-term advertising doesn't work like that. That's why it's a whole different thing, right? How many of you guys have your trucks wrapped and you wear logos and stuff like that? Again, so I'm going to see that driving down the road. I'm like, oh, their website's garbage. Nope. So that $30,000 that we spent on wrapping our stuff because it's vanity, right? Because it's vanity. They're like, oh, this is going to be amazing. How many people see your truck on a daily basis? Not enough is the answer. So other questions so far. Is this helping? So less touch points. The market is there for Google, right? And it's not going to replace anything. It shouldn't replace if you're working with property managers, right? If you're doing commercial, if you're doing truck wraps, door knocking, it's not to replace, right? It's to have a very well-rounded portfolio. And I'm telling you, you guys, if you went to a bad website and you had a good salesman, bad website, you would probably not choose the bad website, right? Everything that you just said at the door, if y'all's website's bad, and I didn't look at it, by the way, but if your website's bad, the 75% of the people that you don't convert at the door, you're probably going to miss a good portion of them, right? So imagine, because again, you're only one person. Are you going to touch 60,000 people this year? You're like, hell yeah, I am.
I don't think that.
You're probably not, right? So the opportunity is there. What other questions you guys have? Less touch points. You got to give them easier ways to get a hold of you. All of you guys should be Google verified, Google guaranteed. They're called LSA ads, local service ads. That is a takeaway for you guys. How much time do I have, Leanne? 20 minutes, all right. So I want to talk about some other things. Beacon talked about core values. I really love core values. How many of you guys have a mission statement? What is it? I just put you on the spot, right? Are you the owner? Okay. Did you just say you don't know your own mission statement? All right. So mission statement. That's another takeaway. If you don't have a mission statement, how do you operate your business every day, right? How do you align with your customers? Ours is very simple. Let's see if it's up there. It is not. We exist to grow your business, period. That is our mission statement. How many of you guys have core values? I bet also. Do you know what they are? No? Okay. Man. He's reaching in his pocket. Hold on. I'm just kidding. It's tough. I know I'm putting you on the spot here right now. How many of you guys don't have core values? Now, this is where everyone's hand should go up except for his. Some of you guys are bad at like multiple choice questions. Do you guys have core values? Are you asking each other? Because then you.
We're in sales, so we're looking at the website.
Your core values are a sign right here, press heart. Well, it used to be 3 copies, but not anymore, right?
you're getting it carried out. And as owners, you tend to steer that and make it be what you want it, but the more they buy into it, the more they're going to live it. Ours are honesty, and he's looking his up right now. Are you? No, okay. He's looking up for a roofing contractor here locally. Honesty, integrity, transparency, education, giving back, right? So part of our core values, and why is that important? Like everybody at our company should know, because as you guys are making decisions as sales guys, how do you regulate what's right and what's wrong, right? You talked about like getting people to stay with the company. They only have a couple years shelf life. I really believe that people would feel more included if we had core values and a mission statement, and they would stay longer, right? I really believe it, because everyone is so busy out just running and gunning, but it's like, how do I fit in? What's important? How do we regulate ourselves? So roofing I've met very few people, you've got one, but that have a mission statement or core values. So again, as you're bringing people in, how do they plug in? When you're not with them 99% of the time, how do they regulate themselves, right? Do you guys have a mission statement? Why? Did you write that down? Guess who it also resonates with? The homeowner, right? So when we talk to roofing companies or HVAC companies, we're like, hey, we exist to grow your business, period. They're like, hold on, what? Yeah. Honesty, integrity, transparency, and we won't do business with companies that we don't feel like are the same. Like, we just won't. Now imagine if you had your core values and what you stood for on your website. Who do you think that might resonate with? The homeowner. Who do you think doesn't have that on their website currently? Everybody in this room, and probably 99.999% of people in Salt Lake. So imagine, how many of you guys were former military? Do you mention that on your website? Oh, what's the name of your business? Oh, I love it. I love it. So do you offer any type of discount for military? Perfect. Perfect. So you're hitting a market that probably not many people are hitting, right? How many of you guys, anybody else military? You were the only one? Thank you for your service. You say Army? My dad was 26 years in the Army, retired as a colonel, worked for General Powell, if you remember Colin Powell, then worked for Bush in the White House, and then anyone from Arizona? For McCain. He was John McCain's chief of staff. So, and then he always asked me, what do you do again? I sell websites. So there you go. But, did you have a question? No, your arm was just stuck. Question.
Anybody in here fluent in sign language?
Ah.
Put that on our website in Louisiana, and they get the entire deaf community.
I love that.
They have one guy that's an ASL interpreter.
I love that. Anything that sets you apart and gives you a personality, again, chat function, repair function, core values. I'm telling you, how many of you guys are family-owned companies? Two, no PAs. You guys, how many of you guys don't mention it on your website? We talk about the story and how you came up. One of the things I loved about the Beacon, I was like, whoa, that's a cool story. You've worked 3 different companies, 31 years, right? Am I decent with math? He's not paying attention to me now. All right, but it was really cool to kind of see how that company, like, do you guys have that on your site?
I don't know.
You don't know?
I'm just a sales guy.
How do you not go to your own website?
How do you not go to your own website? Yeah, you do. So you go to your web. Are you the owner?
He actually knows the story. He actually knows the story more. He broke off from that company.
My brothers own that. FTC, former brothers.
Got it. Do you guys have your story on your website?
I don't think we did.
You have a tiny
we have a
story.
small story on there.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So those are things: mission statement, core values, differentiators, military, right? You know, do you do things in the community? How many of you guys do things in the community? What do you guys do? What's some things that you do?
We do an annual coat drive where every roof we sell throughout the year, they get X amount of discount for every coat donated. They fill out a coat donation form, they sign it, we sign it. It's kind of one of our big things we use in marketing. And every year
I love it. So you guys have content, videos, all about it, backlinks from the organizations. Love it. Did you guys have your hands up? Somebody did. No. Anybody else do things in the community? You should. One of the things that people love about our company when they learn about us is twice a month. It used to be once, but twice a month we shut down the office on Friday, half a day, and we go give back in the communities, whether it's a coat drive, a battered women's shelter, packing food for the homeless, like all those things, and it resonates with people. So I'm telling you, as you guys figure out differentiators and you want to get people more bonded into your company, that's one of the things that people love about Rhino. When they come to Rhino is like, we go work side by side with the team all the time. It really makes a difference. And everybody knows the core values, mostly, and everybody knows the mission statement. What other questions you guys have?
Where did Rhino come from?
So because it's such a hard charging animal, that's kind of how we came up with it. And we also spell it different because there's a lot of rhinos spelled the right way. So R-Y-N-O. Again, I'll leave you with this. We've been in the trades for 15 years. We only do trades companies. We only speak your language. If you're interested in a couple of things, one, we are not a salesy company, right? It's through education. So a lot of people will say, how much does this cost? How much does that cost? Don't know until we talk with someone. What we like to do is see a couple of things. How many people are looking in the market? How do you stack up against your competitors? What's going on with your website? And here are some things that we think might help you, right? If that then resonates with you guys, then we'll say, all right, here's some things that we put together, based on your goals and what you're trying to do that we think would work for you. And then you decide, hey, yes, this is something we want to do or we not want to do. But really, we wouldn't even be able to give anyone price for 2 or 3 times. We really like it that way because a lot of people are like, how much? And then you go, well, it's 10 grand. And they'll go, oh, that's way too much money. Well, it's not 10, it's actually 50 grand. And they're like, oh, that's definitely too much money. For what? So it's hard to say, right? It's just like a roof. If I was like, how much my roof gonna cost? I don't know, I gotta look at it. No, just give me a general price. So we really try to educate people, give you some ideas, give you some advice. I've got some cards in the back, I think, for those online that can scan the QR code. But again, thank you guys for your time. I'll be here on the breaks. I'm here all day. If you have any questions, let me know. If you want to talk, let me know. It probably won't be me that will talk to you. It'd be probably somebody from my team, but it could be me if you really want to talk. Thank you guys very much.
What would be the best way? Can you hear me? What would be the best way for me to get some thing over here? Just airdrop?
Yeah, just airdrop it.
Sweet.
Cool, guys. So JobNimbus is coming up next, and we've had. Was that good?
Yeah, it was great. He's been in sales a long time.
Yeah, he's been in sales a long time, but best of all, they're in marketing, and the marketing part of it, I think, is actually more a bigger deal for a lot of things, though, because at the end of the day, when I look at marketing firms, I have a lot of respect for what Rhino does, and because I've seen what their track record is, and what they've also done, and he didn't really get into this, but they have a very deep understanding of HVAC and electrical and some of the other trades that are more. I always look at trades as far as where they've come and what they're doing. I study a lot of the other industries besides just roofing. I mean, I'm in roofing. I've been in it for 23 years now, 24 years. But as far as what the trades actually do, I study HVAC and where they've come and how they've moved along, and they're a little bit further ahead. And Rhino is one of the ones that are leading the way with that. And you can tell a lot of times when you go out and look at the marketing of these different tradesmen, HVAC usually has some of the coolest advertising in our space, right? So it's pretty cool. You said you guys were not in roofing? Public adjusters. Okay, cool. Awesome. You guys, more public adjusters. Yeah, there's a lot of PAs in. Okay, you guys are all together? Nice. Got it. Nice. I didn't even know there were public adjusters in Utah. So, that's it. This is it. These are the public adjusters of Utah. That's super cool. That's awesome. And so I'm welcome, guys. Glad you guys are here. And hopefully you're getting some good content today and some great things. And John Senak's coming up in a little bit too. And this is the one that's really going to help. I mean, we teach that one a lot and we help people out with that. So cool. So I'm really excited though that JobNimbus allowed us to use this space. And if you guys haven't had a chance, I don't know, is this camera on right now? Could you guys just, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, the mic's back there. So yeah, I wanted to show you guys something real quick, the ones that are watching online, because I don't think they can see this. I mean, we all get this amazing view, but if you look out this window right now, I don't know if one of these cameras can do that, but that is incredible. And this is what you guys get to see all the time. Back where I'm from in Indiana, it doesn't ever look like that. Just gonna put that out there. We never get to see views like that. This is just normal here at the JobNimbus office. I don't know how I would ever get any work done, but hey, that's just the way it works. So, all right. Either way, though, I'm really excited to welcome JobNimbus here to the stage and let them share some content. So thank you so much.
Awesome. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. I am JobNimbus. No, my name is Brad Hodson. I am the Director of Demand Gen here at JobNimbus, and basically that just means that I'm trying to get the word out that JobNimbus exists, and I love being in this role because I know that we have something that a lot of contractors need, and I want them to know that it's there so that we can help them, so we can help each one of you. That's the idea. That's what we come to work for every day. And one of the things that has come up year over year is, well, we feel like we're learning more each day with what the contractor life is like and what it's like for the homeowner to experience a contractor, either in a positive or a negative way. And that helps us to consult, and it also helps us to look in aggregate and see where there might be other opportunities for either ourselves or for the contractor world at large to learn from and to try to adjust and make some improvements. One of the things that we did early this year was we built a report based off of surveying hundreds of contractors, asking them different questions from everything with marketing to sales to production to cash flow and beyond to try to understand their process and identify certain aspects where there could be improvement. We built what we lovingly called the Peak Performance Report. And I'm going to let you in on a secret. I'm going to pull back the curtain just a little bit, and we were thinking, like, what in the world do we call this report? We kept coming up with all these lame names. Then we were like, let's just see what ChatGPT comes up with. And freaking, it came up with peak performance, and it was ridiculous because it makes perfect sense and it's a nice little pun, so it works out great. But essentially, these are benchmarks for success. We sliced this report in a few different ways. Once we actually gathered the data, we realized, oh, there's a segment that is high revenue, the ones who have 4 million or more in annual revenue. There's also a highly rated segment where they have 5-star reviews. And then there's a high profitability segment that when we sliced the data in those ways, it gave us some interesting results. And I want to show you some of those as we walk through some of this data. First of all, we tried to get at what kind of services were being provided. Of course, we served only roofers for this, and sometimes roofers, well, they'll do gutters or siding or things like that. The ones that did more services, like 4 or more, were in the high revenue segment. So we saw a correlation that was pretty strong between those who offered more services and those who were having high revenue for their years. So said, well, let's look at the observation. 58% of respondents offered more than one primary service, which is great. The takeaway is, well, if you can do more services and diversify not only your ability to serve them, but you can also diversify the audience that you have available to market to. So highly recommended if you're thinking about, well, how can we grow? Try folding in one extra service this year, and that might be just the thing that you've been looking for. We tried to really break out each part of the report as we wanted you to have some sort of a takeaway. We've looked at so many reports for the industry where it's just like, oh, this has just happened, or this is what it looks like, but it's like, what does that actually mean to me? We wanted to give you guys takeaways for each one of these things that you can take to heart and actually apply into your business. Annual revenue was actually pretty split from 0 to 2 million and then 2 million and above. It worked out pretty well that way. You'll notice on the last slide that I'm going to go through, there's a really interesting outlook that people have on the revenue that they expect for next year, but we'll get to that. In terms of social media marketing, social media is, of course, pretty big in the personal space. A lot of people are participating there. There's a lot of things going on with Twitter changing to X, with all sorts of fun stuff, giant flashing sign and whatnot. We saw that 77% of the people that we surveyed were using social media, at least in some way. However, of those who were high reviewed or highly reviewed, had 5-star ratings, they were using it more often. And they were using more intentionally. So it could correlate that if you are using social media more effectively, that could result in higher review scores from your customers as well. Average star rating was actually surprisingly, we were very happy to see that a lot of the people that we surveyed were in the 4 and 5-star range. And if you don't know where you sit on the major platforms like Google Business and whatnot, in terms of how many star ratings you have, you should probably look at that. And if you're not in the 4 to 5 range, you should find some intentional way to get better reviews. And one of the best ways to do that is just focus on the customers who have had great experiences with you and ask them for a review when you're done. As simple as that, you can get that moving in the right direction. People who have bad experiences, they're always going to be loud about those. So you got to kind of combat those with good reviews. In the sales section, we talked about sales teams and asked, well, how many salespeople do you have? Do you have a dedicated sales team? The ones who were high revenue more often said that they had a dedicated sales team. And even if they had just one sales rep who was dedicated to sales, that contributed to higher revenue for them. So try not to spread yourselves too thin and get more focused around at least one person saying, I will dedicate myself to sales, and honing in that craft, and it will translate into higher revenue. Commission rates, this one we wanted to ask more questions about for next year's report because it could be just correlation and not causation. We were seeing that high profitability companies, those who were really earning a high profit margin, they were having a higher commission rate for their sales reps. Now, it could just be that because they had the higher profitability, they were able to pay out a higher commission rate. But it could also be that if they're paying a higher commission rate, they're attracting better sales talent and therefore getting better results. So we're going to dig into that more for this next year's report and see what we can find out to give you better information, but something to base off of. Come on, baby. There we go. Okay. This is a lot of data here, but basically this is the lead to close ratio. So how many leads are we getting and how are we closing them? Now, we hate this question the way that it was asked because we got terrible data from it. Look at how many people said 100%. No. Our bet is the people who said 100% here are not counting the leads that they lost. They're just ignoring those out of the data set. Not correct. You need to have good visibility on how many leads you're closing, because if you're not measuring the right thing, you can't get it better. So make sure that you're measuring every lead that comes in and you are calculating that as your lead to close ratio so you know exactly where you should be at and how you can improve. Good, better, best estimates. Anyone in the room offering good, better, and best options to their customers? Okay, awesome. We saw that overall, about 55% were doing that. Now, the interesting thing is when we actually delved into this, we noticed that the high profitability companies are getting people to choose the best option a very frequent percent of the time. Are you guys seeing a similar kind of result? Yeah. It's psychology. it's really interesting. I'm actually reading a book right now called Alchemy that goes into, like, a lot of it is saying, well, the conventional business wisdom and economics of saying, well, if we're offering something that's a lot higher priced, people won't choose it. But psychology doesn't work that way. The book often restates that 1 times 10 doesn't always equal 10 times 1 in psychology, and it's very true. When you offer people 3 options, you give them you're almost kind of pointing them toward something specific where you want them to look, whereas you're not giving them the option to kind of vary off and go where they think that they should be. You're helping to guide them to where it makes the most sense for your business and for their result. So if you're not offering good, better, and best, you should try that out and try to see how that actually works for your profit margins. Length of time from lead to invoice. Now this was interesting because we were seeing that we thought that, okay, the people who were getting through jobs the fastest were going to have the highest revenue. But that wasn't the case. We actually noticed that it kind of centered around the middle here, where those that were taking like 3 weeks or a month were having higher revenue than those who weren't. Our assumption here, and again, we want to dig into this more the next year, our assumption is that they're taking bigger jobs, which result in a higher profit margin for that job, and that's why it's taking them longer. So don't be afraid of bigger jobs. If you've got the production power for it, give it a try and see how that kind of works out. Maybe change the mix. If you're doing a lot of small jobs, try to add more larger jobs. If you're doing too many large jobs, try folding in some smaller jobs and see if you can find a better balance. Profit margin, this one's a good one just for like a gut check. Where am I right now in terms of the profit margin per job on average? And this is what we were seeing, and mostly around that 24 and 31% range, which seems really good. I think that the ones that are getting more than 70, those are probably niche jobs that we can't rely on every job to get that kind of a profit margin. But try to focus on that. And if you don't even know what your profit margin is, that's a big thing that you can work on in these next months coming up. It's making sure that you know how much are we making per job and that you're counting all the costs involved so that you're not having money just disappear. Forms of payment accepted. This was a big one because we saw that we were thinking like maybe it would relate to revenue or profitability. It actually related more to your star rating. If you're offering more payment options, you generally have a higher star rating. Especially with credit and debit cards and with e-checks, there was a higher percentage of change there. And then financing as well. So try to fold in if you're not collecting digital payments or financing or things like that, fold those in and that will help your business. Definitely don't leave that behind and don't justify like, oh, I can just collect a paper check and take it to the bank, I'm going there anyways. There's a lot of hidden costs there that you might not be seeing where you can improve that with digital payments. This one was about communication. How quickly are you getting to those new leads that are coming in? And we saw a really good number here with just minutes. People are contacting these new leads. And those who are contacting within minutes, again, usually are in that highly rated column. They're the ones that are also saying, like, we'll hear so many contractors say like, oh man, dude, Angie, Home Advisor, they suck, they're terrible leads. And then we'll find this one guy over here that's like, those are the best leads I ever get. And we ask him, why do you say that? And everyone else is saying something different. The only difference that we always hear is we're calling them within minutes. If you get on them fast, they are great leads. So don't let them just sit around. You will get your money's worth if you get on them fast, and you'll get higher star ratings from it. And then this one is another communication one about how many outreaches you're doing. Again, highly rated in green, not highly rated in blue. And you'll see that there's usually around like the 1 to 3, 4 to 6 kind of range is quite a lot in terms of the survey responses, but green bars are higher over here. The highly rated ones are reaching out more during the job's life cycle. They're being more communicative. They're being more open and transparent. they're being proactive about communication instead of reactive whenever the customer's like, what's going on with the job? How are you guys doing? I haven't seen you in a few days. They're the ones communicating and saying, yeah, we got stuck on this job, we're waiting for these materials, we'll be there this date, and you can count on us. This one, there's a whole section in the report about team and culture, which we actually thought was really important. It's really important for JobNimbus to have good team and culture. That's why we have all the visuals around the office, and if you haven't had a chance to look around the office, I hope that you do, because we have a lot of things in here that help to build our team and culture. We also thought, man, we don't hear that being talked about enough in contracting. So we wanted to share that out and get some information. This one right here is just one snapshot of employee benefits, where high revenue companies are focused on providing more benefits to their employees. Now again, we want to delve into this more. Does it mean that just because they're high revenue, they have more cash to provide for these benefits? Potentially. But we want to look into it and see if you will have higher revenue because you're providing these benefits and getting better employment. Now this one was the weird one that I mentioned earlier, where before, annual revenue was pretty well split between 0 to 2 million and 2 to about 20 million, around that area is what we were able to survey. But when they were asked what they expected to do for next year, 34% said they were going to be 20 million or more. Extremely optimistic, but probably not going to get there if you don't have a plan to achieve it. Goals have to be realistic. They have to be achievable. So if you're in this optimistic category, try to figure out what you need to do to get there. And if you don't know what you're doing now, you won't know how to project to get where you want to go. So let's balance optimism with realism and make sure that we're looking at our numbers right now and creating achievable goals that will get us where we want to be. There's a whole lot more in this report. You can download it at jobnimbus.com/peak-performance. We can help you with that URL later, no worries at all. We've also got a webinar where myself, Ben Hodson, the CEO of JobNimbus, and Kaylee, our VP of Marketing, we discuss a lot more of these slides in more detail and give some actions that we think that could help out, things like with marketing and with sales. So you're invited to look at that, but really this was both enlightening, promising, and I think that was really helpful for all the people who have downloaded it so far and gotten to dig into this and start implementing these in their business. And we're excited to see what kind of results we get from those same people asking these questions next year. Any questions about any of this that we went over? Good, that's the way I like it. No, just kidding. Cool, thank you guys so much. I really appreciate letting me have some time.
Bring the band in. Woo! Well, all right. Yeah, they want me to fit in, but I can't. I'm too different with it. Too advanced to think. You know my intuition. I got bars and ink, but never in a prison. Too far gone, never gonna sit and listen. This is optimism mixed with the best. You get it? What you're seeing is a beast in the flesh. I'm vetted. I don't need to try to speak for the rest. Always keep it abrupt. They wanna keep it a mess, you know. This is what you get when you're sitting as a vet. But everybody know that you're a threat. With the rest, let's go. We won't fit in our box. We don't quit, we won't stop. Ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your, we won't fit in your, we won't fit in your box. No, we don't quit, we won't stop. No, ride us all to the top. We won't fit in your box.
Boring sales presentations often force your audience to zone out and make it harder for your sales reps to close deals. You need a presentation software that exceeds your customers' expectations and makes it easier for you to create, share, and measure each presentation that your team delivers. With dynamic editing tools and a marketplace filled with pre-built presentations designed by experts to help you sell, creating a powerful sales pitch is now easier than ever. Take your polished presentation and quickly share it on iPad or send it directly to clients on the web. Then, use Engage's built-in rich analytics to track how well your pitch performs. Exceed expectations with Engage. Sign up for a demo today.
Are you ready? Are you ready for the comeback? Yeah. Are you ready for the comeback? You know we the ones that ready for whatever. We gon' have to show them something, man. Let me see them hands up all the way front back. You don't understand that I'm doing what you can't with no cap. This is the return of the one. You ain't see him coming, you just heard drums. They've been ready for the battle. Any person that comes got the weight of the world on them. Yeah, they too strong. I might have been down, not out. It's on sight, you gon' figure that out. And I might have been down, not out. Only one thing I gotta know now is, are you ready for the comeback? Yeah. Are you ready for the... Are you ready for the comeback? You know we the ones that... Let me see them hands up all the way front back. Yeah, it's the comeback. Are you ready for the comeback? Now I see you with your bad self. If you into taking L's, then I can't help. I'll be the self-made champ. Look at my belt. I built this all from the ground up.
My house was actually affected this year. I flooded with Hurricane Nicole and had catastrophic winds on my roof. So I went ahead and I called in a roof claim. And my insurance company came out and denied my roof. So I called up Tom and I said, hey, would you mind? I was denied. And I'm meeting out with a second adjuster, and I would love to see how this drone worked. The drone found over 240 anomalies in my roof. So I went ahead and I sent the report up to my insurance carrier. They looked at that report and he knew he was spent pretty much. And he said, you're right, there's nothing I can say about it. And they ended up paying for the entire roof.
One shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah, I was building on the lecture. Verses coming daily under pressure. Working on the plot and the scheme. The true side trademark is at the edge of your dreams. I'm talking one shot for the kill. The breeze cut, freeze up, straight drop in the chills. I'm talking taking over pieces and shares. A bomb race sky high. Check the movement is here. Yeah. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! It's one art, one shot. I'm turning dreams into reality. In the lab with the formula and chemistry. The memories spark and motivate and make the industry shake. We put the bars in the brakes. I'm talking one chance at best, yes. Painting pictures for the culture, keep the brushes fresh. Flip the color, work the drummer, passion never rests. Freedom is a teacher under pressure, now we blessed. See, I was so go for the go. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go! Yeah. It's one art, one shot, now the future is yours. Go!
Truly enjoyed being a part of this tour, getting to pop into some cities I've not been in before. Hey, Mike. John. Mike. You're not Mike. Yeah.
Minor technical difficulties. All right. So, as I was saying, it's been fun to be a part of this tour. It's been fun to be in some cities I don't normally speak in. Utah, I actually get to come to about a couple times a quarter to work on projects out here, which is a lot of fun. Some of them I can see from this viewpoint. So. That's been a lot of fun. Today, my goal is to educate you a little bit on my world, which is the world of shingles. So just to gauge the room, everybody in the room are installing shingle roofs if you are a roofer. Everybody else that doesn't raise their hands, Jeff needs to come teach you how to raise hands still, apparently, or you're installing metal or specialty, or can we try that one more time? Are you installing shingles? There we go. Okay. So it's the predominant surface on almost anything out there, and years back I figured out that the shingle world has a whole lot of things to offer that I just didn't realize when I first got into it and started selling. So I run a group called Name That Shingle on Facebook. It's actually called Name That Roofing now, Name That Roofing Siding and More. And it's amazing what 1,000 people has now turned into 20,000 people, has turned into a reporting service for shingle identification. And the path that I went through to get there is a fun story. And now I'm a shingle guru, which is not sexy, just so everybody knows. Like when you sit on an airplane and someone goes, hey, what do you do? And I'm like, I'm a shingles expert. And they're like, oh, you're a doctor. And I'm like, no. No, not that kind. There's a different kind out there. But, which I still think roofing shingles is sexier than the medical concern shingles, but I'm not insulting any doctors out there, just to be crystal clear. So let me tell you a little bit about who I am. I've been in the industry for over 10 years now, gotten to the sales side of things. I've done a lot of installation, repair work, things like that. But within that, there's companies that do identification of materials, and oftentimes that involves an insurance claim, where you're trying to figure out what material it is there a match, is this product, what's the closest thing out there? And I realized there was only one company doing that. So I decided to introduce a new company, NTS, into that market. And in that process, I was also consulting and training other contractors across the country. And then that's blown up into these classes, a lot of different educational events. And what I think is one of the larger ripples in specifically on the restoration side, that now there's two options when it comes to shingle identification, where it was very monopolized beforehand and only one company doing that. And I think that that doesn't leave a lot of room to question, are they doing it right? How accurate are they? And I'm not saying that there's anything wrong with the alternate company out there. I'm just saying, who's questioning it? If there's only one company monopolizing the whole thing, who's like, you know what, we should screen these people and really run them through the ringer and figure out just how good this system is. We've kind of done that. And it's actually, you've seen insurance carriers introduce their own shingle identification system as part of that. So I think it's been a fun ripple to introduce in the industry. I've really enjoyed the ride, and we've got a ways to go with it. So I'm going to tell you what that did in my career as well. So let me make sure this clicker's working too. First of all, everybody in the class or anybody online, either if you're watching this, screenshot this and go back and hit this QR code later. But I'll send you guys some shingle cheat sheets that you can go back and look at that'll share some of the common discontinued. For everybody in the room, hit that QR code and fill out the form on there. And anybody live, go do it later. But anybody in the room, fill out the form, just name, address, email address, something like that on there, and I'll shoot you. I'm not going to solicit things to you. I'll just send you the files that we'll talk about today. It'll be helpful to you. Some of you in the room already have those files. You've been to the classes, and I appreciate that. So everybody's got that QR code. Let me keep going here. Okay. Boy, I need to make sure the clicker's working properly here. What did I do? Did the power on the computer go off? Okay, all right, let's keep moving then. We're good. So, shingle identification changed the value of things for me. This was kind of like my first cue on it, was value. When I was out meeting realtors, property groups, insurance companies, anything like that, even just retail sales, people underestimated how important it was to know what was on the roof, because I would show up and I'd be talking to a homeowner and I was able to say things like, well, so right now you have what 10 years ago was the best shingle on the market. I assume you want to stick with the best shingle on the market. That's what I want to bring to you first. So just like they were talking about pitching the whole concept of best, better, good, if you did your shingle identification even on a retail job, this isn't related to just claims. If you did it on a retail job and you knew, hey, they had a mid-grade product, a premium product, a designer product, or an entry-grade product, you could go in and sell to your consumer differently. You could educate them on this is what was on your roof previously, and I assume you would accept nothing less, or you would want nothing less. Now, if every one of your competitors went in and said, hey, here's our price, and they gave them entry grade, and you found this roof was a premium, and you're the only one that came in and said, your roof is already this, I assume you wouldn't want any less than this premium grade product. You now have a different pitch. It sounds different when you educate yourself on what's on the roofs, and you can identify them and then teach whoever you're selling to, whether that's an HOA, the owner themselves, on what that product is. I sounded differently when I walked in the rooms. Didn't have to be an insurance claim. Now, in an insurance claim, let's say insurance got involved, their job is not to be shingle experts. Let's be crystal clear. I think they have a hard enough job. They have to deal with contractors all the time and homeowners, lots of people calling them, okay? Their job is not to be shingle experts. They see what's damaged, they write it, they turn over an estimate, they offer a settlement of some kind, great, that's fine. It's up to you as the building product placement specialist to say, well, insurance company, this product's actually slightly nicer than entry grade, or it's premium grade, higher grade, and present that. So then you can go to your homeowner and say, we've got this corrected, we've given them all the information, and now because of that, you get to get this particular shingle, right? Owens Corning is in the room. Essentially, all those insurance estimates, they come back and they're assuming you're going to use for a laminate the Oak Ridge. All right, great. That's a nice product. But what if you found out that what was on their roof now was a Class 4 hail impact rated shingle, and on the surface you couldn't tell that? And then you get to go back to your homeowner and say, guess what? We get to bring you this Flex product, and here's the benefits of that product. So it changes the outcome of things. Whether you're pitching a retail sale or an insurance claim, it all comes down to your knowledge being sharp and your ability to educate the end user or decision maker, if there's an adjuster involved, on what that product is, what the value of that product is, and why you should stick with this product, continue with this product, not accept anything less. That's what I want to put in there, okay? So the value was a big one. I'll show you a good example. Here's one that we worked on, and this one was really cool because this was twofold. Now this is an insurance claim because it's the best way for me to show you the value. The entry grade product that was written for on there, which for those of you in the insurance world who know Xactimate, know RFG 300, the entry grade product was written for $16,000, one line item. The replacement shingles and felt, $16,400. The premium product, this actually had a nicer shingle on it. It had the duration, which in Xactimate is classified as RFG 400. We were able to go back with a product that ended up being $20,300, so almost $4,000 difference in one single line item in there, and the homeowner got like kind for like kind going back on there. And they felt really good about that. Someone was educated enough to go present that case. This particular one, I can't get into policy and everything else like that, but they actually allowed to upgrade the ventilation as well, which added $4,900 to this one. So we were able to put on the right shingle and a proper roof by just getting the shingle identification correct on the front end and presenting that to the insurance company, giving them all the information to make an effective decision, and then going back to the homeowner with, hey, here's how we're going to put this on, and this is the right way to do it. So value was a key one for me. That was a big part of shingle identification. Another piece is, what do you do with it when there is a problem or you're asked to repair and you're uncertain what that shingle is? All too many times I see companies go out and they give it their best effort. They find the closest material, they text a picture to their supplier, and they're like, yeah, we think it's this, and they go pick up that one bundle and repair it. I'll give you a great example, because again, this isn't just about the insurance claim. I had a realtor call me and say, hey, we're trying to close on this house. It's got skylights that are leaking. We need a quote to repair the skylights. To repair the skylights, you got to do what? All the shingles around it. That particular skylight brand, in their installation instruction, it says you have to cut out felt, cut out shingles, all this stuff. Went out there, product's not made anymore. There's nothing compatible to it. So I told the realtor, I said, the only thing I can give you is a full estimate. We lost the job. I was okay losing the job because I wasn't going to compromise my integrity, my work ethic, and the right thing to do on that just to appease the realtor or to push that thing through close or to put on a repair that I would not be happy with. Shingle identification did that. Same applies when there is an insurance claim. If a tree branch hits it, if there's an ice dam, if there's wind damage, I still evaluate every single one of them the same way. It doesn't matter to me. The first question I ask is, can we mix it? And then the other question I ask is, can we fix it? You know, can we actually repair it? Is the system still in a repairable condition? But understanding what shingle it is and the shingle identification really help you answer the first question there. Can we mix it? If you don't know what it is, you have no way to go get the third-party documents, the information, and everything else you need to be able to say, hey, and imagine this, all right? Jeff, you made a good comment earlier about how someone knocked on your door, you looked at the website, you didn't feel warm and fuzzy about it, right? Homeowners want to feel warm and fuzzy. Depending on how they buy, they want to feel warm and fuzzy. The perception of a roofer saying, hey, I can't repair your roof. You got to pay us $15,000 for a full roof. What's the red flag that goes off to the homeowner right away? They're just trying to scam me into a whole roof. You know, they're not telling me all the information. I'll get another bid, all those things. But if you had good identification, if you had reports from NTS, if you knew what shingle it was and you got the documents, right? And you could sit down with the homeowner and say, I would love nothing more than to repair this and get as much life out of your roof. But there's a few things I need to share with you about your roof. Here's some information from the manufacturer, from a third party, from whoever it may be, and this is why we can't do that. The homeowner, you're building trust in that situation. And it's not you, the roofer, trying to say, we want this $15,000. It's you saying, I really don't have much other option. The best thing to do for your roof is to replace all of it, because these are the risks that are involved with performing this. This is what the manufacturer has to say. This third-party report has to say. Codes have to say, whatever it may be. So I highly encourage you to keep that in mind. Now we flip that to a claim. You're just presenting information to who in addition to the homeowner? An adjuster. We now have somebody else involved. That's part of the monies that's being offered on that claim. So I'm presenting information to an adjuster, okay? That's what I'm looking for in that situation. Let me make sure I do have the right slide up, right? So I had ones where came out, a great example, they had damage to their valve. Well, we have to replace shingles, and then we found out couldn't get the shingles anymore. So that turned that over to a full roof. Doesn't matter who's involved in the decision process, that was the right thing to do, okay? Do I have a glaring typo in there? The good news is that's not on the live. Just the pictures on the live. Ice, damn it, okay. That's awesome. Let me be crystal clear. Of the things I'm a guru at, it is not spelling. First one out in my 8th grade spelling bee. I still haven't changed my willingness or ability to be a very, very strong speller. In fact, I struggle with some mild dyslexia in there as well. So math and numbers, bring it all day long, okay? Shingle stats, great, bring that all day long. But what I realized was every time I had to make the decision between repair and replace, the thing I wanted to know was, can we mix it? And then as the building product placement specialist, as the contractor, as the expert in the actual work, I could also solve the can we fix it? Can we actually go perform that work, right? So the lighting's not great, but I drive around, and this is every city I've been in. I look at all these shingles with, all these roofs with missing shingles, tabs, failures, and issues. And the first thing I think, my mind goes to, man, the first time someone saw something missing, they should have talked to this homeowner. And I get it. There's people like Jeff who don't let you in the door and they don't want to talk to you about their roof. That's fine. But I think from Jeff's perspective, who's out there servicing, repairing, have that on their website, trying to develop those long-term maintenance contracts, because then you're ready for when anything happens. You can tell them, hey, imagine if you had service contracts and you could go to your homeowner and say, guess what? We've looked at your roof for 2 years now. The manufacturer of this product's getting rid of it. So I need to know what you want to do. Do you want to try and do one more year of maintenance, or do you want to start seeing prices for full roof replacement? Because I'm trying to plan ahead with my homeowners. I do want them to get the most out of it. That's the reality of it. But when there's a hard and fast decision that needs to be made, where a tree branch went through, wind ripped shingles off, a tornado came through, right? Realtor telling you to fix something before they can close on it. I need to be able to educate that person on the hard facts of what needs to be done here, or what can be done here, what should be done here, the realities of it. So this, again, not the best light. This is a quick snapshot. This one we can pull up on Facebook. This is a quick snapshot of some discontinued shingles. Please share this with a live group. These are the dates for the common laminate shingles on the market when they were discontinued or made obsolete. These are the dates for that. So I highly encourage every one of you going out there and doing work. One of the things you should do before you show up, do a little due diligence. Get on your county information app or site, whatever it may be. Get on Zillow. Find out when that home was made. If I can either see permitting information or the date that home was built before I show up, and I know it falls in these dates, I may need to prepare myself that I'm going to have to educate this homeowner on whether we can or cannot repair it. Or, hey, I need to do some more research before we repair it. And I love asking homeowners this question. Hey, do you know when your roof was installed? Which is entertaining. Most homeowners don't know when their roof was installed. Some of them do, but most homeowners don't know when the roof is installed. The other question I'll add to that that's not on this slide is, do you have any shingles laying around from the last roof install? If they still have some sitting in their basement, their garage, their, I don't know what you guys call them, sheds, barns out here, but anyway, if they have them sitting somewhere and you can go to that bundle and be like, oh, that's exactly what this is. They make this. I can go find this still. We can fix this. Or you look at it and you're like, yep, unfortunately in 2007 they got rid of this, so we're going to have to look at something more than a repair in this situation. Shingle identification is crucial. This is a quick little guide, but I'll send you a full cheat sheet on things. Anybody who filled out that form, I'll send you a cheat sheet on them. But the laminate product changed. But let's talk about the landscape of what happens here. This is crucial. You look at shingles being discontinued, and I think some people think, oh, the manufacturers just discontinue shingles to sell more products. No, they do it to improve them. They try and make them better. They're trying to increase ratings. They're trying to make them maybe lighter, bigger nail zones, whatever it is. And it's not like they're just thinking that up freely on their own. There's other governing bodies, testing agencies, code compliance, more restrictive codes. All this stuff is kind of coming together, and then these products have to get better and better and better. It's not the case that the manufacturers are just like, you know what, we're not selling products too well. Let's get rid of it just so that we can tell them that. That's not what's going on. Now, I think sometimes that's what homeowners may think, that's what insurance adjusters may think, but that's not what's going on. Okay, I guarantee you Owens Corning isn't having meetings being like, it's been 15 years, let's just drop a bunch of lines and start some new stuff. Okay, it's kind of a headache to do it actually, and all the paperwork and logistics that come along with it. So that's not what I believe is going on, but I think there's more curves coming as we continue to see a demand for premium products, higher grade products, higher win ratings, higher quality, all that kind of stuff. I think we're going to continue to see shifts in products, but know that there's stuff driving that, and we aren't really here to get upset about it, but we do need to understand what do we do when we find that product and we can no longer mix that product or it is discontinued. All right? Great. Is this still working? Let's shift gears a little bit. Shingle identification is great, but I want to talk about the inspection process. Over the course of my career, you have a question? Let's pause for the question then. Not pause, but fire away. What's your question before I talk about this? So your question is, if you have a product that's discontinued and there's an insurance claim involved, does insurance have to find a closest like, kind, and quality to that? So maybe you can't find anything that looks like that or is the same size and stuff, but from a value standpoint, yes, I would be saying, but it's up to you, support that. Get third-party identification, use an NTS report. We put the ratings on there or warranties or whatever it may be, and then say, hey, can you give us something in this category? And give them some options. Remember, the people that you're submitting information to, when you submit information to an insurance company saying, hey, this product is actually premium, you should be thinking, here's why, but don't expect them to do the shopping for you. Say, can you give us something in this category? Or this is the closest thing we've found, or can you price it at this? Make it easy for the people making the decisions. You're the expert, so do the due diligence, find the information, give them some options to make their job easier. The whole goal in that process is to speed up the timeline so the end user, the homeowner, gets to the solution faster, right? So give them as much information as possible for them to be like, yes, I can see it's actually a 50-year product. Yes, I can see it's designed to be a shake look product. And thank you for submitting those. We believe a shake look now is worth this price. Speed that process up for them. That's a really good question. I appreciate that. Mike Goldenstein's not in here anymore. He's done laughing at me? Okay. Well, Leanne, when you're done taking pictures, can you grab a bottle of water for me? No rush. I just know my pace. So let's talk about inspections. When I got into the roofing industry, thank you, this will work great. They have one right here. I got it, he's got it right here. Let me do this first. When I got into the roofing space and started doing inspections on a day-to-day basis, the thing that I discovered was I got paid the same regardless of how long the inspection took, how many times I had to go back and forth. So I wanted to be as efficient as possible in my inspection process because time is your most valuable currency and opportunity cost is your greatest cost. Right? I want that to sit for a second. Time is your most valuable currency. Opportunity cost is your greatest cost. That means all the time you spend that you think you have in the time savings account, you don't know what you get tomorrow. And all the opportunities you miss by wasting time is your greatest cost. So keep that in mind when you think of how I can streamline my process and be more efficient. Okay? I'm going to say it one more time because it's turn. I see the wheels turning right now. Time is your most valuable currency, and opportunity cost is your greatest expense. So I broke my inspections down to three steps. Find the liabilities, figure out how to take it to construction, and is there storm damage? The first two exist on every inspection. The liabilities are everything that's going to come up or be an issue. Maybe you can't park the trucks in their driveway because it's gravel. Maybe their driveway is cracked and you can't put a boom truck in there because they can't put the legs down, right? So what are my liabilities and risk? Maybe they've got a whole, I'll give you my best one. I did a siding job and I walked in the house before we did the siding job. And going through the house, I was like, yeah, pull this down, pull this down. I went into one room, their front room, they had a whole wall of the old porcelain precious moments things. For anybody's mom who collected those, whole wall of glass. And I was like, that'd have been a terrible risk if we started banging away and they're calling me saying, Stuff's flying off our wall. This is your fault. You didn't tell us. You didn't inform us. You didn't let us know. So think of what are my risks? Because those things cost you what? Money, but what do they really cost you? Time and opportunity. You had to go spend your time dealing with that. You had to write a check to give them a credit, a refund, something like that. And then they tell their neighbor what? About their awesome siding, they tell them what? You broke all my stuff. So I lost the opportunity on the neighbor because there's already this negative review neighbor to neighbor in that situation. That's one example of an opportunity cost. Time is your most valuable currency. Opportunity cost is your greatest expense. I wish I could trademark it. I'm going to put it on a t-shirt though. It is on my Facebook group page with a signature. I don't know. Paul designs all that. I got a good guy that deals with all that for me. So that's what I need on some socks too, right? So after you've determined the liabilities, and this is where is shingles going to fall? What is it going to hit? What is it going to land on? Do we have to move patio furniture and everything else, or garden gnomes, or potted plants, or grills? Anybody break one of those eggs, the big green egg? Those aren't cheap, okay? I have ring camera footage of the crew banging the dent out of the grill because they didn't move the grill. But then there's ring camera footage of the crew opening the grill. The guy sent me the video and I was like, well, we'll buy you a new grill. I'm not even gonna spend time arguing with this one because he sent me the footage of the crew, ding, trying to bang the dent out of the other side of the grill. That's a risk. But who here has ever experienced a homeowner tell you that you broke the grill, but there was a giant smash or dent or bang in the grill before you even started? I want to protect my liabilities by confirming what did it look like beforehand. Was there non-storm related damage that the homeowner may not even be aware about? They may not even know that exists. So that's one, liabilities and risk. Two is construction. I think that this was terribly told to me when I got into this industry. Here's what we need. I was looking for damage when I got into this industry, not, hey, take a picture of drip edge, take a picture of flashings, take a picture of the ridge cap, take a picture of all these things that we need to know what type of vent, how many vents, how many pipe boots. No one, that wasn't the priority focus when I got trained, but I realized if I didn't want to go back from production texting me and go, how many box vents? And me be like, oh. Okay, let me go back out there and count how many box vents were because I didn't do it. I do it real simple now. If there's 8 box vents, I write the number 8 on one of them and take a picture. So I don't have to take 8 pictures. I don't have to worry about how good or how close my overviews are. I've got a note in my photos in my inspection process. Be prepared to take this job to production. Another way to think of this is if your insurance claims, you probably have people handling your supplements or supplement team saying, hey, we also need the following. So think of it that way too. Every picture that you're taking saying that here's how the roof is put together is basically, here's the things we have to supplement for. This is what we also need on this job. The last one's damage, and I'm not going to spend any time on that. I think there's plenty of people here who work storms. You know what you're looking for in damage, but that to me is the last thing I look at. I get my other stuff. But if it is a damaged one, how many times are you getting on that roof? If it has storm damage, how many times are you getting on that roof? 2 at a minimum, right? If it's a retail job, I need the first 2 things, and I'm ready to close it. If it's a damaged job, I show up, it's got a tree limb on it. I know I got to go back out and meet an adjuster. I may handle some of the stuff while the adjuster's on their inspection and get all my supplement photos while they're doing their adjustment. So you can spread this out over 2 trips, but I wanted to be as efficient as I could with my time, so I came up with an inspection checklist that would get me through these 3 points, document my liabilities, all the non-storm related damage, prepare the job for construction, how is it put together, and then what's the actual damage. That made it easy for me to have a mental checklist of 3 simple things every time I went out there. All right, now let's talk about the adjustment. Who here meets adjusters? You meet adjusters? You're close. Why don't you stand up? I want to explain something to you. You get to be the volunteer to help explain this to the audience. Could you stand right here, face me, and put your palms up? Wait, do you follow me on Facebook?
I do.
Did you already see this?
I have not seen
Okay,
it.
we just got to check real quick. All right, I want you to put your hands out like this. Ready? Okay, go ahead and have a seat. Everybody give him a hand. Thank you. What were the 2 instructions? Stand there, put your hands up. Did I give him any instructions about what I was going to do? Or what to do when I started doing what I did? Well, what happened when I pushed on him? Because it's human nature. When you push somebody, they're going to push back. Mentally, physically, emotionally. So be cautious not to push people for the sake of, let me just start by pushing. Find a way to walk together before you just start with resistance. It's human nature to push back. Don't lead your conversations there, okay? When you get pushed, push back. That's a good time to push. So your adjustments, do you have a question on that? No, I was just... You were telling somebody who pushes you all the time not to push you anymore? I saw you looking. Do you have a question?
How do you go about making a push versus walking?
I'm going to explain that a little bit, okay? Number one, realize that they have a very limited job. They're not there to be experts on everything. They're there to identify damage, and then somebody's eventually deciding, is this covered damage? So your dialogue needs to be simple. When you're meeting them, don't get too distracted. Don't throw a whole bunch of stuff their way. Think of it like another sale. Think of it like you're meeting with the homeowner and you're explaining them how the roof is put together. What are the pieces that we need to put it together? Here's the things I found. Your grill's broken. Do you know that? Right? Like everything that I would be doing to a homeowner, I want to try and walk an adjuster through that. You don't do that by showing up at a homeowner's house and yelling at them and pushing them and forcing them to sign a piece of paper, do you? I've never knocked the door and been like, you're going to buy a roof today. It's never happened, okay? And I guarantee you I would know the results. Maybe one out of like 100 people would laugh and be like, all right, that was pretty funny, okay? But that's not why you don't treat your adjusters that way. Build rapport, build trust, communicate with them, compliment something. Hey, I like that truck. What do you think of the bully bag? Have you tried the pitch hopper? Just have normal conversations. Man, they got you running all over town. You've been busy. Have you enjoyed that most recent storm? Just be conversational and see, can we just meet on a human level first before I have to get into this business aspect? With a homeowner, it's now I need to sell this roof and show you why our roof is the best and why our company is the best. With an adjuster, they're there to identify damage. So here's what I think is damaged, why I think it's damaged, and why I think it's from this particular thing. That's all you're selling in that situation. And they don't have to buy. Just because they don't like it doesn't mean you're like, yeah, let me just kick you real quick and fight you instantly. You have to make a choice. Did I present it well? Is this worth the fight? Should I die on another hill and fight another day? Should I call the reinspect? Every scenario is different, but let me give you some core concepts. The best way you can make someone agree with you is acknowledge what they say. Anybody in this room hate to feel heard? It's a dumb question, right? You ever talk to somebody and you just know they're not listening and you're kind of like, this isn't even enjoyable, right? When they talk, listen. Give them the time of day. Understand the perspective that they have. And do that by saying, how does a homeowner know you're listening to them? You repeat something back. Oh, that's interesting. Not a lot of homeowners know about just how the gutter system, you repeat something back to them, right? You tell them that it's great that they know that, or I'm glad you brought that up, or that's an interesting point. You just acknowledge what they say. Then turn back to a question. Try and gain better understanding of where they're coming from, right? I accept that you said that. I acknowledge that you said that. Now let me ask my question and let them answer it. And I think at that point, you've gained all the information you need from them. You've acknowledged what they've said, right? You've asked the question. And now you're ready to say, here's what I think about it. And that's the best way to kind of feel like you're walking with them and not pushing them. But if an adjuster came out and says, that's not damage, and you're like, yes, it is. We instantly went, huh. And you feel that. That's human nature for you. They pushed you, so you kind of, well, let me push back a little bit. That's not what I want to do in that situation. Let me acknowledge what they said first. That gives me the ability to gain some emotional control of myself. Let me ask you a question. Now I've got time to reset and open my ears more and listen. Did you really mean what you meant there? Explain it to me. And now instead of pushing, I feel like we're headed towards walking together. Now let me see if they'll walk with me. And that's the psychology behind it. It's a simple way to move through almost any conversation. Now, for those of you who take this into marriage and try and apply John's concepts to marriage advice, I'm here to tell you my wife will outsmart me on this almost any day of the week. So I'm sorry, I'm not a marriage counselor. Where'd I put the clicker down with? I'm terrible at this part of it. But that's what I want to do. Is there damage? Let's talk about that. Let's move through this in a casual manner. Let's see if we can agree on things today and then move on. That's it. I'm just trying to get them to consider some sort of coverage on there. And as long as they get to that, I'm in a pretty happy position. Once I get there, it's funny because it got really cloudy, then we pulled the shades up, and now it's really light, so I hope you can still see up there. 3 things you're considering. 2 boxes, but 3 things you're considering. There's can I mix it and can I fix it? Can I mix it is dealing with, hey, can we go buy that product? Are there compatible products? So compatibility, availability, repairability. I talk about this in my classes. I go in depth about this in my classes. Compatibility of products are any size changes. Do they change the size, the exposure, the width, the height, anything like that? Is it technology changes? Maybe it's thicker now. Maybe it's got new sealant bonds. Maybe they've moved the sealant from the front of the shingle to the bottom of the back. That's a real one that took place with laminate shingles at some point. So are there any physical compatibility issues that I need to highlight or showcase to my homeowner, to an adjuster if they're involved, as to why we shouldn't mix these things? And then in some states, they actually consider uniformity or appearance within. I'll give you a great example. We have one city in Indiana that I know of that if you're replacing 25% of the roof, they require you to replace all of it for uniformity. So uniformity could exist at a state level, at a county level, at a city level. They vary location to location, but you may need to present some sort of visual compatibility issues. The next one's availability. There's 4 categories of availability. I don't think I ever need to educate a homeowner on a product being currently available. That's as simple. Hey, they still make this. We'll go get it, okay? The 3 ones that get tricky are permanently discontinued. This category is the category where you can no longer buy that product brand new from a retail supply outlet. There's companies out there, I'm not going to say the name, that offer to sell you discontinued products that have been sitting in a warehouse for 10, 15 years, okay? That is not a new product. I would not want to purchase that for a homeowner and try and use that product. So permanently discontinued to me means I can't go buy that product brand new on a shelf right up the road at the hardware store or at my local supply house. So I'm going to name a few just to really clarify the point. Can you go buy Certainty Independence? No, you cannot. 2017, gone, can't go buy it anymore, all right? Can you buy the original Owens Corning Duration? Cannot buy the original. It's permanently discontinued when they rolled out the new Sure-Nail strip, the True Definition line and everything, improved the technology. You know, that original Sure-Nail strip was great technology to get them where they're at today for their current nail strip. But they really don't want you putting those 2 products together. That's not the question. The question is it discontinued or not? Can I buy it? No, I can't buy it. It's permanently discontinued. Let me give you a different one. Can you go buy Owens Corning Supreme? They're 3-tab. In some states, I get it, it's a little bit harder to find than others. But in general, it's an available product. The state that I work in, they moved the location of the plant and said, hey, we're going to issue a regional do not mix because moving the strip plant here to here, where they were making that shingle. So the only thing I have to present to a homeowner is whatever the do not mix letter says. So I can buy it. It's still called Supreme. It's not permanently discontinued, but there's some sort of letter or something that says we shouldn't mix that product. So there's a big difference between the two. The one you absolutely cannot buy versus the one you can buy, but they're saying at some point we really didn't want you to put the 2 together. So you have to educate your end user on what that do not mix means in that situation. And then we ran across one. Does anybody remember 2020? Or we all did we block that out? I don't know what it was like here in Indiana. In the county I live in, it was very, very, there's still people wearing masks in the county I live in. So I'll probably get a little flack for that on Facebook, but that's okay. We couldn't get certain products during that year. There were shortages, there was slower production, and the need for roofing didn't really slow down, did it? Right? So that was a temporarily unavailable, and I had to tell a homeowner, look, there's only a few options. We can sell you a full roof now, or we're going to have to nurse this along, tarp it, cover it, protect it. And then if there was an insurance company involved, I had to educate an adjuster on that too. Look, we can't do it now, but we can do this until it comes back out. And if you were running out of time, you had to ask for extensions. Say, you know what, we either got to put this on, or Mr. or Mrs. Smith, you got to ask them, can we go further? Can we wait longer? How much time will you give us? So that temporary discontinued is a product that you don't know when it's coming back out, but you kind of are in a crunch. Let's take a realtor. If I went to a realtor and I was like, look, they're not making this now, so the only thing I can write you to close on this is a full roof replacement. Otherwise, we don't know, when this product's coming back. The same concept applies. All right, I only have a couple more things and we'll wrap up. Repairability products. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on this one. I just don't have enough time in this class, but as a building product placement specialist, as a repair professional, you should be able to go out and assess, can I actually repair it? This, to me, can only be determined if you go attempt it. Show up, document well, before, during, after, videos, whatever needs to be done, and showcase to whoever is making the decisions, right, what needs to be done. This is property groups, realtors, HOAs, insurance companies, whoever's involved in the decision-making process, go do the thing and show it to them. I encourage that you either have some sort of contractor agreement to perform the repair before you do it. I think that's a smart decision. I wouldn't want to go roll the dice on a repair and then say, hey, it's not repairable. And like, well, we don't even have a contract with you. Now don't do that. Make sure it's well communicated to the end user and that you go out and do the thing and show them, yes, this worked. We can do the rest of these repairs. No, it didn't work. Here's why. Here's your options for how to proceed. Insurance company involved, same thing. They need clear education and understanding of what the thing is you're asking for and why. And think of it this way. Anybody have kids? You ever take a kid to Build-A-Bear?
Gonna do it on Wednesday.
Did somebody say yes? But you understand the concept. You get to pick like just the outer part of the bear. They fluff it to your likeness. They sew the whole thing up. You put a heart in there. They sing a song. You dance on one foot. You pick out an outfit. They put it in a box. They take your life savings, and then you're good, okay? Imagine the person that you're conveying the information to, their only job they've ever had in their life was building Build-A-Bears. And now you're trying to explain to them why a roof is not repairable. Did you explain it so well and so basic that that individual, and I'm not dogging that job. That's great. My kids love Build-A-Bear, okay? Great concept. Good for them. But imagine that that's who you're explaining it to. It needs to be that simple. Ever heard the phrase KISS? Keep it simple, stupid? I like it the other way around. Keep it stupid simple, right? Like make it just so simple that it's like, oh, I see what you're saying here. When you're presenting repairability issues, spell it out for the end user, the decision maker, to understand what's going on. Do not put this QR code up. I'm going to show pictures. Don't put the QR code up. Did you flip it up there briefly? Okay. This is for this group. You guys can hit this QR code and download this file. This is part of my training classes. I'm going to walk the group through the photos. So as I go through the next set of photos, go ahead and pop the photos up. Once you have the QR code up, we're going to talk about a few things, because I think one of the issues that people miss is sometimes the thing you need to convey to the decision maker is just the concept of how the whole roof is put together or what's connecting, like, hey, can we even fix this thing in a small area or is it a bigger area? So let's go through photo by photo. One of the first photos you're going to see on there is this one. This is a situation where this had damage and the insurance company saw all the damage on the front slope, no damage on the right and left. So we had to educate them, the property group and the insurance company, on how the whole system's put together. The front, the left, the right, how it ties together between the hips and the valleys and everything. Now imagine if you emailed the adjuster and you said, hey, the front, and we see you agree with that, I've got that marked in yellow, and then the left is red, the right is blue, and they're connected, and the adjuster said, I'm colorblind. You better hope they can still read left and right. There's my joke for you for today, okay? I'm not picking on them. These are things that actually happen. But how about these? Look at these two shingles. Can you fix either one of those shingles that I've outlined with just touching only the one shingle? It touches something else, right? It touches ridge cap. It touches a box vent. It touches some other feature. But you ask this question. The adjuster's job coming out, when you're pointing out damage and talking to the adjuster, you're not there to talk about construction. They're there to just look at the damage and then do their thing. You have to then educate what's actually necessary in that situation. So these two wind damaged shingles, I had to show them there's more than what this one damaged shingle offers. We have to remove the box vent, and here's why. And I have to tell that story and explain that to them so they better understand what actually needs to be done there. How about this one? This is photo number 6 in the report. If you have the report open, you'll see it better, but this has a whole bunch of mastic and tar around it. I mean, this was like the tar guru went up there and just said the best way to fix this is to unload the entire tube, right? And that's fine, I see it. Sometimes that's just a maintenance person who isn't qualified at roofing or skilled at it, doesn't know how to fix that vent, so they're up there doing the best they can to stop water coming in for somebody who's concerned about a stain they see on their ceiling. I understand that moment and the need for them to want to fix it like that. But now that that vent's damaged and I have to replace the vent, what else do I have to do? It's going to tear up all the shingles. Again, think of explaining that. The next time you see somebody stuffing a Build-A-Bear, imagine trying to explain how a vent ties to shingles and how it's all put together. You got to do it with really good photos. You have to do it with a really good inspection, some good notes, probably a good phone call to really put that together for them. Explain it to them. How about this one? This is probably my favorite one in this set of photos. The outlined area, their tree limb went through this. I put a tarp over it. And when I say tree limb, I mean a small little limb went straight through, poked a hole in 3/4 inch decking, okay? Like it had to be like missile trajectory into this thing. And the insurance adjuster came out and said, we'll give you 2 shingles and 16 square feet of decking. Now that's not mathematically very good because I only had about 4 square feet of shingles and 16 square feet of decking. But again, I look at the adjuster's job to say what was damaged, and I just need to put in the scope what's damaged. I, as the building product placement specialist, had to convey to them what actually needed to be done. So I'm showing them a real work area, and then how that ties to the valley, and then to take that valley out, we'd have to touch the other slope, and here's the true repair area of this damaged, one damaged shingle with some damaged decking. What's the true repair area? The yellow outline is me kind of showing you about the square footage of the shingle, the decking, just so you can get a better perspective on there, all right? This is probably one of my favorite photos that I think is so simple, and again, keep it just so simple for them, guys. Valleys. Does everybody know how valleys put together? What kind of valleys you use here in Utah? Shingle valleys. You use the California cut, right? Where you put the row of shingles in there. This is a woven valley. How are you going to fix one side of a slope with a woven valley? You can't. But if it's an insurance claim and they know there's damage to one slope, they instantly think slope first. I can't fault them for that. They did their job. They came out, they found the damage, they wrote a settlement for that. But you need to educate them on how the shingles have to go 12 inches over each side in a woven valley. And the valley lining is 36 inches wide, so that's 18 inches both direction. This took me 30 seconds to chalk, do picture, and now I can explain it to somebody who's never stepped foot on a roof before with a really good photo, showcasing them, hey, here's how this ties together. I can explain it to my homeowner. This is what I'm going to send to your adjuster. And before I send this into your adjuster, I want you to understand how your roof is put together. That way I don't sound like the contractor who's just trying to get a full roof just to get myself this full $15,000 job or whatever it may be. I think the education of the end user, the buyer, the homeowner, is key, and whoever else is involved. Realtors, HOAs, insurance companies, whoever else is involved, educating them is key, but you have to know the data. Just a couple more and we'll finish up. How about this box vent? This box vent is way too close to the ridge cap to try and repair just the box vent. We're gonna have to take off ridge cap shingles. In fact, the shingle over the top is cut to where there's only about 1 inch of shingle exposure, 1.5 inches on that shingle up top. But an adjuster who sees hail damage on that metal is going to do their job, which is the metal's damaged. Let me put the damaged metal in the scope. I don't think the shingle's damaged, so there's no shingles in the scope. It's up to you to educate them how it's put together. But again, I educate my homeowner first. That's the first thing I want to do is teach my homeowner. Here's what we need to do. Here's how we got to put this together. So now, rewind that. That means when I'm dealing with the situation of can I mix it and can I fix it, can I mix it is compatibility and availability of products. Can I fix it is can I fix the area or is the area bigger? And then evaluating, is the shingle even in a condition that I can repair it? You know, if I start doing this and it's falling apart, breaking, all the issues with repairs, there's 2 issues there. The repair area as a whole, and can the shingle itself be repaired? Who has a question so far? Anybody? How am I doing on time? I'm good? I feel like I'm blazing through it, but okay, all right. I'm good? So, how about this one? The very first photo I showed you where I talked about the front being yellow and the colorblind one as a joke, this is from that example. $354,000 to $1,015,000 off of showing them how it's all put together. 19 buildings. You have to be able to show them slowly. No attorneys, no public adjusters involved, just education. Just good information about how the system's put together and why we need to continue on over here and what it's going to take to build this and why this is connected and how this overlaps. Here's the underlayment. Here's the valley lining. Here's everything put together. So I promise you, if I can do this and present multiple adjusters, property group, owners, contractor, everybody involved, the case, you can do this with your homeowner. You can do this with an adjuster. You can do this to a realtor. And they may not like it. They may not be excited about the information, but it's still information. It's still the facts of like, hey, this is just the facts. This is why I'm telling you we have to go this far, or this is why it needs to be a full roof replacement. So feel a little bit inspired when you look at this to think, you know what? There is a way when I'm dealing with these ones that are small repairs, and the facts are the facts, and we just can't do it in segments or sections. Here's how we have to put this all together. Who has a question on it? Say again?
So, I've been doing it for about 3 months.
3 months. Awesome. Congratulations. Give this man a hand. New to the roofing industry, right? All right.
Way that you educated yourself, and how did you learn all these things? Because when you're new, you're looking for just the basic damage, and as you know, I keep going, you learn more and more tricks, but what's the best way to educate yourself on all of these different codes or?
Sure.
You know?
So his question is, what's the best way to educate yourself? You know, these codes, how it's put together. You use the word tricks. I don't think tricks is the best word. Like, and it's okay, you're new to it. A lot of people say that word, right? Like, what's the process really, right? So the first thing I'm going to encourage you when it comes to education is you have to understand that you have to be intentional about that. Your company may have training programs, education guides, anything for you to go to, but you should be intentional about exceeding that or meeting the skill set they're bringing to you. If they're bringing you a skill, you try and go seek someone yourself. That's number one for me, right? Like, I need to be intentional about that. Number two is you have to learn to love that process, okay? Like, so many people just want to get to the finish line and they don't even enjoy the ride. Like, get into it a little bit. Like, if you can't get into that, you're going to chase the finish line forever and ever and ever, never enjoy it, and then be like, I'm out. Because all you did was chase the finish line. So enjoy the learning process. Like, really embrace and enjoy the learning process, and I think that you're going to find yourself, now I want to go learn the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing, and the next thing in there. So dedicate some time to it, enjoy the time that you're doing that, and then use your peers. I was self-taught to start. I had a company that didn't have a structured training model. I was self-taught. Recognizing there, when is self-taught not enough, and how much can I set aside to go do this program, go do this training, invest in this, right? Invest in myself. Then I went to subscriptions, then I went to classes, then I went to private, high dollar private trainings. So I kind of scaled, but I would never be motivated to spend $10,000 on a training program if I didn't start here by saying I can commit 30 minutes to teach myself. You'll never get there. So commit the time, be intentional, and enjoy that time. Embrace it. Otherwise, if you never embrace it here, you'll constantly be chasing a finish line you'll never get to. Sorry if that got a little motivational. A man who loves walking walks further than the man who loves the destination. Yeah, that is it's the truth too, okay? There's all too many people now who are short-sighted and they're thinking in their heads like, gosh, if I could only find the thing I love to do. And they spend so much time thinking that, they never love the thing they do, right? Like, hey, I want to do something I love. No, love the thing you do. You'll put much better time and effort into that. You'll get much more out of it. And then the learning experience that you get from it, even if you don't stay in that thing, the learning experience is well worth it, and you move on. So I appreciate that question. As a new person, be intentional, invest in time. Yes, hand from behind the person who yes. Okay, go ahead.
Is there any court cases that you can follow? Because a lot of that gets dictated in like local court hearings between insurance companies and roofers, or homeowners and insurance companies. Is there any way that we can find out when those cases happen so we can actually watch those arguments and how they actually play out?
So your question is, Utah has a matching law. I'll elaborate on that. Indiana has 25%. That's a city in Indiana. Indiana does not have any matching laws, so there's some municipalities that have it adopted. But how can you track what's going on with case law? Because sometimes there's no laws, there's no legislation, there's no city municipality, but there's case law that exists that affects it. I think that you need to develop relationships. If you're purely interested in that thing, like if that's a goal of yours, develop a relationship with your local public adjusters, probably integrated into the local attorneys, the legislations, all the bills that are coming through, and know them and say, I want to know when these things are going on so we can see it, so we can watch it, so we can follow it, so we can listen to it. And they'll tell you some of the most predominant case law relevant to your state that actually affects you and the decisions being made in that state. For example, Indiana has a citing case that is implicit of matching. So, you know, I know some of those case laws. Utah has it in their Unfair Claims Settlement Practice Act. They have in theirs the reasonably uniform appearance, you know, when you look at size, quality, and color, right? Or color on there. So it's different state to state, but get with your local public adjusters, your local attorneys, and understand, hey, how do I find out? They'll have better answers to that question. Ooh, good question. His question really is, can you as the contractor quote those case laws?
No, I can't. I know that it's useful enough to hand over to my PA because
Correct. Yeah. The PA can't cite the case law either, right? You have to understand one of the most valuable things that you're going to do when you're in this space is understand everybody's got a sandbox, a lane, whatever reference metaphor you want to use. Play in your sandbox, drive in your lane, okay? So if you know it, and I was educating a homeowner, well, you know, there are some situations in this state where they allow for this. I can't really speak to that. Here's how I understand it, though. You know, I can't advise you on it. You know, I can get you somebody who can explain this better for you, who can advise you on it, and then get them to the right people, right? I've had those conversations with PAs. I've had those conversations with, I get it. But you have to say, this is my sandbox. I play here, but I can get you somebody in the sandbox. That's the safest thing for you to do in that situation. Yeah, absolutely. It's your show, dude.
No, but it's. I don't want to jump on this, but at the same time, though, I will say that I know you know Indiana. I'm from Indiana too. One of the things about case law, though, that I find interesting, while I don't cite it, I still like to know it because where the case law actually came from and the logic behind the case law is a lot of relevant information. So, for example, in Indiana, there's a case where an insured was, they were basically told they had to replace a certain number of shingles. Where the case law got turned on its head and why it turned into a full roof replacement was because the insured was able to show the actual, was able to prove through an appraisal like a homeowner value appraisal, how that detrimentally affected the value of their home to have mismatched shingles. So now, if that's the case law around it, I could theoretically then go and say, okay, if that's going to diminish the value of a home, which equates to, as a former adjuster, I'm telling you, like, that equates to a further financial loss for the homeowner in that particular situation. Why can't the homeowner at that point go and hire an appraiser, like a home appraiser, to come out and say, okay, based on actual numbers, if you put a mismatched shingle on your house, now the value of your home is dropped. And so if that's the case, if I'm the homeowner, I'm showing the insurance company that, hey, wait, if I do this to my house, I am now going to lower the value of my home, which causes me to lose financially further, which is exactly what insurance is not designed to do. So I say it to say, like, yeah, but read all the case law on every single out there. Do you ever share that that PDF there's a law firm that has a PDF that has every state and all the matching regulations and everything on it?
No, I know which one you're talking about. Send it. I know which one you're talking about.
Yeah.
So let me build on this concept. We'll build on building on it, right? First of all, if you didn't hear it in there, in the event of an insurance claim, the homeowner really has, it's their home. Like, they can say, well, what about this? Well, did you consider this? Or shouldn't we consider this? Or would this affect that? It's their home. Like, they're presenting information on their behalf. So an educated homeowner is very powerful. It's just getting them the information, not advising them inappropriately in the wrong sandbox, in the wrong lane. But I'm where I'm at now in my career, not because I was like, this is my sandbox, I'm gonna stay in my sandbox, and nothing else goes on outside of my sandbox. I've read hundreds of policies. I've read plenty of case law to understand it, like you said, the logic behind it. Because if I can pull the logic out and then apply that logic to this situation, great. I can apply that logic without getting, now let me put that logic into my sandbox, my lane, and apply that logic here for this scenario. But you can never do that if you don't read it, if you don't learn it, if you don't understand it, if you don't put two and two together and say, this is how this works. Great, now I understand this, and this I'm going to put this together, right? So do that. Mike Goldenstein already talked about Rufel. Probably one of the most masterful minds on codes that I've had the pleasure to interact with. This guy right here has dissected.
Can you believe it? That guy.
Yeah.
Oh, he talked already. He missed
this
it.
This guy has dissected codes, reread it. And do you guys know there's a code commentary book that's twice as thick as a code book? Yeah, most roofers don't.
Yeah.
There's a code commentary book that has more elaborate definitions, right? You cannot put yourself in that sandbox and play just, hey, I need to know nothing else. That's it. You're not going to act as a code official. This is a perfect analogy. Am I acting as a building official? No, but do I have to understand those codes? It's actually required. Like, they assume you know those codes. So how many people don't even know there's a code commentary book that's twice as thick as the code book? About 8 out of 10 people I talk to. And they're building them every day and arguing and trying to present things to code, to adjusters. And I'm like, have you read the Moby Dick of codes, the giant book of, like, oh my gosh. No, understand that.
Hold on a second.
Come up here. Come up here.
We'll just go right into Q&A.
Let's move to the center. Let's move to the center. Let's roll into Q&A.
What's the title of that book?
Wait a second, real quick, before we roll into this. Those in the group, if you're not in my Facebook group, that's a QR code. Anybody live, can you pull it up on screen one more time? If anybody live, they can screenshot that QR code. Save that for later, and you can join the Facebook group. There's one trick question in there to get in. It's really tough for roofers. It's how many tabs are on a 3-tab shingle? Since this is live, I cannot give away the answer, just in case there's bots or other people. But yeah, now we can switch to whatever backdrop you want for Q&A. And thank you guys very much for listening to my presentation. I appreciate y'all being here today. But yeah. Let's roll into Q&A because we're on a great run right now.
And I want to show you, because this is why it gets so fun for me, because some people say, oh, we're looking at the code book.
Commentary.
Yeah, Code and Commentary, 2018. They just came out with a 2021 Code and Commentary. You can get it both PDF and hardcover. But where it gets really fun to me, where some people think of, they'd rather read a phone book as a code, I get really nerdy because exactly what they were just talking about was case law. Sorry, can't say anything. Then he went into the value of the property is being affected by the, sorry, can't go there, that's policy speak. But guess what? 102.7.1 says you cannot make a repair that adversely impacts the performance of the repair. So adversely impacts the performance of the system is now right in code. That's right in your sandbox, right in your wheelhouse. You don't have to quote anything from...
And to be clear, that's not an upgrade.
That's not an upgrade.
That code specifically says, and codes aren't upgrade across the board universally, in my opinion anyway, but that code says you can't make a repair that adversely affects the repair area, which is implicit that what? There's an area that now needs a repair for some reason, damage, you're installing something, whatever it may be, so you can't do something that would decrease it.
Yeah.
So the word upgrade doesn't even exist there. It was built this way beforehand, I have to repair it, and it would adversely affect it. That's not a code upgrade. There's no need for any sort of magical policy language to talk about there either.
So when he was talking about repairing valleys, for example, you don't just say, well, I've been doing this for 30 years, you can't repair one side of the valley without the other. You can actually go to code, cite the very specific parts that says, I cannot adversely affect the performance of this system. I can't do one half of the valley without the other because of, and you go into the underlayments, you go into the entire assembly. That's why we always talk, if the assembly is damaged and you have to repair the assembly, you got to continue to speak in the assembly. Yes?
Give that number one more time.
102.7.1.
And that's 2018, 102.7.1.
Yeah.
Say again. Stay up to date on codes.
I'm going to let Mike take that one.
So my favorite code place is up.codes.
Stay out of this lane.
And it's because it's got every single state. It's got all your IBC and all your IRC. It's got all of your energy codes. It's got all your plumbing codes. And it's all searchable. So it literally turns it into a massive Google. So upcodes is it's the Google of codes. So that's my favorite place. But just so you know, codes is public domain. So you will find it on ICC's website. It just isn't searchable that way.
For like just regular codes, like when you're trying to cite them, especially on an insurance thing, though, I also like one-click code just because it's fast. If you just need the code for the address, oneclickcode.com, you type in the address, it gives you an entire printout. And the thing of it is, what he was just saying too, though, it's not about our knowledge as contractors, because insurance companies don't care about that. I mean, they have to have justification. They care about, according to code, this is what it says. According to manufacturer specifications, this is what it says. We have to follow this according to this, not because I'm a contractor and I say so, if that makes sense.
Yeah, it is 31 years, not 30, is when they finally accredit you as a contractor to say we have to do it.
Is it 30 years?
31.
Yeah, right.
No.
31.
So, who else has a question? And anybody who's watching live, we can't see all your comments right now, but please comment who did it better on the haircuts, this John or that John. I had it first, just to be clear, but I would love to see, love to see the comment feedback on that.
I got it. The haircut thing is so fascinating to me, and as a social media influencer as I am, my hair has never been this long. It's because every single stop on this tour, I've asked Leanne to give me a copycat haircut, and I was going to show up. Because she's very talented.
Does someone have clippers and we can do it live
and I'm like, just
right now?
Shave it off live. We're going to do it. And I'm going to show up with a mullet with these
Mike,
guys.
in all fairness, I flew into Utah Sunday night and got my haircut yesterday because there's a million barbershops here in Utah, so you missed the boat, man. Go. That.
Well, I figured Leanne wouldn't charge me for it. I like doing stuff.
Who has a question? Yes.
Utah has the reasonable uniform appearance
Yep.
However, I think we all know that we've been insurance here, it's a gray area for some of them. But when you break that phrase down, reasonable and uniform means exact, right? Like that's, when I look at the definition, sending to adjusters, that's exactly what it means, exact.
Sure.
So is it better to use that argument, or is 904.2 a better argument?
So your question specific to Utah, so for everybody watching, I'll build on a couple other examples. The way Utah's reads for their Unfair Claim Settlement Practice Act for uniformity of appearance, it basically says that when there is a loss, that they have to replace as much of it to maintain the reasonably consistent appearance. Is it uniform or consistent? Reasonably uniform. See, some states like Ohio are reasonably comparable, reasonably consistent. So they vary depending on what states have it. But they want you to make sure the product matches, if the product doesn't match on size, quality, or color. So when I present that information, I love the idea of uniformity and really the nitty-gritty, the minutia, the definition of uniformity. But understand that size, quality, color, that's or, it's not and. That means if any one of those three, if you don't check the box on any one of those three, focus in on that. Otherwise, break down all three concepts, how this lacks uniformity in size, this lacks uniformity in color, this lacks uniformity in quality, and really break that down for it, right? Oh, I'm thinking of Ohio. Ohio's or. It's and in Utah. I mix it up with Ohio. I read these entirely too many times. So in an and situation, you want to make sure you have all three, check all three boxes, and then present, hey, this is exactly what it is. Here's where it failed in this, this, and this. And uniformity has to be exact. Insurance is going to tell you they only owe for reasonable, not exact, and that's where the minutia gets,
And because beauty is in the eye of the beholder, it is such a gray area. That's where I will go to code every single time before I ever, that is the hardest thing to do is to get to the reasonable appearance stuff, because according to who, it becomes such an issue.
For everybody watching, uniform, remaining the same in all cases at all times, unchanging from in form or character. That's the definition of uniform.
Yeah.
So, uniform.
That's what it means.
So way to get down into the word,
The words are very important, especially when you're talking,
I want to touch on this,
Now,
though.
He's got something good to add to this real quick.
Add to this, but I want every contractor listening or watching right now, you have to understand that this is just almost perception sometimes, not for everybody, that it has to be a battle, it has to be a fight, there's this negative connotation to it. When you read a response from an adjuster, right, or when you're reading through anything, material you're going to use, too many times we think what's wrong with it instead of what's right with it. In your case, you found the one word that you're like, let me get into the nitty-gritty definition of this. So when you read things, whether it's a response from adjuster, or it's the code, it's whatever it may be, try and find the right, not the wrong. We can always find wrong. That's not hard to do. Find the right, because that one little word gives you an awesome amount of power in there. But please build on this so we can say it back.
It's contingent in the policy as well.
Yes, they can write it out.
So the reason I bring that up too, to piggyback with it, is because I've actually been working through a video with Matthew Mahala about a year ago, where you're talking about compliance, and I actually would like to hear more about that from you, because I think maybe that might be something, you're talking about acknowledging compliance from the beginning of when you're presenting the claim, versus trying to basically controlling the narrative, right? I don't know if I can tee you up to talk about that more for everybody, but does that make sense?
What do you want me to talk about? You can team. I'll talk about anything I feel comfortable talking about live. Just what do you want me to get into here?
Well, so just that aspect, because a lot of times, when you come up with a roof, the homeowner has maybe done a couple patches or something, right? And as soon as you, as a PA and appraiser, as soon as I get to the roof, and it's oh shit, there's a patch. Well, there went uniform appearance, because anybody on the other side of the carrier is going to argue that away real fast, right?
Okay.
I've tried, but so compliance has been something I've been leaning on more so.
Sure.
What did they have before? What are we going after now?
So matching. So your question is really about you're blanketing the term compliance, not in a bad way, but when you look at matching issues and matching laws, almost every matching issue, matching law, statute, whatever it is, they probably have some provision, unless there's case law that's forced it, where they allow the right, unless the policy states otherwise, when there is a loss, the insurer shall replace as much to maintain, but they almost always let them write it out of the policy if they want to, okay? So like you said, that one's contingent on the policy. But when we look at like compliance, just because something was done wrong in the past doesn't mean it gets to be done wrong in the future. Matching's different. They may say just because it doesn't match now, we now don't owe for matching, and that's how it exists in a lot of those situations. But compliance, code, the right repair, the proper workmanship, all of that has to be done regardless, right? There's risks, there's fines, there's penalties, there's legal ramifications for not doing that. They can't write something that would contradict that or go against that. So when I look at a patch on a roof, I'm not like, oh man, we lost matching. I'm like, oh, thank God, it's been tested for repairability once. Did this adversely affect the performance of this area? Did this affect the shingles around it? Has it failed a repair test? Are there failure points and issues? Is there latent damage directly related to this repair that says we shouldn't do this? Now I'm going to apply that to the area that I need to repair over here, but oftentimes a field adjuster is going to say it's been repaired before, we're going to repair it again. But that is not how the concept works. It works that way for matching. Hey, it didn't match when we showed up, we don't owe for matching now. It works that way for a lot of matching situations.
Is the repair temporary or is it a
Permanent?
repair?
And I break this down into 3 categories of this could have been done by the homeowner, a lay person, like maybe a handyman or somebody that's not a roofing professional or a roofing professional. The bottom line is, right, we don't know the status of the repair, was it temporary or permanent, and we don't know the repair technician, okay?
I think every repair is temporary.
Right? Yeah, because it didn't last the whole time of the roof, right? So who did it? So we don't know if it's temporary, we don't know who did it, but there's a few indicators. And all I needed to determine at this point are the same indicators in this repair common in the repair I performed. If so, it suggests that maybe this was an attempt at a permanent repair and maybe this was done by a skilled person. Because if it failed and then mine didn't, it would suggest what? Maybe someone underskilled did this one, or maybe this was temporary. But if I get common denominators between the two, I'm happy that that repair exists on the roof because it tells the same story. And now we're dealing with true issues of compliance, performance, adversely affecting the performance, and that's the kind of stuff that I want to present because they can't ignore that. My homeowner's not going to ignore that, right? Code's not going to ignore that. City officials aren't going to ignore that. The adjusters they can't ignore that. They can't write something that contradicts those things. So just because it was done wrong in the past doesn't mean you get to do it wrong in the future. It's a good one. Is that kind of what you were getting to?
Yeah, I think that's great.
He's like, no, but I'm done listening to him. This guy can't even spell ice dam. Look, ice dam. I own my flaws very, very much. I know. Like I probably have a message from my wife, like I can't even read it. But anyway, let's go here. Can you make a claim off of discolored shingles or previous repairs? Well, who are you pursuing? The insurance company or the person who repaired it? And to be crystal clear, you, the contractor, cannot. The homeowner who owns the building or the building owner chooses to make that claim, whether it's an insurance company or whatever. But if the repair is improper and they can activate the contractor and have them come fix it, so it's where the claim is. But no, I've never seen a policy that says you can file a claim for something not matching.
Like filing a claim on wear and tear.
Yeah, wear and tear and all that kind of stuff. Like a lot of that stuff is excluded.
Yeah, it's excluded.
And to be clear, for everybody watching, very new to the industry. I appreciate the questions. Like I don't want anybody on the live or anything kind of laughing at these questions. Like we all got into this at some point and knew zero about it. That's a newbie question, and I'm fine with that. That's great, right?
Should we come and do like a full day here in Salt Lake City? Yeah. I'm thinking it needs to happen.
We do Mike, John, and John. Yeah. We're just coming to talk codes, supplementing. I don't know which topic I'll bring to the table. Let's. I'll try and we'll cut Mike's hair. And then we'll see, you guys just need to talk job progress and to get in this room, both rooms, and we'll put JobNimbus. My God, that's the second time I did it today. And it's all you, and I had a conversation last night. Yes,
oh, shoot, yeah, that was my fault.
We just need to talk JobNimbus into the whole room, and let's do the whole thing, right?
I'll talk to him.
Because we could probably fit, what, 200 people up here?
In the whole room? Yeah.
Whole room?
I did want to answer to just, again, for the room, too.
Okay.
When I see that a lot of, whether it comes to matching, repairability, or any of these issues, so many times they go straight so quick to the minute and you miss the general. And that's one of the things John and I talk about a lot on our trainings too, is that remember this is property insurance, and when there's an event, the property is damaged. So don't go straight to the shingles too fast, because that's where you start getting into trouble. Okay, the property was damaged. The roofing assembly has been damaged. We haven't even come close yet to talking about matching or repairs that were done, or like you've gone way too far. You've got 3, 4, 5 steps to go before you ever get there. You're going to find yourself, your logic goes much cleaner when you start, okay, the roofing assembly has been damaged. Now, how do I do this and remain compliant to code and not violate code? And if you go slower from the top to the bottom, you're going to be able to stay away from some of those where they go straight to the minute and say, well, there's 30 shingles that you need to repair on this. Well, you just went from 30,000 feet to like 2 feet in a second, and you missed like 10 steps. You're already, now you got to go back to the beginning.
And y'all, I talk about in my classes that the roof assembly is crucial, right? Like if people understand how to do the roof assembly as a whole, like the pieces of it, if you read chapter 9, opening paragraph, before you even get into any of the bullet points, before you make it to 901, right? It says everything that's a roof assembly, from the surfacing material to the vapor retarder or the vapor barrier to the roof deck, insulation, all of that in there, right? But when you get a repair scope, there's 3 repair scopes. I go in depth in this class. There's metals or components where they just bought some parts of the roof, no shingles. There's shingles where they bought shingles, and then there's slopes. And you kind of have to understand how to categorize them and what to talk about. But you're right, you hear that and you instantly get really distracted down on this thing, but you got to pull back and be like, which of these is it? And then what's the thing I talk about as it relates to the assembly? Not as it relates to the 2 shingles, not as it relates to the slope, as it relates to the assembly. I feel, man, we just suckered you into this code conversation.
Dude,
this is great.
Good.
Yes.
Just to add to that, it's like, I feel like that's the danger of a matching state. It's in my opinion, it's your weakest argument.
Wait, can I repeat this for the live to hear it? Matching is your weakest argument.
100%.
I'm gonna elaborate why for everybody listening live, but go ahead, finish your thought.
I was just saying it's your weakest argument because it's so subjective. You know, because I've been on the roof of the junkyard as a PA, and I've asked him. He was going on about reasonable uniform appearance. I asked him, I said, reasonable to who? And believe it or not, his response was reasonable to me. That was what he told me on the roof. I was like, really? I was like, so you think that the state of Utah made this matching statute to protect farmers?
They called up Gary.
And he was like, yeah, I'm the one making the decisions. Like, I'm the one enforcing the policies, reasonable to me. And so, like, part of the problem with matching is if you are so focused on that, you might have an adjuster that thinks that he's right, and you're never going to get anywhere. Like as a PA, sometimes when I get a claim and because I always get the full correspondence of what's happened, and I read it, I'm like, oh, why are we talking about matching here? And so then I come in and I give all the facts, the codes and references, and you know it's really hard to argue that versus why I think it does match.
But you have to rewind first and leave it right here because I'm going to ask you a question, okay? So how about this one, right? When a policyholder has a policy that has a matching endorsement, which means the carrier will actually pay for up to $5,000, $10,000 if the material doesn't, for the undamaged material, to maintain a match due to the material not matching, wear and tear, obsolescence, anything like that, right? What trumps, the base policy or the added endorsement? What should they settle the loss for on first? The base policy or the matching endorsement? What's the first thing the carrier should go to?
The base policy.
Base policy.
Yeah.
So when a contractor shows up and instantly goes matching, 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 and has no clue what the policy has, you've instantly moved them into that if they have the endorsement. When everything really should have been down here, base policy, right? And now you've got to rewind and be like, no, undo the endorsement. We need to now deal with, so it creates a mess in a lot of ways that I think the whole idea of matching, if you're looking at what I presented, can you mix it, can you fix it? There's some can you mix it things that are helpful, but I think the concept of what does it take to fix it from 30,000 feet up at the assembly and as it relates to the assembly and the codes to that and everything else that applies and everything that would apply to compliance, and we can't write a non-compliant repair, all that's here in the base policy before we say, then there's this added piece. Then there's matching. Oh, we need to continue in this last area because to me it's a last resort.
It is, absolutely.
And like 100% a last resort. I'm not picking on contractors, but I'll say it here in the live. There are definitely people who are feeling what it was like to get fat and lazy on matching. And then now we're in the world we're in now where all the subjectiveness, fighting it, the matching endorsements, everything else, and it just kind of hurt them, okay? Right. They're like, what do we do now that we don't have this? I'm like, you played the easy card entirely too long. Learn the rest of the stuff. Be like this kid here who's asking, how do I don't know how old you are. I don't mean mean to call you a kid, but does have a great shirt on, right? But how do I learn? Like, what's the other information I need? What's the other thing I need to do to master my craft, to improve my skill, rather than be like, oh, I learned this one thing, I'll just do this one thing until someone kicks me in my teeth. That's not how I want to do it.
Right. And then in Utah, the matching endorsement is actually a disservice because we have matching laws.
Yes.
So then they say, oh, you have $5,000 endorsement, so we only have to pay up to $5,000, but the law says that they had to.
But they could take matching out in the policy, and they've done that by adding the endorsement in there. So.
So it's a disservice.
Like mold in Florida.
Oh God, please don't say the F word. not alive. We're gonna bring up Florida right now. Oh God, we don't have enough time on the day to get into Florida right now.
Let's stick to Utah today.
All right, another question back here. By the way,
hold on. I think Mike's got something on this.
I want to be clear before you go, Mike. When you're thinking of questions of the day, remember we've got a marketing great. Yeah. Jeff's here, right? Rufel, if you want on the tech side. If anybody felt inspired by what Reggie said today and is taking stuff home, like if you have a question, we're all still in the room. Our awesome vendors that took their time to be a part of this, to sponsor, from Eagle View, Owens Corning, Inc., JobNimbus giving us this room. Like if you have questions, ask questions the entire day and we'll pull the right person up to answer it, okay? Go ahead and add what you wanted to add, Mike.
I do hope that if I do have any impact on the industry, it is to go back to code compliance. I know that less than a year ago, we had, everything was talking about the state of Georgia. They were pushing legislation that would bring matching as a statutory obligation to carriers in this, and it was all about this. We went and we did this class a month ago, 2 months ago. They deleted the first one, the 100 level of code. There is no code administration. They just deleted it. You guys are going after a matching policy to make everybody's lives more difficult. Meanwhile, you allowed the legislature to just delete the administration section of code. Are you kidding me? Balance that with, again, I'm a little bit biased because I have the advantage of being in Minnesota where we have Statute 65A in the state of Minnesota. There's a statutory obligation for every RCV policy written in the state of Minnesota must include the repair, or that indemnification goes to minimum code compliance. So we have code compliance in every RCV policy in the state. I would take that a million times.
And unlike matching, they cannot write it out.
Cannot write it out.
There's no weird clause where they can be like, and we get to write out statute 65. Like it doesn't exist. All right, we had a question back there.
Oh, that's policy.
The question, the question, so everybody in the group hears it, is how strong is the argument?
They exclude that now? Yeah. In here?
They don't offer loss in value of your property.
Then why even have insurance?
Yeah, what's the point?
What's the point?
Just so everybody on the live hears, what's the argument for diminution of value? And the quick answer is in the state of Utah, they've clearly drew a line in the sand, and there's
in the policies.
Right, to basically say they don't owe for diminution of value. So unless you have case law that's, like Indiana has a case law that supports it, that really helped that one along. So unless you had something like that existed, there's not one. And I'm going to change the word argument to presentation. As a contractor, I'm always thinking, not how do I argue, how do I present?
And that's something too, though. Like when I talk about that, I don't talk about that in terms of a contractor. I talk about that. I'm not going to go to an insurance company and bring that up. That's something that if I was the homeowner, that's what I would be arguing. And I can tell you, like, I got a house across the street. My wife will tell you, she's right over there. But it drives her nuts. It drives me nuts every time I walk out my front door and I see that house with that patch of shingles on it, where I know they did the repair like 4 or 5 months ago and it still looks terrible.
Yep.
It's at the end of the day, I'm like, that sucks for them because I'm glad it's not my house. You know?
Yeah. Look at it this way, right? It's, again, not every state has good case law for it, but if you had 2 townhomes sitting right next to each other, exact same, they were both for sale, they were both fully furnished, all same finishings and everything, same price, which one would you pick if one of them had a patch and one of them didn't? Innately, any human would be like, I'll take the one without the patch, right? Some humans will be like, I'll buy this one as long as they give me a discount. Either way, they both point to what? Some sort of value consideration. They're not the same value in that situation, right? So I use that analogy when I'm educating my homeowner. I'm like, well, Mrs. Smith, if there were two homes next to each other, one had this, just like you have in your neighborhood, which would you choose? Why is that your concern? And I let the homeowner arrive at their own realization, like it diminishes the value. And then they can then talk to their adjuster or a public adjuster, like somebody can get involved at that point. I'm not gonna have that discussion, but I can let the homeowner get to that decision. And if the homeowner gets to this decision, well, it wouldn't matter to me, then I'm like, well, that's why we're not gonna present this information. We'll stick to the compliance stuff, okay? But it's the last thing I present, always, always, always.
Right here.
I just want to add, I was thinking about this when you're talking about, I think you're talking about, John, the one that you did that with, where it was like, hey, this is a loss in the home. Like, I think in general, one of the most helpful things you can do for yourself, and this kind of speaks to you as NTS, is head it off with as much data as you can. So like, if there's a question about the shingle, get the NTS before the insurance company tries to say something, right? If there's a potential value loss, you know, maybe have the homeowner get a property appraiser out there, it costs a couple $100, right? For me as a PA, when they're like, oh, we're gonna get our own engineer out there, cool, I'm talking to the homeowner about hiring an engineer, get an engineer report first, right? So like whatever you can do to gather the data before they use the data against you, like it's gonna just make your life easier. If you're bringing a PA involved, kind of turn over to them, make their life easier. If we have to get an attorney involved or you get an attorney involved, it's going to make the attorney's life easier. So like whatever you can do to head it off and get all the data before you're beat to the data, it's going to be so much easier.
And this is why I love that drone.
Yeah.
I'm just saying that drone is a game changer.
Yeah.
That drone was actually designed, I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about this, but I mean, it was designed for the insurance companies, okay? They chose not to use it. It was in the Eagle View insurance division, and it got flipped over to construction just recently. It's been on the shelf for a while. Why would an insurance company not want that type of data, that granular amount of data? They don't have to pay out, right? It costs them money to produce more data, right? The more data you have as a contractor, because at the end of the day, if I'm the homeowner, I want the most data I can get because that's what makes sense. Like it's the burden of proof falls on me, the homeowner, not so much on the carrier. So by you being a good contractor and providing your homeowner with that level of detailed data, you are giving them the tools that they need to move forward. To your point, it's all about the data.
This is why people show up to your supplement class. This is why people show up to my various classes
Our classes are very different.
They're very
but
different.
They're very good though.
But the
Together,
concept is
they're
this:
amazing.
If the insurance adjuster at any point in time, if the insurance company that day opened up 10 files, and 8 out of 10 of them were garbage presentation, weak information, inaccurate information,
which is
like
what it truly is.
One little thing and not enough information to make a decision, just discombobulated information. There's no clear path to get to the end, and then 1 or 2 out of 10 of them they opened up and it had, okay, a statement, the hail map, the weather report, the NTS report, boom, and they're saying based on this we need the following, or we either need this or this. When they open those 10 files, it's easier for that person to make a decision on that file or go to their supervisor. Or look at it this way: if it was just as simple as if they opened 10 of them, they said which one of these is the riskiest to keep open. Just that basic concept, the 2 out of 10 that have all of that proactive stuff in there, those get moved faster. Those get to the end faster. Those get decisions faster. And to make sure nobody's confused, I wouldn't act that way until I have coverage. Like, I wouldn't go pull a shingle off someone's roof and be like, let me rip this off and see if this is worth filing a claim. That's not what you're saying. Okay? We teach all the time, so I'm just covering your butt and mine, okay?
Coverage.
What we're saying is you're now in the point of decision or conflict or there's something going on. So before you just go, well, they said repair it. Well, no, here. Get ready. Stack the deck. Put it all together. Get your presentation and figure out, I know they're going to ask for this. Carrier's going to ask for their own RLS, their own ITEL. What do I have on my side? Carrier's going to send me their weather data. What do I have on my side? Carrier's going to send an engineer. What professional could I send out there too? Once I know that is happening, how do I prepare and be proactive and not reactive? Not let them constantly do this and now I'm replying, or I sent this just discombobulated file. That's why you and I have classes. because we have a process. We know how to package it all up and deliver it in a manner that we're one of those 2 files, okay?
And
They
by
opened
the way-
eight files. They opened 1 from John, 1 from me. That's the other 2. Ours are getting close.
The carriers are going to win on those other 8, which is exactly what they're banking on.
Yep.
That's the reality. Like, we talk about this all the time. I always bring this up in my classes, but if you take 1,000 claims, all right, because our average supplement nationally over the last 10 years has usually been around, and this is just like everything. Like, you're talking small houses, big houses, whatever. Our average, even at balance, was around $2,500 a claim,
right,
give or take, right? About $2,500 is systematically left off of the claim by carriers, right? If you take 1,000 claims at a $2,500 deal, that's $2.5 million that carriers have essentially saved by not paying out claims correctly, by using guidelines, and they have their justification for it. Okay, there's a million reasons why they're able to do that. We won't get into all that. We'll talk about that later. But at the end of the day, $2.5 million is left off. You're saying 20% of contractors or homeowners actually go back and get that $2,500? If that's the case, that's $500,000. That's $500,000 that gets recovered for the homeowner to complete the repairs on their property. The carrier still saved $2 million on just 1,000 claims. To put that in perspective, Colorado, they're saying the claim count right now from this year alone was close to 1 million. 1 million claims. So do that math on 1 million claims.
Take 20% of that actually moving through, and 80% of it has a halt, a roadblock, a slowdown, some speed bump. Let me put an interesting spin on it too. At some point, you're so fatigued, maybe you move it from repair to replacement, and you just put the job up and close it out.
Just close it out.
Because you're just like, man,
you
it was
still
so
won
exhausting.
on 80% of them.
Right, like
the carriers are going to win on the grand scale.
You know, that's a huge number. Okay, I don't think you realize on a grand scheme of things. Let me give you. Here's a really good number. Okay, imagine that on 1 million claims, that 20% of those right now have some sort of repair scope. They only bought metals or something like that.
That's an even more.
I think that's generous, right? Okay, that means you have 200,000 of those. Okay, 200,000 of those. If half of those, they get smart and they're like, we need shingles, and they need shingle identification. That's 100,000 of those reports. 100,000 claims in Colorado may need shingle identification right now. Okay, that means when they go to ITEL and buy those reports, that's 15 million they spend on those.
Mm-hmm.
That's not counting the other 80% that they didn't have to deal with that on, okay? Look at how expensive that gets across the board, and this is why you like, get your documentation ready. Understand how to work through these things. Understand how to bill through things. Understand that when you show up and put a tarp on and you did roof work, you should be billing for that activity. Because now those 100,000 in Colorado that actually had to have a sample pulled and the contractor was involved in that, if the contractor is billing $500 for those tarps or coverings, real roof work that has to be done there, that's 50 million. For that one decision being made in one state, on a high volume state right now, one decision. And you as contractors have to be savvy about that. You have to understand, I did roof work that they asked me to do, I got a bill for this, this is what I need to do. But that's how, I don't think people look at like way up here to realize how big of a scale that really
Well, they
adds
don't
up
understand how big insurance companies are to begin with. I mean,
No.
insurance
Oh, God.
companies are huge. The biggest roofing contractor, we talked about this at an event a few weeks ago, right? The biggest residential roofing contractor in the nation put up the largest amount of revenue last year, mostly residential. How much do you guys think it was? How many millions? 60 million, I hear? 30 million? National. Like the biggest contractor in the United States, how much was their number last year? 500 million? 230 million dollars.
230.
230. It was Infinity Home Solutions out of Milwaukee. They're a private equity company. Before that, it was Able Roof. Able Roof's right there in the $200 million range. Okay, these are the largest contractors. There's over 100,000 residential roofing contractors in the United States. We are tiny. We are fragmented. We're little. We have very little pull with them. An insurance company, though, is spending probably 5 times, the smallest, national insurance carrier is probably spending 5 times our total revenue of our biggest contractor in advertising.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm just telling you. To tell you that what? To tell homeowners what? That they're in good hands, right? They're neighbors. Just so that they'll trust them. It's just important to understand the scale of what we're dealing with.
And who's ever watched a video or anybody explain on a reel or anything like that the difference between $1 million and $1 billion?
Oh, yeah.
In seconds, what it adds up to? Listen to one of those perspectives sometimes, because when you realize that our biggest player in the roofing space is doing 230 million, and then everybody on the insurance side the big ones that are in the billion categories, just how far apart that really is. That it takes 100 of these micro decisions to say, we're going to hold on this, we're not going to pay for that tarp, we're not going to pay for that report, structurally and how they move through it.
And they gotta make
can
money
you fault
too.
them? They're making
in money,
financial
they're in
decisions.
business to make money,
They
just
have a
like
fiduciary
all of us.
interest in the business itself. We're for-profit companies, right? Contractors are for-profit. I've never found volunteer roofing. It's sort of the state of Tennessee, but that was a play on the locations, right? So volunteer roofing. Now, there are lots of roofers that are doing it volunteer because they don't know their numbers, but
that's a whole other conversation.
That's a different topic.
That's a different topic.
But that doesn't exist. We're all in it for a profit. So we can't judge the insurance companies for wanting to be profitable, making profitable decisions. We're just trying to make them on our side. Just know the scale is million versus billion. Like, go watch that video.
And even to emphasize, I think it was 2 years ago, Liberty Mutual was the first company to gross $1 trillion in 1 year.
Liberty Mutual grossed $1 trillion in 1 year, 2 years ago.
But even still, it's still
Yeah.
a tremendous amount of difference between $1 billion and $1 trillion.
Yeah. Million to billion's big. Billion to trillion, like.
Yeah. It's the whole point of this is
We
we're dealing with things that are dealt with on a different scale, but we got to stop looking at it from the contractor's point of view. Like, understand what they want. And the easier you give them what they really are looking for, the faster we can move stuff through. Oh, sorry. Oh, a ton of lobbying money.
We're into the gamut of stuff here. That
Yeah. Okay, so we're talking about something totally different here, and so because here's the reality, okay, and I'm gonna just throw this out there because I didn't really want to get into this because we did it in whatever city we were in and it turned into a whole like fear fest. I am not going to do that today, but I'm going to say this: direct repair is 100% already in the policies. Okay, if you know what that means that the carrier can invoke and say, instead of us using a contractor of your choice, homeowner, we're going to tell you that you're going to use this contractor. In Florida, this is happening. In Europe, this is common, okay? It's American traditions are what's holding it back, and we're too fragmented. There's too many contractors. So how hard would it be, and Mike talked about this a little while ago, okay? How hard would it be for someone to come in Amazon, Walmart, whatever, mindset, to come into our space, undercut the crap out of us, and create the first national roofing company? Not that hard, right? Private equity's trying to do it right now. They're running into some roadblocks for some major things, but at the end of the day, how hard would it be? That's what the carrier's looking for. Look what they did in auto. Go study Caliber Collision. Write that name down and go and research what Caliber Collision is.
Caliber Collision. Caliber Collision. I'm very familiar with that one.
Go study Caliber Collision and understand what happened over there, and then go back and look at our space and understand the similarities of what is happening. Carriers would love to do this, but the problem is there's no one that can handle the volume yet.
No.
Okay?
No.
Once that flips, though, and who knows who that's going to be. I mean, I heard that there's a manufacturer that's trying to sell roofs directly to homeowners online right now. Correct?
One now, one soon.
One now, one soon. Everybody wants the lead. But
this changes the whole game for us. Are we scared of it? No.
We don't want to be scared of it.
We're not scared of it.
Here's why.
Go ahead.
Ready?
I'll let you.
I'll give you a simple. No, I'll give you a simple analogy. Ready? When the farming tractors were invented, do you think the farms and all the field hands and everybody that worked those fields were furious of all the jobs lost? Everything that happened,
I'm
everything
sure they
went
were.
through.
Absolutely.
Was it better? Are we better now that there's tractors? Yeah. Right? Have we grown? Have we continued to develop technology and everything? This is just the cycle of things.
It's just
being afraid of it, being mad about it, fighting it, and stuff like that, or learning and being ahead, being proactive, being savvy, understanding what's coming, figuring out where do I want to embrace this and lean into it? When do I make my decision? When do I make the change? When do I put price transparency on my website so that way I have it on there? Because there's what I'm going to say. It's okay if I say the manufacturer, right?
I don't care.
Okay, so
I don't care.
So
it's free advertising for them. So
man, I don't want to say it.
Okay, then don't say it.
I don't want to say it.
It exists.
But exists. There's
It
one
exists.
manufacturer. You can go to the website and get an instant quote. Now who owns that lead? And you will be, they own the lead. Now you ready for this? Raise your hand if you're this foolish. If you think the insurance companies don't call the manufacturers every day and say, we can give you thousands of repair leads. If you're that foolish, please raise your hand if you think that's not going on. One guy, all right. Come up here, we're gonna throw some stuff at you. He wins the cooler, guys. No, so we feel bad, but they are. If you just follow the money, follow the systems, follow the process, follow growth, follow technology, follow every trend that's ever taken, right? Like, this is all about, like, they've got thousands to produce, and they could, a second, turn it over. Once the machines work, once they work well, the carriers can say, now you can handle the volume, we're gonna hand this over to you because we already have this built in to go direct to repair. You have direct pricing, you have direct to consumer, direct delivery, and one supplier backing that with one manufacturer, now they've got the chain completely.
Mike, you want to add to this?
Straight drop.
Yeah, I would love to. So
I would love to. I love your.
So there's so many different ways to go with this, but the genius in the room on this stuff is Reggie Brock. I know it probably may take you by surprise, but nobody knows more about this as him. But here's my frustration with the way that we view carriers, because there's the good hands to boxing gloves type of the carriers are just out there to screw their customers, and it's so you don't understand insurance because, again, and we're finding this out, it's very expensive for insurance companies to get an insured, like to win them over. It's very expensive to market, to advertise, to onboard, all that kind of stuff is very expensive. So what they want to do is retain. That's cheap, that's much easier. So it's not and again, when I was talking about the whole thing about technology, what were the things? What's going to make it more efficient, more effective, and reduce friction? That's where your MRPs and your DRPs are going to be coming from. With the money that's coming in, with the technology that's coming in, those problems are going to get solved, and there's lots and lots of money at stake for it. So I would love to have these offline conversations because they are absolutely fascinating. And that's your guy right over there, Reggie.
He knows more about it.
Fantastic resource when it comes to insurance.
Here's another thought.
MRPs,
How much payroll do you think they have tied up in call centers for claims right now? A lot, right? I mean, they have a lot of people in those desk adjusters, call centers, right? How much money do they save in that payroll when they can go straight to a contractor with it, and that contractor just does the repair? How light do those call centers get? What changes there, right? The massive effects of going directly to it, but again, who can handle all that volume that they have right now? Your question was, just like my tractor analogy, it was inevitable. We found a more efficient way to harvest the crops faster, get them out to the consumer faster, get them shipped faster, delivered faster. What you're looking at is how many chains are in the link, right? Or how many links are in the chain, and can we do the exact same strength, the exact same thing, fewer links, fewer steps, fewer barriers, fewer process. And they can do that. Like that's not, like that's business 101. Like let's just get there more efficiently and faster. So it would be in the insurance company's best interest to go direct to consumer. We'll activate our contractor. We've already got the manufacturer supplier that we direct to. So I wouldn't be mad to find out that this popped up tomorrow.
It's happening in Florida. Just so you know.
The largest general contractor in the state of Florida by volume is the in-house contractor for People's Trust, who has an ironclad right to repair in their policies.
Why do you think
straight to
private equity, we talked about the mature money, and now it's coming up. I mean, Vivint is somewhere around here. You know, Vivint owns a huge roofing company now. They're paying a ton of money for those companies. I heard one of the last ones they paid, if you want to know what the multiple was, it was close to 14x on EBITDA for a roofing company. Okay? And I know the guy personally that sold
we are not
them.
that sexy
We
to be
are
14
definitely
plus.
not. But it happened. Okay, and I'm just telling you, like, these guys are looking at our space for a very specific reason, and we use that term mature money because we're entrepreneurs. Like, we're all entrepreneurs in this room. We are the riskiest. We're making the decisions. We're doing what we're doing. But the more mature that the money is, the less risky that it is. Okay, that means that if the private equity companies are looking at this, and some of them have already flipped to the second level of maturity, the more closer they are to like the J.P. Morgans, the Chases, the Charles Schwab, or not Charles Schwab, whatever, like higher up the money is, the more mature the money is, the bigger the money is, the less riskier it's going to be. That's roofing is going that way, which means that there's some big decisions being made on that.
Let's use this analogy. Jeff, over the past 10 years, how much has the HVAC space changed, and how far behind HVAC is roofing, you think?
Tremendously. I mean, when we look at the roofing space from a marketing standpoint, how they grow their business, from a $1 to $3 million roofer, $1 to $3 million HVAC, light years ahead.
Light years difference. And
light
how they,
years.
the mindset of service, repair, maintenance, being in the home 2-3 times a year, every model that they have, what it used to be when it was very segmented from repair to new construction to install only companies and everything they built together, all that's changed in what, 5-8 years time roughly?
I would say the last 5. It's
last
accelerated
5.
in the last 2.
It's accelerated in the last 2. So in 5 years time, really the last 2, the HVAC landscape, one service model for the home, took a whole transition, right? In that world, and roofing is now talking about all these things, and it's real. It can happen because all it did was it made more efficient. And some of the biggest players in there, they were able to go in and say, we can offer the one in our state. What's their motto?
The furnace is free.
The furnace is free, because they have such controlled pricing on things that it's all about the labor, the service, and the contract and longevity of the customer. And
their margins are still huge.
But do you think everybody was mad when that came out?
100%. Every HVAC company in the state was mad when the furnace became free.
Right? But what did it do?
No one else could compete though, because no one else could buy furnaces for what they bought furnaces for.
Talking
right?
Peterman.
Well, I wasn't going to say it, but sure, you can say it. That's fine. I'm not going to say it, but I bring you up here because, again, you get it. You've seen this space change. You saw that space go through private equity. You saw that space, the landscape of that really change in the last 2 years, but over the last 5, right? And you guys have been part of it. You got to literally hold hands through it as well. So it's a thing. Once this ball gets rolling, it really gets moving fast. So it's nothing to get upset about. It's to be aware about. The big difference in this space is we've got a big player that some of these dollars are coming from insurance, and they have the ability to go direct to and repair with the preferred person.
They have an interest to save that money.
So,
like a huge interest to save that money, and that's big money that they're trying to save.
But we talk about some of the manufacturers. You can get quotes directly. In an insurance claim, who owns the lead?
Well, right now the contractor does, because you guys
We're
are
knocking the door.
right?
But if they activate that DRP, who owns the lead?
The contractor,
It's
or
all,
the insurance company.
The insurance company. It's all about lead ownership.
You can make the homeowner file the claim, and then the insurance company's going to basically say, cool, thanks for filing the claim.
Thanks for getting them started.
We're going to go ahead and
In
take it
comes
from
our
here.
guy.
Yeah.
So think of who owns the lead. Like,
When
if you
that
take
happens,
nothing
that's
else
gonna
away.
be the most crazy. The Facebook forums are going to. I'm sorry, but when that happens, where the carriers, when contractors, a storm hits or whatever, and contractors go out and knock doors, and the carrier comes back and says, "Oh wait, by the way, we're activating the DRP on these policies." Dude, contractors are going to go insane.
I bet they're going to wish they had service and maintenance, right? I bet they're going to wish they were advertised to get in that situation. So I only say that, like, if I could just round out this whole thought, who owns the lead now and who wants the lead? The contractors are out generating leads, and that's awesome, right? You need to focus on better lead gen systems, price transparency, all that's fantastic,
who does homeowner
right?
trust the most? That's a good question.
Wait, do you guys think homeowners trust their insurance companies?
They do.
Isn't it amazing? Is the branding and marketing designed to build trust? Do you have the budget tomorrow? Do you have the budget tomorrow to create a national marketing campaign, spend $1 billion on it to create brand trust for your roofing company? They do.
They do.
So who owns the lead and who has the trust? So I would want to own the lead in as many facets as possible now, and understand that this all comes down to lead ownership. And at the end of the day, the people that really own that lead in a claim, the insurance company, they have it built in policies to go direct to repair, to do those things. They own that lead. You want to cut it off with that?
No,
Or
I mean,
you love the questions and want to keep going.
This is great. I mean, I love the questions. I would love to keep going. I know we're on short on time.
I would say so John's probably, both Johns have probably scared the crap out of everybody.
I'm
anyway,
sorry.
right?
This is not my goal. Just
So, but for the small local contractor, right, in the HVAC space, I will tell you, it's probably not the insurance company coming for you. Maybe they're going to start higher, but the private equity groups are going to come for you, right? So that's why it's important. Lead systems are super important. branding is super important. Awareness outside of door knocking is super important, because I'm telling you, nothing stays the same. The paradigm is going to shift in roofing, and it has shifted in HVAC, and all of these small guys are getting beat in their local markets because private equity comes in. They don't know the first thing about HVAC, and I promise you they won't know the first thing about roofing, but they know business. They know owning the lead.
Owning the lead.
Owning the lead is super important.
Or roofing, I mean.
So if you're not,
It's like, John, that doesn't make sense.
if you're not doing lead generation and branding currently, I'm telling you, eventually door knocking, someone's going to come up and gobble up your market share, right? Just working with storms that are happening, you've got to be doing that. It really happened in the HVAC. We have seen it. We work with tons of private equity, and they just gobble up. Your $2 million roofer will not stand a chance because they can spend, not $1 billion, but they can take a $2 million roofing company and say, we don't care what the budget is, just make them the best in the market. And then it becomes a challenge, right? So just understand, like, paradigms are going to change. You've got to have a predictable system to have revenue coming in.
I would find as many ways as possible now to own the lead. As many ways possible now to own the lead. Because if you can do that now, you're attractive to buyers that may want to buy you. And you know what? You're farther ahead of the curve. You have a more robust business. You have more service models, repair models. You're probably selling some premium products or unique things that they were searching for, synthetics, things like that. Like, as many ways as possible to own the lead now, because you're attractive to buyers. Like, they want to buy the people that are already doing it, and they can flip the switch and say, we already know how to market 10 times better, but they're already doing a good job getting the lead because they have all these systems in place.
Just remember, 0.3% can get you how much?
2.7.
2.7. 0.5%, 4.7, right? The market is out there. And I looked at some of these websites and some of the players in the market. There's just so much opportunity.
Nothing says, welcome to event, I'm appalled by your marketing, right?
No, not necessarily.
You need a new website, and you need a new...
All right, guys. I know we've been going a while. I'm on tour, though. You're on tour.
Oh,
where are you going to?
Can I list them real quick?
Go ahead and list them.
Live stream. September 7th and 8th, I'm Dallas in Colorado. If you're close, you should pop in. That's my hail and documentation hybrid class. That's a killer class for those states. And then Nashville, the rest of September is Nashville, Minnesota, Atlanta, Ohio, Kansas City, Columbus, Ohio, Kansas City, and then we finish October 2nd in Detroit, and then making the Owens Corning run after that.
Yeah, so
13 stops in Q4 for Owens Corning. So if you're an Owens Corning contractor, look out for the alerts because we got some good stuff coming there.
Yeah, our dates are not lining up, so.
They never do. We live in the same state. We meet, what, twice a year?
Yeah, we'll work on that. But so I'm in Minneapolis on the 8th, I believe, and then I'm in Denver and Omaha the week after that, and then I can probably come to Columbus or something with you.
I'm glad you're not in Denver at the same time where people have to compete as to which class.
We are literally flip-flopped, so that's kind of good.
But yeah, pop over to the Columbus one because they'll love to have both of us. I'll send you those dates.
Well, guys, thank you so much for joining us today. Was this good? Yeah. Will you give it up for these speakers today and the information? I mean, this was fun. And JobNimbus, thank you to JobNimbus for
huge shout out to JobNimbus.
That was awesome. This room is amazing. It's hard to work here. This view is crazy.
Does anybody have a giveaway?
Yeah, we have a giveaway real quick. And I want to, come on, let's do the Owens Corning giveaway.
I've got some shirts too. I'd love to get
So, do you guys have your raffle tickets?
Can I show the back of the shirt on the live? Can I do that? Can I show the back of the shirt on the live?
If you didn't get your raffle ticket, let's get those out real quick.
He's handing them out right now.
Let me get this real quick. I want to do this. So I have yet to pull this out. This has been sitting in our studio for a little while. I want to give this away though. You want to put this on real quick?
Let's go.
I got the mustache for us. Someone give me some aviator sunglasses.
Where's my guy back here? What size jacket are you? Yeah. Extra large? This is
You're not extra large. Come here.
Come up
this
here.
fits you just fine.
This guy was here super early this morning.
He was the first one to walk in the door.
He was the first one to walk in the door. And not just that, he just started his company, what, a year ago?
This year.
This year.
6 months ago.
This is yours, bro.
Thank you.
All right? Come on now. I appreciate you being here, bro. And I hope you got a lot out of it today.
I'm going to send you some contacts,
cool?
man. Appreciate it.
So, and that fit you perfect. Like
I
a
know.
glove, man. Come
Extra
on.
large.
Extra large. Come
you
on.
may want
You
the
gotta...
space, but that's how you want that jacket to fit. That's good.
Perfect. So, That jacket was custom made. It's got American Contractor on it, so that's yours, brother. Enjoy it. So thank you guys.
Woo! All right. What do we got next?
We got some. I got a couple hats here. These are our Building Dream Series hats. You guys, who's digging hats here? Right here. Oh, we'll talk about those gloves here in a second. Right here. All right. All right. So, who here knows about steep gear?
Steep
The
gear?
sticky shorts. Come on now. Sticky shorts. Who doesn't know about sticky shorts?
I need.
All right, hold on. I got to tell you this.
Right here.
You know about these?
Gotta have some dainty hands. What's that?
No. These are not comfortable to wear by themselves. Let me tell you. So this was our first viral video for ACS, was our sticky short video. We put it, it was actually, let me tell you, I'm just going to give you the quick backstory on these, besides the fact that they're freaking awesome. So these were created by a guy named Damian Hawkins. Okay, he's out of Texas. Super cool dude. And he built these because his dad actually fell off a roof, I think, and passed away.
Yep.
And he was like, there's got to be a better solution for it. And so these have this crazy cool material on the back. So if you were to slip, you would literally just stick to the roof. Yeah. And so people wear them over their pants or whatever, and they're pretty cool. Well, we were at an event in Texas, RCAT's conference, probably 2 years ago. And we're sitting there, and his booth was literally right next to the ACS booth that day. And so my guys go over there, and they're playing with the shorts. They throw them on. They start, they show the video of them sliding off, trying to slide off the thing. We put it up on TikTok, and it goes nuts. While we're at the event, this is a 6-hour-long event, right? We crashed Damon's website. He sells out of every short that he had, comes back, and he says, John, this was ridiculous. There's more to the story, but he was literally like almost crying. He was like, I can't believe you guys just did this. And we're like, we can't believe we just did this. Come on, man. Yeah. Like, that was crazy cool for us too. But at the end of the day, this product was what helped launch ACS, really. And so I wanted to give one of these away today, okay? And then he's got gloves now. He's expanded the line.
Can I do the glove shout out?
Yeah, absolutely.
So I wear the shorts on almost any specialty roof. So slates, tiles, metals, anything like that, because it's so easy to just lean on it. Just lean on it. It grips just fine. It's comfortable. But these have the exact same grip that's on the back of this. And I buy the ones that are pre-cut. It's got a tab to make it easy to pull them off. But they're pre-cut, same grip on them, and that way you can kind of like push your hand down and feel a little bit more comfort, not burn your hand up on the roof, and they do last a really long time.
They're pretty awesome.
So this is my favorite glove in roofing, is the Steep Gear glove. I did the same thing. I shot a repeat video of yours just to try and help boost his marketing, but the thing I loved walking away from there is the gloves. He gave me a pair to try. I've bought 5 pairs. I have them in every bag I travel with for roof stuff, work stuff. I love the gloves, and we've got a small and a medium of these to give away too.
And so these are smalls. So anybody who doesn't have a pair of Steep Gear shorts and happens to be a small, let's put it that way. Right here?
There we
These
go.
are yours.
It's our first lady
So, yeah, it's our first lady giveaway. Congratulations. All right. And then we've got 2 pairs of gloves here, too. So I got smalls and mediums. We obviously, anyone here have smaller hands?
Small's going right there. I mean, I think he qualifies.
There you go, my man.
That guy struggles holding a cheeseburger. I mean.
Mediums. This is how we do get right back here. Let's give it to her.
It wasn't that funny.
Give them to her back here. All right, so guys, this has been fun, and I always love giving away Steep Gear stuff because I know it's stuff that potentially might save your life someday. So by all means, I think everybody needs to get those. Go on, check them out. They're awesome. So thank you, Damon and Steep Gear, for providing those for the tour.
He's got his drawing too.
All right, we got the drawings. CNAC, why don't you draw?
There you go, that's perfect.
All right, here we go. This is for the. Wait, hold on. Let's bring that up here.
Numbers I'm reading and not a word that I have to read.
Can you bring it up here? Yeah. Let's bring this to.
Right,
let's bring the cooler up. Let's look at it.
Let's get the
I want everyone to
cooler.
see it first before we give this away, because everyone understands. Like, we're giving away this dope cooler. This is not just some like little cooler or anything. Awesome. So this is like a legit cooler. It's got the Owens Corning logo on it here. So you can see that, right? Should we hold it up?
I'll Vanna White it. Let's go.
You can fit a lot in it.
And it's a Patriot cooler. It's pretty awesome. Thank you, Owens Corning, for making this real. All right, do we have a number?
Ready?
All right, here we go. Let's see if they're here.
Well, he just handed them out, so we know
then
exactly
we know they're
ticket
here.
for
All right,
ticket.
so we're good.
It's the ticket that ends in 026.
026?
Oh,
Right
look
here,
at that.
look at that.
Hey, front row seats.
Front row seat,
something
yeah.
you said
That's
for front row seats.
All right, man, you just won a new cooler, so congrats.
There you go. And it's a nice cooler, right?
Yeah, this thing is pretty big. You're good. Congrats,
Got
man.
it?
All right, so this has been a great tour. Maybe we'll do it again, but at the end of the day, like, Thank you guys. Thank you to everyone that came out to one of the events in other cities. You guys have been awesome today. Thank you so much for joining us and being a part of this. We're really excited about it. John, all the speakers, you guys killed it. Thank you for providing so much knowledge. If you missed something today, go back and rewatch it. And by the way, everything from today is all online. So it's on the American Contractor Show site, on Facebook, YouTube, everything. The entire event in its entirety, the live has not ended the entire day.
Nope, it's the whole thing streams. So look, for those of you who came here and your teams didn't make it, or somebody told themselves, I'd be better off working, I disagree with that concept. You know, like investing yourself in learning is a huge payoff, but you can go back and play the segments that you need to play, rewatch, like educate your teams, get everybody on board with the same concepts, and then start asking yourself when you rewatch this, what's the first thing I want to do? Because step one's doing something, step two's doing something better, so get started on something today.
All right. Well, thank you guys. It's been great.
It's fun to do live, man.
Thank you, man.
7, 8. Oh, you want me to text it to you? You have notes. 7 here. I'll put this in here.
I was gonna do that.
I'm gonna send it home address. Perfect. I am gonna grab that.